streaming. All right, and that means I have to get tethered here. All right, somebody's trying to get my attention, but why? Okay. Give her 3 marks up with that. You're probably not going to be hearing me speak very much. Let's try this. Thank God. Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Excellent. Bring on whoever you can. We'll see if the young lady responds to us. If not, hopefully everyone else will.
She said she'll be here. She said she'll just be a few minutes late because she's
No worries. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then grab whoever you can that you feel will be helpful. And
yes.
Oh my God. So Selena Khan has her Skype restored. God bless her. And reach out to her. Give her a call. See if she'll come on for a few seconds to say hi.
Yes.
Yeah. Is that Selena or is that Amelia?
This is Amelia.
Oh, Amelia. Okay. I am
yeah.
so sorry I mispronounced your name.
It's okay, Douglas. It's a really weird name, I know.
No, it's beautiful. And so, Amelia, I want to thank you for appearing with us. We feel honored to be graced by your presence. And
it's an honor to be here. It's been really cool meeting you guys. You are definitely both a trip. It's been a really cool experience meeting you.
Oh, you're so generous, honestly, and I know you have the patience of a saint. I understand that you actually were in a bit of a conversation with our man Jameson the other day, and that alone takes an enormous amount of patience. So I'm impressed.
It went really good. It went really well, honestly. Like, I was actually impressed with both of our, the way that we handled the situation. It was really cool.
I'm proud of you both, honestly, because let's just put it this way. You're both coming from very different spaces, and the fact that you could interface and communicate is incredible. It gives me hope for humanity.
Yeah, I was really truly impressed with both of the way that both of us really, and I mean, it was funny because by the end of towards the end of our conversation, I was starting to get interested in his math, and I was like, you've got to have like a fire moon with how quickly we wrapped that up,
Yes.
And it turns out he does, and
that's amazing. Oh, that's incredible.
Yeah, it was a really cool experience. It was really neat.
Yes, and again, I'm glad that you could carry that over here. So what I'd like to do is introduce everyone this is, and then again, correct me if I pronounce your last name wrong as well. This is Amelia Willard. Is that okay?
Amelia Willard. Yeah, Amelia. So it's kind of like the French film Amélie with an A at the end of it, with my last name being Willard. Pretty easy.
Yes.
Yeah.
Wonderful. And so Amelia Willard.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll get it.
And you guys can call me the Curious Girl too. I mean, that's my music moniker, so that's easy enough.
Wonderful. So tell us a little bit about that in a moment. I do want to introduce people to the fact that Amelia Willard is this wonderful human being who I've known peripherally, been acquainted with for quite some time, but it's only recently we've begun to communicate more intensively. And I'd like everyone to help her out with her channel because she's effectively being shadow banned. Basically, she's gotten a subscription of up to 1,000 people. We know she's broken that. Yeah. And so tell us a bit about that whole situation before you tell us a bit about your music. Just go into it.
Well, I mean, the ironic thing about it is that it's just a tarot channel. I'm really, very careful about, the things that I say because it's like, I mean, I think it's so funny because I was talking to Mr. Reese about this, and I think it's so funny because I know people that kind of go out of their way to invoke the ban hammer,
Yes.
by sharing really just sort of edgelordy content or like straight up like porn memes, you know, just like things that are just screaming like ban me, you know. Whereas like I will get the ban hammer for sharing like a Wikipedia link on Facebook to like a Kurt Vonnegut short story, and that's enough to just like silence me.
Yes.
So for whatever reason, even though I'm very careful, I apparently represent some kind of threat. So it's really weird because I just have a tarot channel on YouTube. It's nothing, you know, threatening to the powers that be. It's completely innocent. It's benign, you know, and I'm an astrologer. And so it's actually really odd that I'm shadow banned on there, but I have a feeling it has something to do with a video I posted in 2020. It was like under a minute long, and I was just talking about the, you know, ideological suppression of orthomolecular medicine, particularly, and natural health, yes. You know, in the beginning of 2020.
That can do
and
it. Go on.
That was enough, I guess, to, you know, piss these people off. So I've had that going on ever since. But since, you know, this week, I've actually, this evil spell or pattern has broken. And I have a lot of people to thank for that. I have you guys to thank. I have, like, you know, my subscribers are wonderful.
Yes.
And I mean, a few people were so like aware of what was going on that they started being like, you know what, fuck this. I'm just going to make 2 accounts and subscribe to get you over this hump. Because every time I would reach 1K, YouTube would unsub somebody. And I actually got contacted by a few people that said, why is it that YouTube keeps unsubscribing me from your channel?
Right.
And I'm like, wow, I had no idea that was happening. That explains why every time I would reach 1K, it would go back to 998.
Yes. Yes, no, it was something that was extremely frustrating. Excuse me.
Yeah, it's gone on for months. Yeah.
Oh, at least it feels like forever. Now, just so people understand, I check into her channel as often as I can, and because for whatever reason my subscription always worked well, I would get her uploaded even while she was active, while she was live. So I would always put a thumbs up, and I recommend that everybody do that with her as well as my channel, because we get hit by the Autobots as soon as we launch transmission. So the only way to counter that is for everybody to upvote immediately. And I do encourage people to be active in the chat as well, and I thank everybody for that. Now, we're just going to have you repeat your story again as we proceed into the transmission, because, you know, not everybody's here at once, but people will get used to you the more you appear, which will hopefully become more regular, and that way we will certainly get more of a regular inflow to your channel as well. But I want people to I want people to know a bit more about your creativity and your music, and I do want you to tell us a bit about what inspires you in that direction and exactly where people can access your music, okay?
Okay, wow. I mean, I've always been a musician. I was kind of born that way. I just kind of came out of the womb sort of like multi-instrumentally inclined, and it's just kind of part of my nature, really. I mean, I could get really deep into like my process and stuff, but I mean, I don't know. I don't really, it's weird because I have like a lot of different topics, you know, that I was like really, it's so, I don't know, I'm like flustered right now, honestly.
Oh, no worries, because I'll tell you, the biggest mistake to make with an appearance like this is to even presume you need to prepare. Honestly, the time.
Yeah, I didn't like over prepare or anything. I was just like really excited, you know. Oh, there's my tea. I'll be right back, you guys. I'm really sorry.
No worries, honey. We've got it. Yeah.
Pot of tea boiling.
Yeah, and so I'm so proud of you as well, Jameson. I mean, you handled this so well. I'm impressed.
Yes. I came to the awareness that a difference in point of view doesn't warrant lashing out against someone, and this has to do with the fact that, you know, when I take a certain amount and I'm coming up, things get really exaggerated to the point where I don't even know what I'm reacting to. Right. So yeah, I was kind of on like a 12 pill high. I was just elevating, and that peak is really intense. I got to say, as long as I've been doing this, that's peak is like, whew.
Yeah.
It's like an acid peak, kind of, where everything around you is like just,
Well, where you're
tight.
lucky in this regard is because Amelia has so much experience with altering her state of consciousness as well that she could probably grasp what was going on. You did hear that, right, Amelia? Yeah.
I heard you guys talking about me. What were you saying about me altering my states of consciousness?
We were talking about Jameson Reese was basically talking about, well, you can basically repeat what you said to me, Jameson, honestly.
Yeah. I think the disagreement I had with you was only because, I couldn't understand what you were saying, and that was because I was rising on a sort of peak.
Yeah.
He was like
altered. He was altered.
Yeah, he was altered. Yeah, and I knew that, and so I was really sensitive to the issues, and so I mean, we really impressively we handled that really well.
Yeah, and the reason that I relate is because I too alter myself constantly, and so this is where the three of us, we're in the same hot tub together, all right?
It's funny though, because the three of us also have very different choices of imbibements, and very different. I have a really I'm mostly Capricorn in my chart, so I'm very Saturnian, and so I have a strong discernment, about what I will and will not imbibe in, and I've always been that way. Yeah. And so it's interesting because I'm fortunate too that I have a background in psychology too, so it's I'm really sensitive to these kinds of issues, and if I see a person and they're I can tell that they've over imbibed or in something, or their neurochemistry is off. It's I'm not going to judge their whole character based on just that one experience, or that one interaction or something.
That alone is indicative of the wisdom of an advanced soul. That is almost like ascended master status as far as I'm fucking concerned, because honestly, it's very human to simply, first impressions are incredible and they're intense. Someone to overcome that first impression on first impression, that takes a lot of evolution, and so again, you're well advanced beyond your years as a young lady, and so I'm kind of curious as to how do I say this? First off, I do want to point out to people that there's also a kind of environmental impact from the times we grew up in, and
absolutely.
And I'm a product of the 20th century, so that had a heavy influence on my on narcotics that I simply grew up with. So the alcohol and the cigarettes were just universally pervasive. So I'm a product of that century. But you, on the other hand, and Jameson, of course, is with us, and we acknowledge his presence, and we acknowledge, of course, that he got into the cough syrup. But that aside for a moment, respectfully, how did you, honey? How did you get introduced to pot?
Me?
This there's no one else here, darling. Yes,
okay.
You. Yes, you.
Weed is just ubiquitous. It's ubiquitous to all of the generations, right? And it's
it's because you're Californian, right? Were you born in California?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
It's because you're a California girl.
Mendo 707 represents. Yeah, I live in cannabis country out in the cuts, and so. Yeah, there's that, of course, but I think it's interesting
you did grow up before it was legal, right?
Well, absolutely. Yeah. I think it's really interesting and kind of a fun topic to talk about these things, particularly because, when I was a kid, I was pretty crazy. It's I had problems at home, and so I was pretty much
That was going to be my other question, so give me just a second here to articulate that. I do want to say that most people who major in psychology, as I myself did when I was in City College of San Francisco, that was...
You have criminal psychology, you have...
You're profoundly familiar with me. It's incredible. But people who usually major in psychology are obviously people who have been through a lot.
Through suffering.
Yeah,
through
through
suffering,
something.
yeah.
So go on from there and articulate all of that.
So when I was a kid, and I'm talking like 15 years old, somewhere around there, like really young, I was like running away. I was homeless, all up in the city. I would go from Lake County, the little tiny town I'm in, and I would hitchhike to like the cities. And I was immersed in surrounded by all kinds of drug culture and things like that.
I can't resist but to ask, you seem to have a good relationship with your mother now because...
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, I love my parents. I mean, my moon is in my 4th house, so all trauma, anything like that is transmuted. And it's, it's like whatever happens to you, you're responsible for your healing. It's like you have to transmute that stuff. There's no reason. Everybody's parents did the very best that they could, and everyone...
I'm so impressed. Oh my God, I'm so impressed that you said that. I mean, oh my God. So please go on. Just keep going.
So anyways, I was surrounded by a lot of like, debauchery and like drug use and things like that. And I was, even though I was young, it's like I've always had a thirst for learning. And so I would always investigate heavily and research all substances before I would consume them, and I pretty much... It's like when I was a teenager, I did have a, when I was 15, I had like a heroin/opiate problem for about a year. And I kicked it, cold turkey. And I watched all of my friends. I watched so many people on this whole, I'm a millennial, so I watched shit become weird. It's like I was here pre-internet and I watched the internet sort of happen. And then I watched drugs go from like, normal, your usual kind of substances to everything started, sounding like Star Wars characters. And I watched all of my friends get all about these Star Wars characters' drugs, right? And I was also really researched into MK Ultra and, all of that. And so... Yeah, watching all of my friends go completely batshit crazy on MDMA, which is just meth with synthetic mescaline in it, by the way. It's like, why not just do Wachuma? Why not just
true. Why not go organic rather than...
Why not just do Wachuma or like peyote, like real mescaline, but they were all into the meth, MDMA. They to this day, people consume that stuff like crazy, and they don't understand that it's even methamphetamine. Like they don't even correlate the two. Right. But that drug has some really unique, and I've never consumed it. I have like stubbornly stayed away from consuming it. I looked at it as this is an extension of MK Ultra. This is monarch programming. That's all this is. And it totally blows out people's serotonin centers,
right?
And makes them extremely vulnerable for the rest of their lives to, depression, serotonin dysregulation. That's if they
live that long, yeah.
Yeah.
By the way, honey, okay.
Yeah,
now I want you to just you don't need to answer this question because I obviously want you to put up whatever boundaries you want. And
I love being candid, though. I mean, I don't mind.
Yeah, that's what you and I have in common. Yes.
Yeah, I really don't mind.
But wait, wherever there's an envelope, this is what puzzles me. Obviously, I'm going to presume. Now, obviously, you grew up in essentially, I'm presuming you're out in the boondocks. You're kind of like where weed was the growth industry and it was its own industry in California forever. But when you said you grew up surrounded by the kind of debauchery and obviously when you were introduced to heroin at a very young age, I mean, this is profound. Now, is this the parents? I mean, were they kind of like...
No, but honestly, if I'm real, kind of, because, one of the reasons why I was never home was because there was a stepfather, that was a bit, he was a user as far as heroin goes, drinking, alcoholism, all of that.
Wow, heroin and alcohol, holy shit!
Yeah, so he was just kind of on everything and just really and it was a weird environment. It was abusive dynamics going on. It was, I don't want to get into like all the heavy shit.
Understood. Yeah, and I did not presume that any of your parents gave this to you. It's just,
granted, it's like teenagers are going to do what they do, and I think that's the most natural age to introduce yourself
You're exploring
to the world and to explore and to really get a feel intuitively for the world around us. Because when we suppress that, all we do is you wind up seeing full-grown adults having a delayed adolescence. Right. You know, and they're really lost, and they're really, you know.
And by the way, that's the overwhelming majority. Go on.
It absolutely is, because a lot of people stayed in the system. I mean, that's a thing too. Is like, I'm not like trying to say like, you know, everyone should just be super debauched, or like, not debauched is not the word that I want to use, but
everybody doesn't need to become a hippie, is what you're saying. But
well, I mean, I guess you could say that, but I mean, like, just in the sense that when I was younger, the school system, everything, the indoctrination mill, like, was not. I wasn't feeling it. There was nothing. It just seemed like.
But is that where you learned to read? You're obviously literate. And
Oh, yeah. I grew up in a daycare, and so I knew how to read and write before preschool. And so
Interesting. Got it.
Well,
okay.
Yeah, so I was well set up like to read, and I loved reading. I loved learning. I've always loved learning. I'm a lifelong learner.
You're obviously a prodigy. You were obviously a prodigy. And so you can tell us a little bit about your autodidactic education here as well. You know, when did you suddenly start really educating yourself? And
my whole life, my whole entire life, I've been obsessed with, like, I'm a major introvert. I do a lot of research. I have a real huge natural proclivity to research, and my instincts are what sort of drive that. And it all kind of like centers around, you know, self-empowerment, healing, you know, and being able to kind of get a grasp on, like, what are the tools for survival that we're going to need to survive this weird, like, we're literally all living through a fucking psyop.
Yes.
All.
Yeah, to a great degree, at least. Yeah. I mean, or a series of them. What I mean to say is many of them at once. But go on. Yeah.
I mean, monarch programming used to be something that went on in, like, really, you know, just like out in the fucking desert type of like compounds, you know, where they would perform like weird research on subjects and things like that. Now that they're doing it just every day, everywhere, in like dentist's office, you know, and like they're just giving kids fucking midazolam.
Oh, honey,
you know,
it's coming out of your cell phone, for God's sakes. Go on. Yes, it's coming through TikTok. I said the monarch programming these days is coming out of your cell phone. It's coming through TikTok and everything else.
Oh, man, TikTok freaks me out. Yeah, and it's like, I mean, it's just so weird, you know, and like that was one. Man, it's so funny when people ask me about my music too, because it's like, honestly, I'm not really a person to like really like, I don't like to talk really about like myself super much. You know what I mean? It's like when people are like, let's talk about your music. I'm like, oh, I don't really want to. I'm terrible at self-promotion, really. Like, it's uncomfortable for me.
Well, I'll do it for you. Just what you can do is you can like give me a text and I'll read it out for you in the near future, okay? But in the meantime, you know, tell us a bit about where people can find you, okay?
Oh, I mean, I have a few albums that are like legit released. You know, there's a few of them, and they're on all the platforms. You know, you could find them on any major platform, Spotify, you know, Pandora, whatever it is that you use. And then there's some unreleased stuff on SoundCloud and like Reverb Nation. But I have like 3 albums that are legitimately released, you know, and like
Holy shit! Oh, tell us about that. That's incredible.
Oh man, I mean, it's just me. I mean, it's just me. I play all the instruments. It's all just like my own original stuff, basically. And yeah, I mean, I'm kind of blown away because I'm like, you're a trip of a person to take in, really. Like, and I'm a really slow, like, I let people into my life like very slowly. I integrate very slowly, you know. And I've been kind of just like, you knew Peter Moon, like. I'm just like, what? I mean, you're a trip. So you asking me questions and stuff, like, I'm beyond flattered to even be like invited to, you know, be on you guys' podcast, because you guys have both been like a trip and a half to meet. And
Oh, honey,
Yeah,
the honor is ours, believe me. You grace us with your presence, and let's take a look into the chat room at how some of the people are responding. By the way, Nancy Volker says, "Hey 3D, how's your day going? Just stopping by for a quick." Hey, Nancy. Mwah. Dat Dude 873210 says, "Loud and clear, Doug and JMO. Thank you, sir. Hugs." Chris Collins says, "Just subscribed, dear lady, and will ensure I remain such." Okay, so you've already got one person, Chris Collins, and he's a music man himself. So
hell yeah.
yeah, and definitely, I'm sure he can appreciate you. And with that, what was it that turned you towards? Now, this is somewhat of a. Let's take a look at your average conservative, or how do I say this? Just regular person. And as you mentioned, you were driven towards a kind of education because you knew you had to acquire skills to survive. And your average person would think about something like, okay, I've got to do something that's marketable, like auto repair or dentistry or something. So what was it that drove you to tarot, the card reading?
Well, it's funny because tarot is something that, like, it's not like I was only drawn to this for like monetary reasons or anything, because I think that's a really funny question, because really, my actual background in my education, what I know, things that I specialize in, is actually really vast. Mm-hmm. And so as an astrologer, I wear a lot of hats. Yeah. People come to me usually as a last resort, usually because conventional therapy has failed them, or even conventional medicine has failed them. And so it's really funny because most of the people, once they have a session with me, and if it's in the case that they came to me as a last resort, they usually wind up telling me, I wish I had come to you first. And that's so fascinating to me, because it's like, wow, why are these conventional institutions failing people so much? Where they find their final, like, salvation, or like a moment of clarity, or path to like stability and actual healing and empowerment from a fucking astrologer that lives in the middle of nowhere, like a nobody, basically. And so even though I don't have the institutionalized credentials, or degrees, I actually have quite a bit of knowledge. I was very fortunate when I was a teenager. I had a few friends who were much older than me, and they signed up for college classes. And the fascinating thing is they got all of the books and the courses, even CD-ROM courses. And then halfway through the whole thing, they decided they didn't want to go through with it, and they gave me all of it. And so I have dense background, I have backgrounds in like psychology, sociology, like nutrition, and then orthomolecular medicine, like science, all of these different neuroscience, like basically I just have always been like addicted to learning and gnosis, and how the mechanisms of the universe, and the laws of nature and all of that. And it's just been a lifelong thing. It's just kind of like who I am.
Right.
But it has served me well, but not in the sense that I'm a millionaire or anything like that. But I feel spiritually rich,
Yes. Very much so. A little bit about Kurt Vonnegut Jr., so that people understand the context of your experience with Facebook in that regard. What had happened was that Our Lady Amelia Willard had basically published a link to basically a Wikipedia entry on Kurt Vonnegut Jr., and she found herself basically, tell us, banned from Facebook for 24 hours.
Immediately.
Right?
Yeah, it was immediate ban, too. It was the quickest Facebook ban that I had ever seen. It was the quickest ban hammer reflex I had ever seen, and I've had quite a few ban hammer reflexes. And that was the most surprising one. It was just a link about his short story, Harrison Bergeron. And it's a really incredible story, and that says quite a lot. It really speaks for itself, and it truly speaks volumes about where we're at today, what's going on, what's coming down the pike. That I was banned for sharing that. I mean, it's absolutely creepy.
Yes, it is. And it could be any number of reasons, but what I want people to understand is that Kurt Vonnegut Jr. was ethnically Jewish, but he served in World War II, and he was captured by the Germans. And like many Americans, They didn't have a place to put them as prisoners of war. Literally what happened was that because they could not transport them due to the rail lines being bombed, many of the situation and logistics was such, they were stuck in immediate holding pens or facilities that were ad hoc in nature. In his case, he and many other American prisoners of war were stuck in a slaughterhouse where they would hold animals. And the animals were gone, of course, but they shoved the humans in there, and he wrote the book Slaughterhouse-Five about that. Now, the significance of this was that one of the greatest areas for placing Allied prisoners of war was the city of Dresden. And the Germans were hoping that by placing all of the thousands of many Allied prisoners of war there, certainly a great number of them, that the Allies would not bomb the city, and therefore the Germans could protect that cultural heritage center. But the Allies were determined to prove to the Germans that they did not care about the lives of their own men. This is a fact. This is historical. This is irrefutable. And so both the British and the Americans combined their forces to bomb Dresden, and they killed literally tens of thousands of their own men, if not hundreds of thousands, ultimately. And as well as, of course, many of the people in Dresden, which amounted to probably close to 500,000 people, or maybe even closer to 1 million. This was one of the greatest mass murders in history, and it was an open-air crematoria, incineration. Well, the only way that Kurt Vonnegut survived was to basically pile the dead bodies of his fellow prisoners over himself, and that was one way he survived the firebombing. Now, after the war, he tried to write about this Allied war crime and slaughter of their own prisoners, and no one would publish his book. When he finally got it published, it was only as an allegory. He had to rewrite it as a science fiction novel, Slaughterhouse-Five, and integrate all these elements of time travel and fantasy, and that was the only way he could get it published. There was otherwise none of the... and he himself admitted that this had to do with the Jewish domination of the publishing industry. And so when he did what he did, you see a scene in the movie that's made based on the book called Slaughterhouse-Five. And there's a scene where he wakes up in a hospital. The character that's based on Kurt Vonnegut himself wakes up in a hospital where he's in a ward, and there's another man he's writing in a notebook in a bed beside him. And the nurse is asking that man, "Hey, what you doing? What are you writing about?" And the man says, "Oh, I'm writing about the Dresden firebombing." And that's when the character representing Kurt Vonnegut says, "I was at Dresden. I survived the firebombing." And then the man just says, "Well, go fuck yourself and write your own goddamn book." And that's the end of that discussion. That was how he was always treated.
He's a very controversial figure, and I think that it's very interesting that you used the term ethnically Jewish. Yes. Are you familiar with Shlomo Sand, the author Shlomo Sand? He's extremely banned as well. He's the author of quite a few books, and I mean the reason why the term ethnically Jewish is so
significant,
weird and significant is because of political Zionism, which I'm actually really nervous to say the Z word on your channel.
I understand, but don't be afraid to. You don't need to go too far with it. Only as far as you're comfortable. But please go on. Yeah.
I just don't want you to get any unwanted attention, or This was one of the reasons I was nervous about your show on Wednesday, because a lot of people don't have a huge background or education in political Zionism, but if you have a love of real world history, that is one of the subjects that a person should definitely be well versed in, because it will bring a lot of context to what we're dealing with today.
Yes.
But it's got its roots in the Ukraine. Theodor Herzl was the father of political Zionism.
That's right, Theodor Herzl.
Yes.
Yes, go on.
Essentially, the whole shtick of the whole thing is to, get this, religion recognized as a race, as a nation, as a people. And it's, the United States eugenics has its roots in political Zionism. And, you know, I'm sure you're aware of the, like,
Yes, absolutely.
I mean, I don't even need to tell you these things, but it's like, I just think that this is something that, it's something that we're not allowed to talk about. You know, we're like not allowed to discuss these things, and it's controversial to say it's actually a religion, it's not a race. And you know, and it's like if you talk to like the Torah Jews, for instance, they're like very adamantly against, you know, political Zionism, and they're like, this is not, you know, we don't want any part of this,
right?
Because it's connected to forever wars, and you know, I mean, the whole establishment of the nation of Israel was based on political Zionism. The Holocaust was based on political Zionism. I usually use the term Zio-Nazi, you know, personally, because it was an agreement, a business agreement between, you know, the political Zionists and the Nazis, and they had failed in Russia. They had failed to, you know, achieve their ends in World War I, and they accomplished their ends in World War II.
Yes.
And here we are today, and it's like we have the sciences, you know, being taken over, history repeating essentially, and certain Jewish sects are extremely terrified, you know, of what they're seeing right now. And it is actually very scary for the Jewish community in general, because Zionism is actually extremely anti-Semitic. You know, it's
ultimately. Yes.
It thrives on anti-Semitism. It needs it to justify the project, which extends into space. Outer space. And that actually brings me to, like, I was thinking about, because I've been observing the effects of Psyops on everyone, and one of the interesting ones to me is the flat earth Psyop. Mm-hmm. You know, like, what's the deal with that? A lot of people sort of like brush that off, but it's actually a way bigger deal than people think. And it's having a really dramatic effect on a lot of people.
It is.
And
it's like breaking up families and shit.
It really is. Yeah, and it's such an incredible gaslighting project. I mean, there's people now walking around that they are losing their whole connection to even their own intuitive faculties. They don't know what's real anymore. They no longer they trust their own grasp of reality, and that is a classic, you know, outcome of just like basic operative conditioning. You know, like this is just classic cult abuse. This is classic fucking cult conditioning. Just gaslight the shit out of people, make them doubt what is even real anymore, and make them feel so convinced that this thing that was introduced like conveniently after they, you know, altered the Smith-Moot Act in 2012. That legalized propaganda in the United States.
Thank you.
And now here we go with this like whole flat earth thing, and it's like quietly brewing, right? Yes. And one of the things that I was meditating on your last episode was, you know, wow, I really do want to talk about the Mars entry into Gemini that we're going to be experiencing.
Yes, tell us about this.
Oh my God. So several like math aspects stand out to me as something we should definitely prepare for and to keep our eye on and to really kind of meditate on, because it's a big deal. And that is the soonest one right around the corner is Mars entering Gemini August 20th, 2022. It will be there for fucking 7 months. Wow. It's going to square Neptune. Gemini is about communications, you know, and Mars is about assertiveness, aggression, you know, conflict, war. It's going to square Neptune. Neptune is delusion, confusion, illusions. This is the perfect environment, you know, and the elite are well aware of astrology. They've used it, the public's ignorance of it for millennia, you know, to control mass amounts of people. Yeah. This has always been the case, you know, and that's what's interesting about the flat earth psyop. I'm watching people that used to love astrology, for instance, used to basically, you know, even just rational people too. It's like people that just used to have a love for truth. Like once they got into the flat earth psyop, now they're like, everything's bullshit. Astrology's bullshit. I don't believe anything. And their whole reality is it's crushed, essentially. They don't know up from down anymore. Like, they don't know what to
they
do.
enter a nihilistic frame of mind, and their
Yeah.
nihilism
Yeah.
eliminates their trust in everything, and therefore then all of reality becomes solipsism. It's just basically, and this is part of the anti-godly nihilism.
Yeah.
Go on. So take it from there.
They're utterly demoralized.
Yeah.
You know, they're just completely demoralized. And I mean, what that produces is a malleable public, you know, that is extremely, but it also produces a divided public, a reactionary public. That's what they want, everyone in their animal brain and out of their neocortex. They want to make the neocortex completely inaccessible to most of the populace, you know, and I mean, it's so imperative that everyone in the coming times, that everyone has a grasp on, first of all, like an internal locus of control as opposed to an external locus of control. So self-control, you know, things that help, you know, increase the gray matter in the neocortex are like delayed gratification, for instance. Like, these are all principles that most people are like, you know, they don't want to hear. They're like, no, because most people are coping with some significant amount of trauma. And they particularly do not, you notice how, you know, it's like they don't really do anything for people with significant trauma, PTSD, CPTSD. I mean, these are real things. These are real things, but they don't want people to actually recover from these things. It's actually, the more traumatized the majority of the populace is, the easier they are to manipulate and to control. The less impulse control they have, the more reactive they are, the easier they are to divide. You can't rule unless you can keep everyone divided. And this is going to be this kind of knowledge of trauma awareness, how to recover and heal from trauma. All of these things are going to be so key in the coming times.
Absolutely. And I believe that you're going to be one of the teachers that will help us through these turbulent times. Diane Hillis Buchberger in the Facebook Messenger says to me that Amelia, she says, very intelligent lady on your show. I missed her name. That's why I gave her the link to your Facebook page. And she said, my two millennial children are both very musical indigos. She is an indigo. She says that you are in a few of the same Facebook groups that she is in, Diane Hillis Buchberger. And she says, amazing person, referring to you. We need people like her to run the world, not the idiots trying to run it now. Yes.
That's a huge compliment. Wow. I'm really taken aback by that. Thank you. Wow. Wow. I mean, I would never want that kind of power personally, but that was really sweet of her. Wow.
Yes. And so, as I said, you would be well received. And, you know, and we have one person who's in the chat room. And, you know, I take this as a fairly neutral statement. I always try to see the best in everything. By the way, Daniel Arola says the easier people are to offend, the easier it is to manipulate them, basically.
Absolutely. Yeah. This is so true. That is very true. The more fragile your ego structure is, the more prone you are to psyops. You notice how they gaslit people. Oh, you don't want to take the injections? You're a Trump supporter. You're right wing. You're this, you're that. They used shame against people. And it's like...
Actually, I'm kind of surprised that worked because so many people these days have so little shame, but go on.
Well, I mean, there's a difference between like healthy remorse and self-awareness and malignant shame and inability to be able to healthily process shame. And I mean, this is when we get into like, you know, the roots of like things like cluster B disorders, like narcissistic personality disorder, or even borderline personality disorder. These are shame-based disorders, but they have a malignant way of processing shame. It's like a maladaptive trauma response.
Damn, that's sophisticated. Holy shit, you went textbook on us. That is professional level. That is professional level use of the lexicon. I am truly impressed. Now,
wow.
again, you don't need to answer this question because this might be taking us into just private areas that you need to just protect, the privacy boundaries of your family. But was your family ever into professional, like was your mother a psychologist or something? Or
No. My mom is a hairdresser. She did study child psychology because she ran a daycare when I was really little, and she's a holistic masseuse.
So that's how you grew up in the daycare.
Yes. Yeah, my mom ran a daycare, and she went to like school to, do like get her, salon license and all of that. And then as I got older, she got into holistic massage, and she's a Reiki master and all of that. So there is a lineage of healer in my family. Like her father was a surgeon, a doctor, and so yeah, I guess there is like kind of a
So with his stepfather character, again, we don't need to go deep here, but my first assumption would be that it was almost like she saw a broken person that she tried to take under her wing or something. She might be a bit obsessed. Well, I
mean, she struggled herself as well. I mean, being a single mom, which again, I mean, I don't want to offend anyone, but this is like one of the reasons why, when the things that I grew up like witnessing and the struggles that I saw both parents go through, it's like, and I mean, the general vibration that I got off of the world itself, I was like, this is not a safe place for kids. Like this is not a nurturing environment for children. This world, it's basically, I got the vibration of like, it's basically going to be difficult enough to survive on my own, and my parents are probably going to be my kids.
Right.
I'd like to take care of my folks, but I mean, basically, it's just being a single mom is hard. Single moms are actually one of the easiest prey in the world, for emotional predators or just people that are essentially like, they have a lot of unhealed traumas, unhealed, addictions or unhealed things where they wind up being interpersonally abusive, and we have a society structured that really kind of rewards, fosters, and encourages dysfunctional, parasitic relationships and behaviors. We are seeing an epidemic of like cluster B disorders, for instance, like people that have no internal locus of control whatsoever. They need constant reassurance, constant validation, and they have like a false sort of confidence, but there's no real substance behind it. So they have this emptiness inside of them. And they seek to fill that through basically dysfunctional relationships, and I don't know, that's one of the reasons why even just on my channel, I'm usually trying to help people, lead people back to themselves, essentially, because so many people actually really need that.
And a lot of the people how to access your channel. So tell people where the Curious Girl channel is, and I mean, obviously, just say it. Plug yourself.
Oh, yeah, it's on YouTube. I mean, you can look it up. It's The Curious Girl. You could just type in the words "The Curious Girl" tarot, and it's there. And I'm there every week. Just throwing down cardboard. And I publish an astrology blog every week as well. I write that out usually Sunday nights or Monday mornings. I smash out the whole week in astrology, and so that's all free. And it's actually really hard for astrologers. Everybody I know in this like profession or community has a hard time feeling comfortable monetizing these things, introducing money into it, because it's very spiritual work. And it's really weird because it's like you could have all the knowledge that a completely credentialed person that's gone to school for years and gotten their PhD in psychology and all of that. But because you don't have those credentials, but you have all the knowledge, you feel almost like inferior, but you shouldn't, and it's like, I've never had a single complaint, of anyone that's ever had a personal session with me. I don't have any like bad reviews or complaints. In fact, I have nothing but like really incredible like stories that are really, really like kind of bizarre and very synchronistic, almost spiritual, really. Like when I went to Florida and I met the I-4 bandit, the infamous I-4 bandit who was like fresh out of prison. He had robbed like 20 banks back in the 90s all in one day.
Right. Holy shit.
And he got locked up for fucking decades, man. And then he got released, and he's working at this hostel that I'm staying at because I had to leave California to, breathe air for the summer with my dog. And so I'm at this hostel, and I meet the I-4 bandit. He gets a reading with me, and everything comes true the next day. It was so weird. It was an astrology reading and tarot. We threw some cards down for him. And what came out of the cards was really fascinating because it was like all of these different cards. It was like the Devil came out, Queen of Cups, Knight of Cups. And I looked at Dave and I said, I don't know what's going on in your life, man, but you have someone totally obsessed with you, and they're going to show up on your doorstep. I don't know who this is, but they're stalking you. They're like obsessed with you. They're going to show up on your fucking doorstep. And sure enough, the very next day, this ex of his, who had apparently been stalking him on Pinterest of all sites.
Oh, God.
Shows up at Graham's place unannounced and is just like, I need to see Dave. I need to see you. And we were all blown away. I mean, I was particularly blown away, but everybody in the hostel at that point was looking at me like I was a fucking witch or something. Everyone was just like, what the hell? And it was really fascinating. The whole thing was actually videotaped. And so I have the reading between me and the I-4 bandit. My friend Kurt is the one that has it on his GoPro, but I want the footage because it's a really fascinating story because it all came true. I even told him that there was a risk that he would reoffend. And sure enough, when I came back to California, he reoffended.
Oh.
He's locked up again. And I told him that would happen. I was like, Dave, if you reoffend, you're definitely going to be in prison. They're going to get you. You're not going to get away with it, Like you're going to go right back to that. And that's really sad.
It is, but it's also so predictable.
Yes.
Yeah, but go on. But in your case, not to in any way take away or detract from your incredible insight, because your insight is such that I can understand why people view you as a witch, because it appears supernatural to those who are on the outside looking in, and so please, by all means, go on, honey.
Man,
it's
just such an honor to be on here talking to you because it's an enjoyable conversation for one, and for two, I don't know, it's just been really cool meeting you guys because I'm literally the definition of a modern day Pythia, pretty much. I mean, the Pythia, was supposed to be someone of low or humble stature, not super rich. Right. And she was also supposed to be celibate. She didn't have to be virgin, but she had to be celibate. And it was very there was a very strict sort of protocol required to take the position of Pythia, in the olden times of the Oracle of Delphi and all of that.
Yes.
So it's been really cool meeting you guys because outside of my work, I literally do not have a personal life. Whoever that was on your podcast, whatever episode that was, where the guy was like, yeah, I just can't even imagine these astrologers. They just must not have any personal life at all.
Right.
He hit the nail right on the head. He's 100%.
Was that
correct.
Peter Moon? That might have said
Was
that.
it?
I don't
was
know.
Was it Peter Moon?
I don't know.
That would be a trip if it was. That would really be a trip if it was. I can't remember, but yeah, it was I definitely smirked.
Yes.
When I heard him say it, and I was like, damn, he hit the nail right on the head there. And it's actually, I mean, I'm not tragically depressed or anything like that, it's but it is a lot of deep transmutation, to just maintain a high vibration, in spite of being super isolated, all the time basically, and living this life that is basically kind of alien to most people.
Yeah, definitely. But, I want you to stay with us to the top of the hour when Peter Moon joins us, and I'll introduce the two of you, and we'll find out if that was him that said that.
Yeah,
he may not remember.
I was confused because there's I guess a Peter Moon that is a guitarist,
There There
yeah,
it
and
is.
he's like not alive anymore. So I'm like, wait a minute, who is this guy? You know,
Right.
like,
Right.
it was, so I don't know, it was really funny to like just put the names together and try to figure out like who's who, and you know, like really kind of interesting stuff. Like it's just a trip meeting new people, and it feels healthy to me, honestly, because I am so like isolated, you know, and it's because I've been used to it's frankly it's hard for me to make friends, really. Because
Well,
I mean,
well, for
but it's
one
like
thing,
we're
you're
all weirdos. That's what I
yes.
like about it, is we're all complete weirdos. We're all like kind of social outcasted, like weirdos in our own ways.
Yes.
And
Yes.
so that's why this has been something that I was really excited about. Initially, I was sort of intimidated, but it was only because I knew, based on my own like personality and how I move, I'm so like slow. I move very slow
I
in certain
relate. I
environments.
totally fucking relate, and I'm sure
Yeah.
you know that about me just by looking at my chart. You pretty much know everything by looking at people's
Yeah.
charts. This is what freaks
Oh,
people out. The reason you don't have many friends is because people are intimidated by that. That basically you see right through them. When somebody
maybe.
can
Yeah,
just
maybe.
throw a chart down or throw the cards down and read what you read, then you're not going to have a lot of people who want to be around you because it's disconcerting to most people. But
This is like therapy, Douglas.
yeah,
Thank you.
but it's so true. And but with
Oh
me,
my
it's
God,
different
this is like,
because I'm totally fucking doxed anyway. I'm just
yeah.
I have no secrets.
Hmm.
It's just because everything's known about me anyway. Then with it doesn't matter what you see. And it's pretty much that way with Jameson as well. So like,
Yeah, yeah,
so we're basically all in the same hot tub together, just basically.
yeah.
And that being said, definitely I think that this is therapy for all of us. And
Yeah, it kind of is. It
yes,
really is.
yeah, and so somebody named Nick Littlesey, and again, this is the person before I actually was kind of distracted by Daniel, which was fine. Oh yes, so Daniel Arola confirms it was Peter Moon that acknowledged the astrologers. So
Yeah, okay,
yeah.
okay, it was. Yeah. He knew, man. He just knew. And that's
Yes,
exactly, yeah, I've studied astrology since I was like 5. I received my first astrological text when I was like 5 years old, and it just stuck. I was just super all about it. I was into it since I was a small child, and, started like drawing charts when I was about 8. And I mean, I got into it before we had all these neat programs where you can just like whip out a chart online, or
right.
in like an app or something. Just have all, I had to use, because I'm pre-internet,
That's
I'm a
right. So
millennial. I'm 1984.
you were
So I was
calculating
right.
this shit. You were
Yeah,
yeah.
I was having to do it on paper and using like a scientific calculator, latitude, longitude,
Yeah.
all of that. And then it became a lot easier because as time went on and technology advanced, and now we can conduct charts like no one has ever been able to before, which is really interesting to me because, the elites have always kind of relied on, I mean, like I said before, the astrology has a really unique history, and I mean, I'm sure you're well aware of. It used in the olden times, there were points in history where it was actually banned for the average civilian to study and practice astrology, and there was in certain places it was like punishable by death.
Yeah. Well, this is
To like,
why your channel was shadow banned, honey. It's for
I
that
don't
very
know,
reason.
maybe you did bring that up because you said, I think that there's a certain sect of,
Yes.
astrologers that try to
Yes.
suppress certain people because there are certain things that I do talk about, and it's even on my website. There's certain, material there. If you go into like the de-occulted section, I'm very subtle though. I'm not like screaming out like super obviously. And even just talking about the things that I discussed earlier when you were bringing up Kurt Vonnegut and you said the word ethnically Jewish, and I was like, oh, speaking of that, I'm going to drop the Z word and see what happens. It's really controversial stuff that, is really kind of the root of the psyop that we are experiencing today globally. They're essentially, just extending that, the whole, it's the reason the term lizard people exists is because of the Z word. Like, that's what they're all referring to. Anybody that's using the word lizard people is just saying that because saying the Z word is like, literally, it's a ticket to ban city.
Yeah.
You're going to get kicked off the internet. And I was talking to Jameson, last night, and I'm like, I think it's really interesting that Douglas doesn't talk about that more, but I also am very sensitive to the issues. I know how just going into that section of history, just bringing up those words is, you're going to get beat the ban hammer. Like, you're going to just lose your platform altogether. Like, if you even, and then people will misconstrue things.
Yes.
There's just a lot of, it's a very complex issue. It's really complicated.
Well, I think you've introduced many that we can contextualize as time goes on. Right now, I want to introduce you to Peter Moon. So, Peter, this is the lovely young Amelia Willard, and she is effectively a professional astrologer. And what else would you call yourself, honey?
A musician.
A musician. Wonderful. And so
I said musician, but yeah. I mean, yeah.
No, I got it. I got the mispronunciation. And so, Peter, you spoke about how astrologers have basically no life of their own if they're really pursuing this, and that impacted her profoundly.
I confirmed it.
Yes.
I confirmed it. Yeah,
well,
I have no personal life at all.
You.
I'm literally a celibate Pythia, basically. Like, I live out in the woods alone, like hermit, no personal life, like, at all.
Cool.
I have a question. What is the Z word?
The Z word? Oh man, the Z word. So I was referring to political Zionism, sir.
Yeah.
Oh, Zionism. Okay, got it. Okay, yes. I didn't know what you were referring to.
Yeah, and that's an issue, man. Like, a lot of people don't understand the context of what's going on with the whole, like, Russia-Ukraine thing and how that ties into the whole thing, I saw this coming, like, for a long time. I knew they were going to, like, do a war,
Yes.
It's all down to, like, this whole political ideology and the goal of the whole project. They want to basically scare the Jewish diaspora to, like, be forced to go to the Holy Land, like, scare the shit out of them.
Yes.
Create a bunch of, like, weird anti-Semitism. You notice how, anywhere there is a, oh God, I'm, like, scared to even say the Z word on YouTube, man. I'm just going to fucking stick to lizard people, all right?
Yes. That's basically the euphemism, and that's ultimately what David Icke is saying. But so what I'll do, of course, is do my best to contextualize some of what you brought up. Usually, when Peter comes on, he effectively takes over the show. But definitely, honey, if you can at all come on with us again on Wednesday night for the opening hour, we'll go through this again and go again into these topics and various topics that will organically evolve over time. You've much to teach all of us, and just feel free to hang with us and participate if you feel you have something to say that would be proactively constructive. But otherwise, you're also free to just take off for the rest of the night, because I know you've got plenty to do on your own.
Yeah. Before I go, I wanted to, like, just kind of finish what I was talking about earlier about the Mars through Gemini transit that starts in August. It's
yes,
be there
please.
7 months.
Detail that.
So yeah, I did. This was something I did want to bring up on the channel. So from August 20th on into, like, this transit will go on into, like, well into 2023. It's a very long Mars transit. This is going to escalate every psyop that you see going on right now, including, the one that sort of is, like, nobody's really paying much mind to, but is actually completely gaslighting the shit out of, like, massive amounts of people, is the flat earth one.
Yes.
We're going to see a massive escalation of psychological operations. This will revolve around, war propaganda, the war in Ukraine. It's Mars. It's a planet of Mars. This is psychological warfare. It's going to be squaring Neptune. There's going to be a lot of deception. It's mostly psychological warfare. That's what's so interesting about it. It's less physical violence and it's more psychological violence. And the other transit that there's still a ways away until this one begins, Douglas, but this one is actually personal to you as well, is Saturn entering Pisces. Okay. And Pisces is about the subconscious, the unconscious, delusions, confusion, illusions, the supernatural, drugs, escapism, things like that. Your Saturn is in Pisces, so this will be, you're going to be having your Saturn return when this happens, but this coincides with the whole metaverse thing that they're doing. They want everyone plugged into this like alternate reality, completely divorced from reality and the real world. And so that's going to be weird. And there's a lot of it's interesting to note the last, transits of Saturn in Pisces from, for instance, 1935 to 1937. Think about what was going on around then, historically.
Way too much, yes.
Yeah, a whole lot. Like in 1936, even Hitler, Mussolini, and Japan formed an alliance.
Yes.
And America's unemployed people traveled to California hoping to get work, but the local police chief posted guards at main entrance points blocking the undesirables. Yes. That actually happened.
Yes.
British brainwashing corporations started their first television broadcast in London.
Yes.
And the German airship, the Hindenburg, had its first public flight. Interestingly enough, the Hindenburg, at the end of that Saturn and Pisces transit, fucking exploded.
Yes.
So we saw a lot of technology fails during the Saturn and Pisces. So we're going to see a lot of really weird technological advances, sure, but we're going to see a lot of psyoping, a lot of war propaganda, in the coming maths. This is basically, it's just a massive global colonizer project, that is in the works here. And it extends into space, so it's pretty out there.
Absolutely. No, all of this is agreed. And so when it came to one other thing to bring up with this Nick Littlesey, and I'm going to take this, as positively as possible. Basically what he says is operant conditioning is everywhere, LOL, meaning laugh out loud. He obviously, I'm going to assume, is very skeptical about that, but he obviously has not encountered Peter Moon can help take over at this point, Michael Aquino's Mind War. And before Peter Moon can, kind of take over from where you've left us, because you've built us a great foundation for tonight, honey, and Peter Moon has a foundation of his own. Maybe you can tell us whether or not you were you aware of Michael Aquino and his book Mind War, about waging psychological warfare 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year? Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So intense.
Yes. So you know of this. And, well, honey, we love you dearly. You have a blessed night. And, like I said...
Thanks for having me.
Yeah. What's that, honey?
Listen to at least the first 5 minutes of what I have to say.
Sure. Stay with us for that.
Yeah, I'll stick around. I don't want to go. Honestly.
Stay with us as long as you want, honey. Yeah. So Peter, take over. And I'm here for you.
I didn't hear anything she was saying really until I heard her mentioning the Z word. That's when I came on. But on the positive, May 16th of the following month, which is right on, I believe, at or on the heels of the full moon. It's full moon. It's a full moon. And
absolutely.
There is once in a lifetime occurrence, that these things happen in astrology. It is Venus conjuncting Jupiter in Pisces at 27 degrees. Now, the 27 degrees of Pisces, see, Venus is at home in its native signs of Libra and Venus.
It's exalted there in Pisces.
Well, just let me talk. The Venus is exalted in Pisces. It's where it is not only comfortable, it expresses itself in its most extravagant fashion. Venus is in Pisces, conjunct Jupiter. Now, Jupiter expands, magnifies. So when Jupiter conjuncts Venus, it's going to expand love in its deepest sense.
Mm-hmm.
It's a Christ-like love.
It's
It
beautiful.
is incredible. Now, because Pisces represents the collective unconscious, it spreads out throughout the entire morphogenetic consciousness of the earth. Very, very positive. It's positive on a personal level, romantic level, and also on a collective level. And
Absolutely.
it's occurring when it's a full moon in Scorpio. The full moon will be in Scorpio, and it's
A lot of water.
to be a wonderful time because water penetrates everything.
There's definitely a deep opportunity for some very transformative healing, even among people that are in deep despair or in deep samsara, have the opportunity to really utilize these maths to do some very deep healing and transcend, a lot of suffering. There is also a lot of compassion in these maths as well, and I do like to see that. The only reason I brought up the Mars transit and everything was, just for people to be prepared for how these sort of circumstances are used in negative ways by people in power that abuse that power, essentially, because that's what they tend to do.
That's the next thing I'm going to address.
Yes.
Yeah.
But not from an astrological standpoint. You already laid the groundwork for that.
Yeah.
But I just wanted to point out some of the great positive aspects.
It is so beautiful. Yeah, it's very healing. And that's actually in my blog too. Like, I do emphasize all the beauty and the healing that is available. It's truly beautiful. We're really living in miraculous times. It's an amazing time to be alive, for sure.
Yes, and
now
yeah.
Sorry.
Oh no, go on, by all means.
Now I want to address as I say, not astrological, but just as a preamble, as I was somehow today, when I had YouTube on, I was listening to the let me see, what it's called. It's Geraldo's Devil Worship, Exposing Satan's Underground.
Right.
These are documentary, or I guess a show he did on his Geraldo show for in the late 1980s. Aquino was on, Ted Gunderson's on, and he kind of exposes things, at the same time makes a huge mess of everything.
Right.
Oh, as only media can do, without even fingering Geraldo. This is what media is good at. By the nature of media. I don't mean to excuse him in any way, shape, or form, but it's almost like they're only showing the tip of the iceberg.
And then years later, of course, he turned towards the dark side completely and just said, I apologize for helping to contribute to the satanic panic of the 1980s, and I apologize to all the victims. And by this, he's not referring to the victims of satanic ritual abuse. He's referring to the victimizers that were exposed. He was basically apologizing.
Exactly. And this is unfortunate. What happens? It's like old hippies becoming Reaganites. It's okay. We're gonna join the other side.
Yeah.
Controlled opposition. They specialize in this, in controlled opposition, for sure. It's an age-old tactic, propaganda tactic.
I would not blame the controllers at all.
It's
the individual.
It tends to almost happen organically, basically.
I would blame the individuals who, now I'm a Christian, now I'm a Satanist, now I'm a Christian.
Right.
This is a fault with the individual. Not a fault with MK Ultra.
Right.
MK
No,
Ultra
I'm not.
By the way, just so that you know, honey, when it comes to the way Peter Moon talks, we don't want to distract him too much. So basically, when he starts talking, what you might want to do is you just kind of just let him go without too much input back. This would be less of a conversation at this point. We usually let him kind of yeah, kind of
Well,
lecture.
I'll let you guys get to it. It was great to be on, and thanks for having me. It was nice to meet you, Peter Moon.
Now, honey, is it possible for you to come back Wednesday in the opening hour with us?
I might be able to. It'll really depend on my schedule, but I would love to. It was really fun to be on, and I appreciate it.
Yes, and what we're going to do is we'll call you at that time, same time as tonight on Wednesday. If you're unable to come on, just don't answer. If you're able to come on, then of course we appreciate it. So, just depending on your schedule, just let it flow, okay?
All right. Thank you so much.
And nice to meet you. Yes. Nice to meet you.
Thank you.
Very nice to meet you too. Bye.
Bye for now.
And Wednesday, I hope to be here on time. Paula and I will be coming back from Pennsylvania on that day, so I hope to be back on time.
Oh, wow. Is there anything you can share with us as to what the occasion?
We're just doing our seasonal colon therapy.
Okay, wonderful.
Which is the most wonderful thing in the world.
Oh, it is. Oh, one of the things that she was talking about earlier was that she basically got a horrible whack from what she calls the hammer ban from YouTube for a period of time when she was talking about some kind of medicine, and it was one of these days, maybe Wednesday, or maybe Wednesday would be apropos if you could tell her about that horrible experience about that one doctor who they set him up and basically put him into jail because he made the mistake of responding to an entrapment, that just basically alternative health is a minefield to practice in an environment like this. But
it always has been. There's a whole history of it. Yeah. There's a whole history of alternative health practitioners becoming persecuted and prosecuted.
Yes. Yeah.
And this is just the history of natural health. Yeah. So it even goes back to Heinrich Himmler in the book by Felix Kirsten, his masseuse, quoting Himmler as complaining about how the pharmaceutical companies were ruining medicine by getting rid of the homeopathy.
Absolutely. And Heinrich Himmler, just so people understand, brought back what the medical industrial complex had banned, which was the use of leeches. And at this point in history, they are basically validating and vindicating Heinrich Himmler with now intensive research into the benefits of leeches and their bleeding of various toxins. So go on, Peter. Yeah, by all means.
The problem with leeching is it became overused and misused.
Yes. As is possible for anything, obviously.
People do that. Yeah. But anyway, so I was watching this devil worship stuff, and I'm saying, wow, it's like I haven't heard this in a long time. The despicable defense of the Satanists, and just the sheer audacity.
Yes.
And
the impunity. It's basically they obviously know they're immune from prosecution. So go on.
Well, yeah, and Geraldo, playing acting like he's playing the heavy and the outraged, and just what a washout he is.
Yeah, just like his opening up the hidden thing in Chicago, and it was nothing in it. I can't remember.
Well, that was benign compared to this. Yeah, Al Capone's bull.
Yeah,
that's what catapulted him to fame, and he thought he was a total failure. But as they say, he presents himself very clearly. He's a clear communicator. It's just that what he communicates is so toxic. It's unfortunate. See, the media toxifies you. Yes. It toxifies you. And, there's a couple things that have come up, Douglas, of which we could have very deep and private conversations about. It's not necessary for the group, but along these lines. But in other words, stuff that's come up in my personal life, which is of, perhaps no. But the good thing is the direction I'm going in is not in this direction. It's in quite an opposite direction, in a very positive direction. But and speaking of, while it's on my mind, your book, what what was good about your book today? Well, what I'm going to be talking about is in regards to your work, not just the book we did, the Roswell Deception, but I had a positive rush about your book. I don't even remember what it was. However, there's so much of the information that I've published in recent times concerning Romania and the work of Radu Cinemar, it gives such a positive hope and a positive access to, the technology, in quotes, of Shambhala, the inner earth, and all these wonderful holographic technologies that seems like, wow, they're handing it on a platter to us. The problem is it's all in the secure domain of Department Zero of Romania, who has been, as per the books say, in a constant struggle of good and evil, of maintaining everything at the highest level of national security. Now, this seems kind of ridiculous. How secure must we make this? It's okay, it's secure. All this stuff is wonderful. These are the great revelations, as he writes in his book, It's Not Too Far Away. So what I'm saying here tonight is a bit of a trial run for what I'm going to present with Michael Sala on Thursday. I don't think it's live, but I'm going to be interviewed on Emperor Hirohito's birthday, the 28th.
Excellent.
With Michael. And it's on the two books, Transylvanian Moonrise and Mystery of Egypt, the two books in the series. And Radu makes these comments, and this is after the first book. He's saying these revelations of the Great Expedition that they take into the inner earth, and this is something he says, I can't talk about this. Caesar goes deep into the inner earth, and of course we've heard about some of this in the other books, but there is a group in Romania and perhaps elsewhere who's correlating all this data and trying to make it available to mankind. And then there's the other group, the Masonic elite, who want to control everything and are stopping this. It becomes such a cartoon that it makes you wonder, how real is it? Of course, we know the cartoon is real. We see it in the ravages that go on, from politics to war to all the games being played in the media right now. It's been said quite succinctly and accurately that when you see these battles of good and evil being played out in our world, there's a much more intense battle going on in the astral and even causal planes of entities and beings. If you think Putin fighting Zelensky is challenging, go into the causal plane where those two archetypes, angels and demons, are fighting with each other. And it's a very thick plot. And Radu is saying, there will be a time of great revelations, and some signs show these are not too far away. When I asked David Anderson in 2017, I think it was, how soon you think I'll be able to see your lab? He says, well, I don't think that's too far away. It's 5 years ago, almost 5 years ago. Well, it's kind of far away, if you ask me, 5 years.
Yeah.
So he also states, Radu states, that you don't want to force things. You have to, in Qigong, we say slow is good. So we have a lot of transformations. And when we watch the way things snake with the virus, Pluto controls viruses. Whether you believe in the virus or not is irrelevant. It's a virus, or a virtual virus, whatever the hell. It's a virus. Pluto controls these things, and it wields power this way. It wields power that way. Twitter bumps off Trump. Now Twitter is going possibly into the hands of Elon Musk, which will turn the tables. It's like this is the way power wields itself. It just, it's Pluto, it's power. And the virus is so influential. It has all of these subterranean type influences that are far beyond the machinations of individual politicians. They grab onto it and try and ride it like a wave, screwing it up in the process, usually.
Yes.
Yeah, it's what they're good at, and they're just riding a wave. It's just like, okay, everybody's ordering hot dogs. Let's all go order hot dogs. It's the same thing. Oh, everybody's eating hot dogs. Now, this is very important, is that Radu was talking in his book, Transylvanian Moonrise, about the situation of the Romanian people and the entirety of mankind is in the position of a cancer patient, somebody suffering from cancer. So the disease is serious, but it can be cured, but it's not as simple as treating a cold. He says, in a cancer patient, avoiding metastases, which means the prolongation or the expansion of the disease, requires precise and intelligent action. For example, if the great desire of being cured, the sufferer finds out about a miraculous treatment and applies it immediately without any discernment, it is like the body will not cope, as it is not ready yet for the influx of healing energy. Now, one of my friends who studied the Bible, he studied it rigorously, and I can't vouch for his study because I didn't do the study. But he told me that the healings that Christ did in the Bible, the patients reverted. They relapsed. I can't vouch for this, but I can say that I knew somebody who did healings. He was a chiropractor who did hands-on healings. He was very gifted. I was familiar with the process he did, and he said he could just put his hands around a patient and attune their bodies, and he would fix them, and they would revert. They would revert because that's who and what they were. They weren't in harmony with the attunement. They might have had some issue. Okay, I fixed your back. But the person wanted to have the bad back problem because of some unconscious computation or whatever it was. So Radu was talking about you don't give the patient a cure immediately. We don't open up the complex beneath the Sphinx because, just imagine if it was open, there was no censorship around it and people just went in. I'm going in for a holographic, wow, let me go into those tunnels. It's like Ghostbusters or something. It's ridiculous. It's not going to happen. So first you have the announcement of a cure, a conduit to Shambhala. This is what it is. We can also position it as Zelmaxis, transforming people inside the earth, the patron god of Romania, who was transformed from the indigenous spirits inside the earth into a god. He talks about needing a few preliminary stages of purification, and only then can the actual treatment will cure the person. Now, this is very interesting conceptually, because when you have a body politic that is inundated with false information, and let's take the alien UFO stuff. The population is being pumped with false information about war, about aliens, because if it was true information, wouldn't the patient be better? Look at all the problems we have with farming, with natural food, with supermarkets. There is quite an industry. We all know there's an industry of making people sick. We don't need to prove that. It's been proven many times before. Just as you were saying earlier about alternative therapies.
Yes.
They're held to ridicule, and they're not understood. And it gets scarier and scarier when you hear of people what they deal with when they go to doctors, if you have a sober, independent mind. So we're dealing with a cancer patient, and you got to look at all the food people eat that's not pure, all the rationalizations people have for eating fast food because they're in a hurry. This adds up, because people who rationalize that, I mean, I recently had to compromise my diet when I went on a trip to Mount Shasta. Mount Shasta has, this holistic idea around it. Well, there are some nice places there, but still you're on a schedule that's different. You're not in your home. You've got to, make do as you can. So there are stages of purification. It's just like in the Army, they have to program people through basic training, make them pliable, controllable. Because if you can't control a soldier, you got a screwed up army. If he doesn't follow orders, you're totally screwed. If he does follow orders, you might be screwed because of the orders, the nature of the order. But if he doesn't follow orders, and I can tell you from running a football team, one of the most frustrating things you can have, you say, go out 10 yards and cut to the right. And the guy doesn't do it. And you're ready to throw to him. So why didn't you do it? Well, I thought I was going to do this. You can't have an independent soldier, an independent teammate. You have to follow orders. So that's preparing an army to act. Well, we're not talking about an army here. We're talking about a patient. You can't operate on a person unless he's ready to be operated on. Means you don't want food in his stomach and all of these different things that you heard of. So when he's talking about the great release of all this information, disclosure, if you will, disclosure, we're talking about the disclosure of all this neat stuff, not the exposure of the Satanist stuff, which I'll get back to. You've got to have the patient be reasonably prepared to be healed. Now, if we have a suffering planet, we can't look to the pontificators, the prophets, as being clean. That's not to put aspersions on them. The people saying, this about that, or this about that, as there are many of them, many proliferators of wisdom. And the only criticism I have for these proliferators of wisdom, and there are many, and they do offer genuine wisdom, they're not predisposed towards pointing out what Douglas has to share or offer.
Thank you.
They are resistant to it by reason of their own ignorance of what he has to share. And that is not a criticism. We're all ignorant. We don't know everything. But this is a problem because senior authorities have restricted this information and have restricted the proliferation of this information. So we're dealing with an Earth that is sick on the surface, not necessarily inside. But if it was sick on the inside, it would die. Just like when the internal organs go, you're gone. So it's not ready to get all of this wonderful revelation, whether you think of it in a Christian sense or in a Shambhalic sense of Shambhala, in the tradition of Raghu's books. There are so many, it says here, he says, the consciousness of the masses, riddled with complex vices and hardships in modern society, is not always at the necessary level to assimilate correctly certain information and knowledge that could even cause a closing down of its receptivity. It could cause a recoil. If we give too information too fast, there is a response. Oh, we can't say that. We can't say that. So things, and this has always been used as a excuse. Preston used to say this, that the government didn't want to release too much information on aliens because it would cause such dissonance with the population. They couldn't take it because they're not believing in the church anyway, because they're not going to believe in the church anymore. And that's going to cause all sorts of problems with religion. Well, are we better off with people believing in religion or being woken up to the truth? This is a great rhetorical question. Is society going to go crazy when they find out that things aren't the way they were told? I can only remember my daughter when she was probably 10, and I took her to California, and she went with my cousins to Sunday school because I wanted her to get some exposure to how other people are. And not that I wanted her to believe in Sunday school. She'd never been exposed to it. She grew up in my house where we didn't do church. She was grown up with a non-prejudiced understanding. She went to school with Jewish kids and Christian kids and a few Muslims. And, you know, she was exposed to people with different religions, was very non-judgmental. When she asked me about Jesus and Christianity, I told her the definition of the word. I told her what it meant. I told her in as much as I could to a kid. And she said, because she'd heard stuff, she says, boy, I don't want to have anything to do with that religion. I mean, in words, it's just because of all the false beliefs. So she went to Sunday school. And I said, how did it go? And she said she had to keep herself. She almost busted out laughing, listening to this stuff. She was never taught to disrespect it at all. But it sounded absurd to her, the way that these stories were related and the way the kids believed it. It was like, she just thought it was absurd. And of course, she didn't grow up with moral dilemmas in that regard. So I always thought, you know, if you tell people the truth, but people have faith, they believe in stuff, and it's okay to have faith, but most of this faith that they have is based upon a lack of investigation and inspection of the nature of faith and the nature of knowledge. And there's just a big empty spot in their psyche. So they fill it with, you know, religion. It's similar, but not altogether different of somebody who fills their evenings watching sitcoms or football or baseball or something like that. It's just kind of like an opiate that makes them feel good about the day, the week, the month, the year. And if sitcoms and sports are making you feel good about your life, you're in trouble, in my opinion. It's not to say you shouldn't relax, but if that's what's making you feel good, if you can't have an open Wednesday night being alone with yourself, you're not in a good place. But to go on, it's like all of this lack of, I guess what you'd say, ability to access all this good news in the gospel. Gospel means good news, to access the other dimensions, as Christianity was pointing to. The Vesica Pisces is, okay, there's another world that's far better than this world. They didn't describe it as Shambhala. they didn't even they described it as heaven a little bit, but it was perverted into a denial of this world, and to make this world appear completely despicable. So people would stop bathing, they'd stop keeping themselves clean, and all of this mindset went hand in hand with the Dark Ages and whatnot. It's taken the Christian world, the Western world, a long time to recover from the Dark Ages. It still is recovering.
Yes.
But what we have here is people, the first thing, if you have a disease like cancer on a planetary basis, you first need to recognize it. And this is the same pattern you have in addiction. If you have an addiction, you have to recognize the addiction and not be in denial of the addiction. So here we're talking about a patient that is sick, and many people realize the patient is sick, and they will scream about it, and they will put out videos, and they will create a lot of panic about it. And the panic doesn't solve anything. It does not solve anything. But underlying all of this sickness, and of course, when we get into the aliens and the UFOs, who are these people? What are these people that are having these experiences of aliens and UFOs? Are these aliens bringing us a healthy culture? Are they coming in and saving the farms? Or are they going to the farms and creating cattle mutilations, harvesting internal organs, which looks like an operation from Satanists, blaming it on aliens? You've probably covered that, Douglas, before.
Yes. To the best of my ability, yes.
Well, yeah, and you have, quoting Linda Moulton Howe as a good researcher. She was right on. She was the Geraldo Rivera of the cattle mutilations.
Thank you. Yes.
And these are aliens. These are gray aliens creating cattle mutilations. Well, who wants organs? Organs are the chi of life. This is echoes a very satanic practice. And if you want to blame it on aliens or entities or Satanists in the Pentagon, be my guest. It's a satanic operation. And it's also, but aside from whatever is being used ritualistically, it's creating horror in the minds of people who study conspiracy, people who study UFOs, people who study aliens. I don't know if Ancient Aliens has gone into cattle mutilations. I don't know if
they have. I mean, that's almost like obligatory, yeah.
Well, yeah, I mean, it is definitely something that should be mentioned on the subject. It does occur. And I've seen, deer mutilations at Montauk. I mean, I have see the after effects of them right by the transmitter building. It was horrific. And I'll never forget this girl, I think her name was Sherry, I was going out there with, and she's Jewish. And we're sitting there at the health food store having lunch, and she just goes, "Holy water." What? She says, "Holy water." I don't know why I said that. I just said it. And then we go out there, and she could not look at these things. Now I know why she said holy water, because we were about to see something very unholy. Yeah. And it looked as if these things had their organ, or this one. The other ones had looked like they'd been irradiated. But this one looked like it had been dropped from 100 yards high. It was a classic mutilation of a deer with big antlers. Right in the ballpark of the transmitter itself. And so I mean, these things occur. And it's almost like it was occurring on a interdimensional, with an interdimensional reference frame, as opposed to, guys in black helicopters saying, "Oh, let's take this deer and drop it." Seems too awkward.
Right.
But I really don't know. So we recognize the disease, and we're not in denial. And part of not being in denial is to recognize the truth. The old thing from the New Testament, the old saying, know the truth and the truth shall set you free. And set you free from false beliefs, from aliens. And Douglas Dietrich has so much truth to share. In the book, The Roswell Deception, of how the public has been deceived to believe in Roswell, to believe in aliens. And you can have aliens, but you have to see how we've been lied to so prolifically and so ingeniously and so consistently that we have this bullshit that people, they're not getting out of denial. And I was speaking to somebody about this, and I said, see, the problem, who's on board with what I'm saying, I said, but see, the problem, if you give Douglas Dietrich, 10 yards of truth, he's going to take 100 yards. He's going to score a touchdown. You give him a whole touchdown. It's 100 yards in football, 100-yard field. You give him a touchdown, it gives him too much power. Not for me. I don't have a problem with it. Not for you, unless you're a troll listening. It gives him too much power. And it's not unwarranted power. But what about that power? What does it mean? What does it mean if Douglas can be listened to and say, wow, the United States really did not win World War II? Thinking of all these people out there thinking of aliens, thinking of UFOs, and thinking they're the great mystery, and boy, they're going to come down and tell us the truth. Well, if it was an alien worth his salt, like the very kindly Michael Rene, is that his name, in The Day That the Earth Stood Still? The Day the Earth Stood Still, the classic movie from 1951 or whatever it was?
Yes, I believe so.
53 or 51.
Yeah.
Classic UFO movie. He plays such a kindly alien. And of course, the humans are there ready to abuse him at every turn.
He's effectively the extraterrestrial Christ. Go on. Yes.
Yeah, he's very Christ-like in some ways. And so if he was going to teach us the truth, he'd say, Timmy, or whatever the kid's name is, your government has lied to you. He points to the professor, he points to all these crazy people, but he doesn't point to the Satanists in the movie. He says this Pentagon here, this Washington Mall where we've landed is an upside down pentagram. It's built on an upside down pentagram. And let me tell you about the Pentagon, which is a pentagram in itself. And it's built on, September 11th, 1941 is when the foundation stone is laid.
Yes.
By a Satanist.
Yes.
These are the things you need to know. These are the truths. And it's like, this is the truth. And if you can, it doesn't mean you need to be a crusader against Satanism. That can lead to other problems.
Yes.
But just recognize the truth and stop filling your head with Hollywood. I don't watch Netflix, but one of the young women who interviewed me, whose father was a psychiatrist. She told me, she said, "Oh, this is all programming." You know, she figured this out on her own. She said, "My father goes home at night and watches Netflix." She said, "This is all orchestrated. All these shows are orchestrated," she's saying, "to make you think things." You know, she's just a young woman at 27 or something, younger generation. You know, I couldn't argue with her because I don't watch Netflix, but of course it makes total sense. So this is the world we're sitting in. And then if we can get Douglas's book to be understood and accepted, then we tell them the Roswell deception, then we go into the Presidio situation and all of that, and the story of how he undermined Michael Aquino. One of the most influential people of the last century.
Yes.
One of the most influential people who is not really understood or recognized. He is recognized, but not to the extent to which he could, would, or should be. Scientology is a much bigger buzzword than Michael Aquino.
Yes.
And it shouldn't be. It should be, Michael Aquino should be a bigger buzzword.
Yes.
And so, yeah, and this is what, and then that is okay. So we uncover this, and then when we get deeper into that, we can talk about the German connection.
Yes.
We can talk about the physics of the black sun. We can talk about the art elect, the Voxarka, and these arcane, occult mechanisms that have more deeply influenced our world and continue to affect our cyber world to this day.
Yes.
Now, we have a cyber world that Radu gives us. It's an incredibly profound world of artificial intelligence that seems to operate on a substrata that is beneath the cyber world itself, more in the causal aspect. But then we have the art elect, which is more seemingly involved in the political drama. Where do these connect? I don't know. But these are sort of the archetypal forces that are in play right now. And as a writer, as Peter Moon, whatever it is that I do, these are the games that I want to play in or should be playing in. And I will give an analogy. On Saturday, I went to see my old football friends play their annual game against St. John's Law School, where we pit mostly old guys against the St. John's graduating class in the law school, because one of our players happens to be the dean of the law school. And it's a friendly game. It's a traditional game. The law school has never beaten us, no matter how old we get. And now, but this time, I said, I'm not going to play. I'm going to watch because I'm playing the next day. And I don't want to play 2 days in a row. I did once, and I didn't play very hard on Saturday. It was too much. You pull things, you're not, no, I wasn't going to play. I was going to go watch. And I watched, and I was glad I didn't play because the law school had 4 women on their team.
Whoa.
They were good. They were good athletes. They played well. They could have played much better if they threw to the tall guy. They had some really good athletes on their team. But I went and I watched, and I said, the games I'm playing on Sunday morning with younger guys are so much more competitive.
Yeah.
So much more competitive. I went and played 3 hours today. Got a little too tired at 3 hours. But it's like, wow, this was much more competitive. I've changed my competition level. And what I'm saying is Peter Moon wants to be in a level where he's competing with real forces.
Yes.
Not this, okay, we're going to talk about how we can get an elixir that's going to help humanity. And even in the last book, The Etheric Crystal, the Mentia, the character from the Inner Earth, is saying, people have to get off their sugar. They have to do this. They have to be ready. She's saying ready. She's trying to push the envelope, but it's hard to push the envelope. So what are they going to come up with next? How hard can they reach? How hard can they reach into humanity with a book? I am a conduit for them. If they want to release an elixir to the population, which I am equally skeptical to the alchemist Eleanor in the book, saying people have to be ready for it. And Radu, in his own words, is saying, yes, people have to be ready. We have a sick patient. So the patient has to know he belongs in a hospital or going to a doctor. And what's the best thing for a cancer patient is oxygen, oxygenating the cells, because disease dies in the presence of oxygen. Oxygen, breath, chi, spirit. Putting the spirit into the sick patient instead of what are these aliens? What are these UFOs? They can represent a message, a consciousness, but at what point, what does it offer you? There's something out there. There's something bigger than myself. Well, okay, we have to get over that. We have to look at what's inside of yourself. And we have to establish a balance. And he also discusses here that the average person has so much malefic factors in his life, whether it be from too much TV, too much bad food, too much suffering. It might be of a physical level, it might be of an emotional level, it might be of a mental level. It's pretty easy to find suffering in this world. So he's got his prejudices. And when people are faced with change, in order to transform, they realize that they need to completely change their entire life vision. And it's going to take a great effort. And this is enough to make people stop. I can't change. Case in point were my parents in 1974, when I was deeply involved in Scientology, which confused the hell out of them. Deeply involved in the Sea Organization. I would talk to them and they couldn't change. I knew something was wrong with the world. I knew something was wrong with living in the world. I needed to change myself. I worked on it completely. Huge efforts I took to change myself. I was changing myself. I was much more focused on that than I was on the details of being in an organization called Scientology. Believe you me, I knew the details of that organization better than most people. That's how I was able to survive it. Knew them better. But it's like I told my parents, I said, you've got to change your life because what you're doing is wrong. And I didn't say it so bluntly. I said it with as much impact and compassion as I could. But they believed in, you got to do what the man says. They didn't use those terms, but to do what the man says. The man says to go to school and get a job. The things you're questioning, they'd say to me, my mother would say, your father's questioning these and, there's no answer. You got to follow the man. And my father, who was, I don't think he was as smart as my mother, but he was somehow intellectually superior. I mean, I don't know. He was certainly much more of an active, capable human being than my mother. I think she technically had a higher IQ. Not that his was insignificant, but, he wouldn't have any answer for me. He was just following a pattern, following a program. He went to school and went to college and got a good job. I found out later from my cousin that he was the first one ever to go to college in my family.
Wow.
Or finish college, whatever. That was considered a big deal. It didn't impress me too much, but my brother went to college, but it was after he already had a good job. He never used it. It's not how he got hired. So
interesting.
But in any case, so in other words, they couldn't make the change. And I said, if you don't change, if you go on like this, you change, something is going to happen. You can't do this. So when I was notified by my dad's cousin or her husband, they came to get me off the ship, which was in San Pedro at the time, where they happened to live nearby. They told me my parents had been killed in an automobile crash last night. First thought that went through my head is, I said, I knew it. I knew this was going to happen.
Right.
I knew it.
Right.
And it wasn't something I wanted to happen, but it was something, if you don't change, life is going to change you. And I was very much in touch with the rhythms of life at that point, because I would counsel people, I would audit people. And when you audit somebody, you go into a deep empathy with them. Mm-hmm. You go into life itself. You're dealing with different individuals, many different individuals. So you feel the rhythms of life in different human beings. And just to give you an idea, so you're feeling life, and this is what life is about. It's not about Scientology. Scientology is about life. Catholicism is about life. Catholicism teaches you about life, correctly or incorrectly. But you are there because you're having a life. We're not just talking about Catholicism and Scientology. We're talking about any religion. Work is life. But when you're counseling somebody, you're going deep into their soul. You're seeing what makes them tick, what makes life tick. And you have knowledge of what to ask them and how to get them to communicate. So you're going deep into the soul of life. It goes from, the person you're with, could be Mary, could be John, could be Gary, could be Alice, whoever you're dealing with. And you're dealing with people of different ages, people of different persuasions, people of different sexual orientations. And it's just life. That's all that matters is life. So you begin to feel the rhythm of life. Case in point, there was one crew member. His name was Jerry, and he was in charge of the deck force, and he ran all the people, all the new recruits on the decks. And he happened to be I was his auditor. I was counseling him. And I remember walking on the deck, and I had a rapport with this guy. And he's on what was called the fantail, the stern of the ship. And I'm walking, and I see this boom with a block on the end of it. And that block is coming, and it's swinging towards his head. And oh, son of a bitch, I said, it's going to hit this guy. And I can't do anything. I can't yell out or anything. There's not time. Right. And if I did yell out, he'd probably turn his head and
see it coming. Harder. Yeah.
And it hits him right in the goddamn head. And I'm just so pissed off. I felt like I was responsible for that, although I wasn't.
Right.
I could feel it. I could see it happening as it happened, but I couldn't do anything about it.
Oh, that's such a nightmare.
So, okay, what happens when somebody in Scientology gets hurt? You give them an assist. So because he was my pre-clear, this was the word, I take him down below deck. He's hurt hard, and I give him an assist, and he gets so much better. Helped him a lot. And he's praising me for being such a wonderful being for doing this for him. And I'm like thinking, well, if I was really good, I would have stopped the whole thing in the first place. I would have been good enough to stop it. That's how, in touch I was with the rhythm of this particular person. Right. And I would make good on it later that year, when Kathy, who was my junior, she was about one of the few people I ever had underneath me. She was a dainty, cute little dainty girl, and she would clear words on people. That was her job. And we were doing lifeboat drills, and it was very stormy. And it was crazy. We shouldn't have been on the lifeboat. And so here again, it's this pulley. You call it a block and tackle. It's this big, it's like a big pulley with a big wood. And this thing's flying around. It's about to hit her in the head.
Oh, shit.
Smash her, possibly kill her. And I reach up and grab it. I grab it about, 2 or 3 inches from her head. I stop it. I make a good catch.
Incredible.
And I just started yelling at everybody. We have to get off this boat. We have to get up back on the ship because this is crazy. We can't be doing lifeboat drills in a crazy sea.
Yeah.
So I atoned myself for that.
Interesting.
And then she came to me in my dreams when she died. This is a handful of years ago. She came to me in my dreams. She died of cancer because I knew her husband quite well. And I think he smoked her to death.
Oh.
In other words, from secondhand smoke.
Yeah, I don't think that can kill people. It's true.
Yeah, and I heard that he really was a relentless smoker. And she came to me, and it was kind of like in my dreams, or when she came to me, and I said, "Oh," and I said, "It's okay." I just like she came to me out of like somebody who saved her life once, so she died, and I looked up and I found out she had died. I looked her up and found out she had passed away of cancer, and I didn't really know she had cancer. I found out that way. The dream told me. So the point of it is there is a certain rhythm to life, and your life will give you things. Yes. It will take away things. And one of the things is that life has given me through much challenge is Douglas Dietrich. It's given me Douglas Dietrich
Bless you.
To process, not in a Scientological sense, but not in a non-Scientological sense. It's a process to have this information, to recognize it, digest it, present it, and do with whatever I can, because know the truth, and the truth shall set you free. Free from what? All of this crap. So I'm going to go back to changing, transforming one's life. It seems very difficult. I will meet people in the course of Qigong and say, oh God, they got a lot wrong with them. They got body parts compromised and all this. It doesn't matter how messed up you are. You've been working all your life to get to where you are. There is a saying in Taoism, Lao Tse, the Tao Te Ching, he says, the journey of 1,000,000 miles begins with the first step. So you take the first step. 1,000,000 miles, okay. If I've taken 1,000 miles since I first heard that, arbitrarily, it doesn't sound like a lot, but it is a lot. 1,000 miles is a lot. I have recently, in the last few months, had occasion to see people who've aged very poorly. Oh. And it's like, and the reason they're aging poorly is because it's incremental. It's like the more ill you get, the faster degeneration is. If you allow yourself to degenerate, if you can put off old age. As they say, I'm working a minimum of an hour, often an hour and a half, and sometimes even more than that. I should work 2.5 hours a day on self-improvement. When I talk about self-improvement, I'm talking about physical improvement, breathing, movement, exercise. Here's a good one that I just kind of really began to appreciate and learn about. 2 things to do that are very healthy for you. First one is hanging. I don't mean hanging yourself like like Dennis Carradine or whatever his name was.
Like David Carradine with autoerotic self-stimulation. No.
Yeah, I don't mean hanging yourself with a rope. Yes. I mean hanging from a bar or a tree, like a monkey or an ape. When you see monkeys hanging from a tree, scratching their armpit or whatever they're doing, they're actually exercising. They're not just acting like an ape. Well, they are acting like an ape, but this is primordial strength. And when you go and grab the bar, your back is going to decompress. Very healthy for the back. It's going to decompress because gravity's constantly making it compress. So I had tried doing pull-ups a few years ago, and I wasn't very successful because I'm, 50 pounds heavier than when I used to do pull-ups. In my, prime athleticism, I was 6'2", 170 pounds, maybe push it to 180, was thin. And now I'm about, 223. So I've got 50 more pounds to lift up.
Right.
I can't chin myself up anymore. So I went out and I tried it, and I couldn't hang on that bar for 5 seconds.
Yeah, well, stand in line.
Now I went back the next day and I had gloves on. I went up on that bar and I was able to hang for 10 seconds.
Cool.
I took a walk around the park, came back, and I was able to hang for 12 seconds. Ideally, you're supposed to do this 7 minutes a day, not necessarily cumulative.
Right.
But I can tell you that it felt so good. I can't wait to go back and do it. I didn't do it today because, football was a bit much.
Right.
But I would hope to go back tomorrow. I'm going to go 10 minutes out of my way to go to the park, and I'll probably take a walk if I go there too.
Great.
walk around the park, but grab the bar. Wow. It does so much for you. You can buy these things and put them in your door jamb and hang from them. But just getting that spine decompressed is very good. Yeah. You won't need to see a chiropractor.
Interesting.
And there's also squatting. Much of the indigenous world squats. Squatting in martial arts, they said it's good for your core. Good for your core. So I did some squatting. Not a lot. Now, I actually had to, my teacher gave me a squatting stance to do, which is very difficult. Very difficult. I could never do it. I could do stance for 20 minutes. Many stances he did. He gave me that one. I could never do it. I could do it for maybe 5 minutes. I couldn't do it for 5 minutes now. But there are other squatting, which led me to a whole discussion. I talked to one of the guys today at football who's a trainer about catchers who squat all the time, baseball catchers. Traditionally, baseball catchers are not fast. They're slow. There's a few who are fast. Oh, he's got good speed for a catcher. So if they're squatting all the time, how come they're not fast? I think there's two reasons. I said one reason is a lot of the people, especially traditionally, who play that position are not suited to play other positions where speed is a factor. So because they tend to be sort of squat, they're put in that position. They're not fast runners in the first place, and that's why they gravitate to that. There's also, he said, they might overuse certain muscles to the point where it doesn't serve their running muscles.
Right.
So that led to a whole, it intrigues me, actually. But I would say, where's that famous, one of the most famous baseball players in history, Yogi Berra, was a catcher, and he did not suffer from bad speed, and he caught all the time. So he was not known as a slow runner. So I think squatting is a mystery to me, some of the factors, but I do know that it's good. So what happened today, I wasn't real pleased with my performance today because of stamina. I'm out there for 3 hours, so I've got pretty good stamina. But I don't like the fact that when let me say, if I were to compare this to basketball, if I'm going up for a dunk shot, I'm really good about 3/4 of the way there. And then to finish it is a bit more of a challenge. I kind of run out of energy. Although, it's if I were doing plays like that, football doesn't necessarily require that, but I could up my game a notch if I could have full stamina to finish. Not that I can't finish, but if I had the full stamina with me, I was able to catch up with a player who's theoretically or actually faster than me. I caught him from behind to tag him out, which was really impressed the hell out of me. I didn't think I could do it. So the squatting must have helped me in addition to everything I do. The main thing here is, though, what I'm trying to say is, if you want to pay the price of feeling good, exercise appropriately for an hour a day. Not any exercise, but as they say, the price I pay is very cheap. I work out, I enjoy my workout, and then when I wake up, I feel good. I don't have rheumatism, I don't have arthritis, quite the opposite. So the more I work out appropriately, the better I will feel. This is the price you have to pay to fight old age. It's also the price you have to pay if you want to transcend, or as our friend Jojo would say, ascension. And boy, this is a woman who has turned her life around after suffering severely. Let's put a plug in for her book.
Yes. Oh, of course. Is
The
Ascension Together.
Diary.
Yes. Yeah.
Jojo Misolasic.
Yeah. Mikolajik.
MisolazYk.
Yes.
Misolasic. Jojo Misolasic on Amazon.com. Ascension Diary, riveting story of her personal overcoming of addiction, gang rape, and a nightmare of a life. Going through prison and moving into a very beautiful life, which she does have. I'm very honored to have her as a friend, as is Douglas.
Yes.
We make a great team.
Yes.
So
all three of us.
I want to put a plug in for her book. I also want to put a plug in for Douglas right now for fundraising for Douglas.
Oh, bless you.
If the link can be put up in the chat room for people can send $20.
Oh, yes.
Or more.
Yeah.
Or more. Because Douglas is, as I say, he's on disability. He doesn't get paid for doing his radio shows. His royalties from the book are too slim to mention. We appreciate your support for Douglas. If we can, just give the information to how people can contribute to, just whether it's a money order or the PayPal or whatever.
Thank you.
Just that now.
Yes, and by the way, Ballistic Bupa, who is our lovely JoJo she says, all my love family, Ascension Diary, dedicated to you. It is certainly dedicated to all of us. And for myself, I'm going to enter this into the chat room, but of course it's also on the screen, paypal.me/Douglas Dietrich. I do appreciate, basically I need $20 towards rent, specifically $15 towards rent and $5 towards the money order. And it's not that my rent is $15, mind you, but I'm short $15 towards rent. And but certainly everybody contributing about $20. Obviously, the money that remains will go towards basically my veterans group life insurance, which I have to pay once a year, and that payment is due, and that's going to be about it's going to be about $400. So definitely everything will be saved up, and that is not going to be spent on basically, well, the food and the Coke, the beer really, and the Coke that combines to form diesel, which is what keeps me going throughout these shows. But for now, so long as I get about $20 from somebody, that'll make certain that I don't become just another homeless veteran. So that's part of the struggle of life. And our man, Peter Moon, has been an angel to bring that up. God bless him. And my thanks as well to Sarah Thomas with her three pink pulsating hearts. God bless her. A kiss towards Amy Kumo. And, of course, towards the lovely Jojo Mikolajik. Again, that is Ascension Diary. To spell her last name, Mikolazyk, I believe. Mikolajik.
That's correct. That's correct.
Okay. Yes. How the fuck did I even get that out? And Michael Miller.
It's pretty easy once you figure it out. It's Miko and Lazik.
Yes.
Once you put a little attention on it. But also, I want to mention that JoJo has birthday coming up on Wednesday.
Yes, and she's going to try and be with us, she said. So
yeah, I'm sure she will be. Yeah. And she might have to fill in for me if I get back late. But those who are JoJo fans, in addition to buying her book, if you could send her present to Douglas.
Oh,
she's donating her gifts. If you want to give her money, she doesn't need your money. But if you want to send her something, send it to Douglas. She will appreciate that you sent it to Douglas.
Oh, bless you.
She needs your book sales, but she doesn't need your donations.
Yes, that's right. And so my love to everyone. Michael Miller says, what about an old-fashioned check or snail mail address? So I'm going to provide that now within the chat room, as well as what's on the screen with the PayPal. And while I tend to that, Peter Moon will go back to talking and covering what he's been doing. I fully expect him to ultimately bring a cell phone with him, and maybe either his wife or maybe by himself.
Oh yeah, if I'm late, we hope to get back by 9 o'clock. I mean, because she's got to go to work the next morning, and we'll.
Oh yeah, no worries. Our lady Jojo says looking forward to it, so that means she'll probably be here Wednesday to fill in for you in case you're late. So what I also meant to say was you might bring a cell phone with you and start doing what Salman Shakes does over at the pull-up bar. Filming yourself churning out the pull-ups. And...
I'm not going to do that. That's for Salman to do. He likes doing that. I might this Friday. I might. Provide something. But first I want to say is our appointment is at 3 p.m. So that means we'll be lucky to get out of there by 5. We'll have dinner in Pennsylvania somewhere. It'll take us 3 hours to get home. We'll be cutting it close, but I should be there. I'll be cutting it close. Hopefully we'll be back by close to 9. And as I say, we can phone you or whatever. But I was going to say we're having Friday night. We're having our football draft for the next season, where they're picking players, and they're going to rent a room at the Marriott Hotel next to the Nassau Coliseum, where the Islanders used to play. The Long Island Islanders. They've moved to Belmont or someplace where the racetrack is. But we're going to be renting a room with people are going to get dressed up, and we're going to have a draft of football. It's going to be live streamed.
Tell people about your YouTube channel where they can see footage of you playing football.
There won't be footage of that. That'll be something else. This has nothing to do with Peter Moon's career, really.
Understood. But if you could tell us about your own touch football, there's footage of you on your channel, isn't there?
Well, I don't know. I don't know. That's the Long Island Blitz League. The Blitz League on YouTube, Blitz League. Okay. But that's you can watch somebody playing football who's 69 with kids who are in their 20s and doing well. But that's beside the point. Back to what I was talking about.
Yes.
As they say, changing one's entire life.
Yes.
You have to, if you want to go somewhere, you have to change. You have to change your ideas. You have to change your. Here's a quote from Radu, or actually from I think the Lama. The aura is in fact a subtle energetic cumulus and depends upon the predominant nature of the energies that comprise it. Things here are relatively simple. If you act only beneficially, then you accumulate positive energies of a beneficial nature in your aura. Such an aura is bright, alive, active, and radiant. But for those who fall prey to vices and persevere in perverse and negative thinking, their aura is gradually becoming more and more impure with maleficent energies. These make it dull, tarnished, and dominated by dark colors like muddy green, brown, dark red, and even areas of dark gray and black. The energetic structure of the aura is very complex, but an essential part of it is that within it is encoded practically any information about that man that is more or less hidden in specific ways. Hence, the correct reading of the aura can foresee the nature of a future disease, its seriousness, or even the death of that respective being if certain particular signs are seen. So this is, nobody's perfect, but all of what you're accumulating in your physical body is accumulating in your aura. And it's part of the electromagnetic and subtle structure that's around your body, which certain people can see if you're gifted or talented enough. It's a perception that can be acquired. So it's like these are things that are very serious, and you have to look at them and, as they say, start the journey of a million miles. Yes. Like, okay, I'm not going to think negative thoughts about myself. Don't even worry about other people. Just you're not going to be unkind to yourself, because this is one of the worst things people do, is they negate themselves. So true. And then when you negate yourself, you'll have sometimes a tendency to put too much faith in other people. Yes. And this is one of the worst things that happens. People put faith in other people. They think, well, this person told me that I need this vaccination. People told me that I need this piece of medicine. People told me that I need this, that, or that I need a girlfriend. people tell you that you need things. Sometimes they're actually right. Sometimes life is telling you that you need something. You need to, you need to get unsick. But people they negate themselves, so they defer to other people without investigating things. Right. They're, in other words, they'll just do what they're told, and they're not going to investigate and make a logical decision. A vaccination might be good for one person. It might not be good for another person. These are depends on the vaccination, of course, and it also depends on the medical history and predisposition of the patient. There's not one standard, formula that cornflakes are good or bad for everybody. Right. So,
by the way,
the whole point here is one has to learn how to think and process information, but to start clearing out their aura. And one of the ways this can be done, and we're taught to do this 15 minutes a day in Qigong. It's something I have not been doing, but is to scan down the body and clear it out like a computer scanner, just printer scanner. Scan down your body and clear out the imperfections. Say, what are the imperfections? Whatever you perceive the imperfections to be. And you're just going to scan down from the top of your head all the way down the body, down the torso and arms, down the legs, down the knees, down the feet, and then you're going to start again. You're going to go down again. You're going to scan down. If you want to scan with purple light, you scan with purple light, and you scan this for 15 minutes a day. And if you do it, it's going to create a positive effect on you. How many people have the patience to do that for 15 minutes a day? You're going to go on a trip if you do it. And you just think, oh, what's that? You might find your shoulders a little tense, because all of your maladies, per the traditional Chinese medicine, the meridian system, and there's also the 8 regulatory channels, all of these energies that literally go through your body, and a skilled acupuncturist will make you feel them, are in the electromagnetic area that they call the aura. It's outside of the body, but it works its way into the body. So if you begin to scan the energy around your body, you're getting at the more fundamental nature of what is going on in your body. So if you're imaginative and intuitive, you can have a field day with this. In fact, if you're not imaginative, intuitive, you're encouraged to become more imaginative and intuitive. Some people say they're not imaginative, they don't have any imagination. And I don't believe that for a minute. I believe they're thinking of all sorts of things, but they don't express it. They don't talk about it. People think about things all the time, but they'll say, oh, I wasn't thinking of nothing. I wasn't thinking of nothing. It's not true. Sometimes they don't want to admit what they're thinking about, but that's not really what I'm really talking about. I suppose if somebody had continuous thoughts about sex or stealing or murder or some really ugly subject, and they were just there all the time, I could see that they wouldn't want to say it. But in fact, I should consider that. But I think people that were thinking like that all the time would probably be predisposed to doing those things.
Yes.
So imagination is very important, because it will help you in situations. Badu is saying that one of the biggest problem on the Earth has an aura, and the situation is becoming acute because the greater number of human beings living on the planet of the surface are acting wrongly and are tipping the balance to the negative side. That's a lens he's looking at, and certainly an argument could be made for that. There are also people who are either doing or trying to do the right thing. It's so this saga of suffering that we all have heard about or might be living through. It's like the only way you can stop it is to fight it or to counter it and not engage in it. And that begins with changing one's life. And I'm not telling anybody how to change their life. Breathing is a very good way. Qigong, yoga. One of the most disappointing things I've seen, it's disappointing and it's encouraging at the same time to me, because I've watched people teach Tai Chi and they don't or barely mention the breath. And I said this to one of my friends who was teaching Tai Chi. I said, well, it didn't say anything about the breath. He said, oh, that's tomorrow. But tomorrow's lesson never happened. So the breath was completely ignored. So what I was taught with Qigong is breathe, 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 breathe. And it will be reiterated, shifted, even to the point where if you fail at some movement, whether it be a push hands movement or any sort of martial movement, you could even trace it back. If somebody goofed on a piano key, their breath is off. They weren't breathing. So correct the breath, correct the mistake. It's that simple. You know, if you see a person losing in push hands, it's like, okay, you're not breathing. And you'll see an exact stoppage of breath at the moment they fail, because they're not breathing. The breathing's going to strengthen them. So everybody can gain tremendous amount by breathing. Yoga, they always teach breath. It's always taught because it's a staple of breath. And yoga is a very good thing to do. It depends who the teacher is. It depends how you're learning. But, and as I say, you're sowing seeds every moment of your life. And what are you going to get back? If you breathe into life, you'll get back more breath.
Yes. Yes.
So he says the accumulations that a being gets in his aura will be the ones triggering all the leaps to come in that being's spiritual evolution. So the more you accumulate positivity into your aura, the better triggers you will get. You will accumulate more. In Qigong, this is called stacking. You want to stack Qi, packing Qi. There's certain exercises, but you're just accumulating Qi. You're accumulating life force. And this precipitates evolutionary leaps. Like, it was an evolutionary leap for me to write the Montauk Project. I was telling, we have a friend visiting us, and I had to get up early after last time's broadcast, and I had to, go report to the airport at 6 a.m. to pick her up.
Oh my God!
One of our friends, Paula's friend, but more, she's part of the school in Romania. She's a student.
Oh, wonderful!
She has Romanian roots.
Is she staying with you?
She's staying with us. Yes.
Oh, that's incredible.
Yeah, well, I got to entertain her for the first day she was here because Paula was at work. Right. So, but I was just telling her a very moving story of, not when I met Paula in Romania, but of sort of a evolutionary moment in mine and Paula's relationship. Yes. I was telling her this. I was sharing it with her. It was a very personal story that I thought she would appreciate because she's such a good friend of Paula. And she just went into a deep reverie. She went into a deep reverie because she's so connected to Romania, because she does have Romanian roots. She's learning the language. But she's so deeply connected to it that it was like connecting with the energies of of that area. But I was telling her, because she was connecting with her ancestors. And I told her about, Asians, I was referring to you.
Yes.
That ancestor connection is very deep. I said there were only 2 times in my life where I really felt my ancestors as a group. One was when my parents died, and I would sit there in the middle of the night, waking up and letting my grief flow, but also connecting with my ancestors and feeling my ancestors. And it happened again when I wrote the Montauk Project, and it was either published or going to be published, and I felt like all my ancestors were very excited that somebody had, done something beyond tilling soil. Not that tilling soil is bad, but it was an evolutionary leap.
Yes.
And of course, writing that book was an evolutionary leap, not only for me, but for many people who read it. And I got a further evolutionary leap when Radu Cinema wrote it and offered what he had to offer, accumulating chi, accumulating energy, accumulating power, an evolutionary leap. This is the Lama Ripa Sndy saying, "It's good that you understand the necessity to accumulate exclusively positive energies at the level of the aura. Afterwards, as I told you before, these accumulations will add up and generate the premise for an evolutionary leap towards an accelerated evolution." He says the same for spiritual regress or involution. It's going into the abyss of evil. For as long as there still is evil in man, he will be vulnerable, as what is already in the being will always attract something similar. So when we talk about the work of Douglas Dietrich, all of this evil, it's like all of these people who seem to be acolytes or in bed with Aquino or his legacy, it's not that they're all taking orders from him. Part of them, he says, there's evil in man. Evil is inside man. If it wasn't inside of him, he'd still be in the Garden of Eden, metaphorically. He's vulnerable because he's attracted to all of the negativity that is projected by Aquino, the Montauk transmitter, or whatever other example you want to give. This is something that has to be scoured out. It's scoured out because if you don't scour it out, it's there. A great example for me was in Scientology. We had a process called expanded Dianetics, a subject, an approach that Hubbard evolved out in 1972 after over 20 years of experimenting with Dianetics, a book that has been thoroughly discredited, discounted, and removed from consideration. At the same time was incredibly popular and very effective for many people. He developed procedures which he called expanded Dianetics, one process of which, or one rundown of which was a series of processes, was to go and find every evil purpose ever expressed by the person in their folder. And if they had an e-meter read attached to it, was to address that and basically run it out of one's mind. When I say run it out of one's mind, to erase the evil. But it was not done forcibly. It was done to go and examine where did it come from. They were referred to as evil intentions. So you might say, you might have an evil intention, which might be to smash the shit out of your teacher. She hated the teacher. So you go back and, okay, go back to that incident, run through it. There's a whole procedure. Is there an earlier incident of wanting to smash the shit out of your teacher? And it, might go back to a previous life, real or imagined, where you're smashing the hell out of somebody. And then once you've done that and relieved yourself of that, or you're having the shit smashed out of you, it alleviates it. You no longer have this psychic impetus to want to hit a teacher. You know, it's like you don't want to hit a teacher. Now, all of a sudden, when the subject of teaching comes up, you're not reactive to it. And believe you me, there are many people who've wanted to hit a teacher. I didn't necessarily have that. I just gave an example. But there are many things you acquire and many people you meet in life, especially in an early age, who trigger you. If you're a normal person, you might be triggered by whatever. It's all reactive. So this was a very thorough, and I would venture to say dozens upon dozens of hours. I would even venture to say hundreds of hours were put into this on my own particular case of confronting whatever evil I could stir up. So if I haven't alleviated all evil, and I certainly hadn't, you'd say 90% of it was gone.
Wow.
Because I've had to deal with evil stuff.
Right.
And one of the things I'm having to deal with right now that's evil is the lack of proper, appropriate attention to Douglas's work.
Right.
This is evil in people who don't want it exposed. Just like Geraldo Rivera.
Yes.
It's hard for me to think that Geraldo was in bed with Aquino, but sort of like happened with Oliver Stone.
Yes.
It's kind of like, okay, Geraldo, you're not clean. And actually, Geraldo was probably blackmailable.
Right.
Because he would refer to his days as whoring around. And I remember Don Imus saying, oh, yeah, he was doing coke with all the rest of us. They'd have these big orgies and stuff back with all the famous people of New York back in the 60s or 70s, whenever it was. And he said he remembered Geraldo being part of that scene. And Geraldo doesn't necessarily deny it, but you don't know.
Well, we know for a fact he attempted to rape Bette Midler, so that's something.
That I didn't know.
Oh, okay.
Can you tell us about that?
Oh, yeah. Bette Midler was in a woman's bathroom when Geraldo Rivera, all coked out, followed her in and attempted to rape her in a stall. She was very public about that, and he never denied it. He never sued her for defamation of character. So when she brought it up almost as a joke, because she said he was so lame that it was more like if she felt that even if he had managed to overpower her, that he couldn't get it up. So she presented it as basically making him look like a complete and total fool. In other words, he was an attempted rapist who was essentially disempowered by her eviscerating him and making him look impotent with her joking it off. That was how she handled it, because, that's her background, right, is being like a comedian. And he never, like I said, denied it, nor sued her for defamation. And so he basically by not responding, he basically proved it was true. He basically validated her story. So knowing that alone, we can only imagine what it took.
Well, what I would also say about Bette Midler is she was in the 70s.
Yeah.
Barry Manilow was her piano player, and she was very popular in the gay bathhouses.
Oh, no doubt. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me.
Yeah, and the gay people love her. So in an environment like that, and I don't really know how Geraldo crosses into that environment, but she was in an environment where morals were incredibly loose and incredibly this was the time of Studio 54, where there were, tons of drugs and sex in Studio 54. I don't know if Bette hung out there. I don't know if she was allowed in there. She might have been. I have no idea, because she was an up and coming celebrity at that time. Right. And so in those environments that were coke ridden and other drugs ridden, anything and everything could have happened. it could have been hetero night, or maybe Geraldo was, so drugged out of his mind, he'd gone gay for the night. Maybe he's gay anyway. I don't know. I don't suspect he's gay. I don't know. But he's certainly
with the mustache he's got, it kind of makes him look that way.
well, the thing is, he has never denied what he calls his whoring around. So and in those days, that was pre-AIDS. Anything went, and the morals were very loose. So that is,
there we are. I mean,
so what I'm saying is he's possibly blackmailable on some level, but his confront of evil is certainly lacking when he begins to apologize for his role in perpetrating the Satanic Panic. I saw on one of the chats on that one of those shows that this guy kept saying, or perhaps it didn't happen at all, or perhaps it didn't happen at all. He just kept repeating himself, and he was obviously a troll. And then somebody, confronted him, and he basically said he was a Satanist, and Satanists don't believe in this, and Satanists don't believe in that. And he was basically shilling for the Satanists.
Yeah.
And, taking issue with it. And somebody was calling him out on it. So, yeah, back to the thread here is that people do have evil inside of them. And it doesn't serve you. It says, for as long as there is still evil in man, he will be vulnerable, as what is already in the being will always attract something similar. So this is, what are you attracting in your life? And so Radu asked them, how will we then ever manage to accumulate merits and beneficial energies? The Lama says there are enough possibilities to use one's individual will so as to annihilate the negative accumulations. For example, one way is to act the opposite to the maleficent tendency that is felt within. If he is about to be overcome by a state of anger and fury, then he will have to control himself and patiently induce a state of calm and love for the other being upon whom he wanted to project the malefic energies. All of these involve effort, but you must know that you can't succeed without effort. Now, this is very important. If you can, and this is a very good time to do it in May, as Jupiter and Venus align. It's like, if you begin to feel hate, transmute that hate into love and caring for the person. And you can even do it selfishly, because if you realize that you give love and compassion, it'll come back to you. The more love and compassion you exude, the more will come back to you. It's amazing how that trick works. If you have an issue receiving money, you might want to go out and give $1 to a homeless person. Even though you really feel that you can't afford the $1, you might get back something from somebody else that might be the equivalent of what that $1 is to that homeless person. But it's like reversing the energy. It was one of the first things I learned in Scientology when I was very raw. Hubbard had one point in it. It was a book, but it was actually based upon a tape. He says, if a flow is going too long in one direction, simply reverse the flow. It's like, say, so if you've been bullied your whole life, reverse the flow on the bully. There are several dramas and stories about this. When somebody stands up to the bully, they recede, they stop in most cases. You just reverse the energy. Or a person who's taking abuse just decides to stop taking the abuse. Okay, I'm not gonna be abused anymore. They just refuse it. and the person who's abusing them is just so awestruck at the fact that the person's not letting them abuse anymore. But it's much harder to get the person to reverse the flow than it is to get the bully to stop, the abuser to stop. Right. It's not hard to stop the abuser. You just have to stop them. Just say, I'm not going to take your abuse anymore. And then they stop. It's much harder to get the person to do it than it is to get the abuser to stop. Much harder, because they won't stop the pattern. So this is part of annihilating negative energies, is the self-abuse you take.
Right.
Just don't do it.
You mean what you're willing to tolerate? Because I want to disambiguate that from blaming the victim, which is what was the result of a lot of the EST type training, was and what Aquino would take advantage of, and what I noticed very much amongst the crowd of his acolytes, where they had the attitude that I noticed was promoted a lot by, aside from Satanism in the form of even Anton Szandor LaVey himself, but also by Erhard seminar training. The idea was that whatever happens to people is what needs to happen to them. In other words, if a woman is...
What I'm saying can be abused.
Yeah.
It's like it's an excuse to abuse. I'm talking about somebody who's standing up to the abuser.
Right.
In that somebody's abusing you, stand up to the abuser. That form is what you just said, is a form of abuse in itself.
Right.
So, well, yeah, he's a victim. He deserves it. And maybe in some scheme of perception, they do deserve it. But that's not an excuse to be, reinforcing it.
Right.
I'm talking about fighting off your own abuse.
Yes.
That you're accepting, or your lack of whatever it is. If people don't serve you politely in a restaurant, maybe you need to change your whole, structure of thinking, so that you, go up and do something nice to the person, or put $10 in the waiter's tip jar, and he sees you do it. So here's $10. Take care of us. Now, maybe you shouldn't have to do that, and you shouldn't have to do it. However, if you've been a repeated victim of waiters, every time you go into a restaurant and they're treating you like shit, if you did that, it would be worth the $10, just because you'd be reversing your whole relationship with waiters, and it would morphogenetically transfer to all the waiters you'd ever see. Oh, waiters think, this is a generous guy, I better be nice to him. It's just an example. It's an energetic thing. It's not logical. It's energetic. So,
by the way, I want you to know that yourself and Chris Collins saved my ass. Chris Collins gave me the $20 that I needed to make rent, but certainly any other contributions will be appreciated from anyone. But I definitely want to say that it's thanks to Peter Moon we made this happen, and thanks to Chris Collins for responding. This is the positive energy that I have with these wonderful people who constitute my listener base. God bless you all, and my hugs to everyone who's been so supportive, and definitely want to thank Chris Collins for approaching Amelia for a consultation in astrology, and she takes that as a good omen, and definitely I think all of this will network to the positive. What's going on is just a real miracle, and I think that this is part of the positive aspects of the astrological changes that Peter Moon was bringing up. And I do have a question about what you said about your parents. You basically had this knowing. You had this knowing that they had to change, or basically they were going to die. And of course,
I didn't say they die. I said something is going. Well,
I mean,
negative.
you certainly didn't tell them that, and that maybe not.
No, but
yeah,
it's like, there's moments in destiny.
yeah,
You feel your destiny of, you feel your whole life has been fated.
yeah.
And boy, did I feel that. And but anyway, what was the question?
So my question was that you knew certainly that they had to do something to change, and when they didn't, then they basically died, and so I was.
They got the change. They got the change.
Okay. Yeah.
And in a way,
Yeah.
they needed the change.
Right.
In the way they needed the change, I don't know. There couldn't have been a better way.
That's what I was going to ask. Was like it's like when someone was in the position they were in, which is kind of like they had almost like lived their lives and they had gotten what they were told was what could be expected. In other words, they had acted a certain way and received a certain kind of result, which was kind of like the middle class lifestyle that one could expect if one behaved a certain way back in those days. I mean, these days, the whole scene is different. If a person had behaved the way your father and mother had in terms of working and, that you wouldn't get the same reward these days because we're in a totally different world. But, where they had landed, where they had wound up, it was kind of like that was all they knew. And so that was my other question I was going to ask.
That was the best they could aspire to.
Yeah.
And it was also fated because my they'd done the best they could. Like, I was completely out of the house at that point.
Right.
My brother and sister were still in school. My brother was in the accident. He survived. He completely recovered and is retired now and raised a couple of kids, and that's all well and fine. It was so he was knocked unconscious and whatnot, but but they just graduated him from school. He was in his only had 6 months. They just graduated him. My sister had another year of school to do. It was very hard on her. Very hard on her. But I was, they kind of did what they were here to do. They kind of completed the kids were basically raised. I was completely out of the house. My brother and sister had to struggle a little bit to find their place in life, but they did. It gave them challenges, but they had done a job, and I'd even thank them for doing a good job with me. And they were very comfortable with that I would thank them, and that I was so pleased, and I actually had a chance to tell them, you did a very good job. I'm very happy. Thank you for doing all you did for me. It's kind of rare to have that said to you when you're like, 20, when you're 21, to have your kids say that, because I was completely reconciled with them through all the counseling I'd had in Scientology.
That's right.
I was karmically very happy and clean with them. They had issues. The parents had issues. The son did not have issues with them. So there was that. Now, if we go deeper into my Montauk Book of the Dead and my Montauk Book of the Living, these go into very deep association between their death and their burial on the land of the Olivos Adobe, the biggest ranchero in California at the time. Wow. Where they were killed and buried was at one time the rancho of the Los Olivos family. Oh. And the olives. And it ties to a lot of synchronicities that I had through Olive Farrow of the Montauk matriarchs, the first Montauk Indian I spoke to, Olive Farrow, and then me being handed a mysterious playbill that had hidden in it pictures of Christ on the Mount of Olives. And I was to discover the Mount of Olives through not only the death of my parents, but the Montauk Project and the Montauk Indians, who were the former guardians of Camp Hero before it was Camp Hero. So it all goes back to the Mount of Olives. And the Mount of Olives is the place in the Bible where the final revelation will occur between the Mount of Olives, and the chasm will open between there and Solomon's temple. So it's a sign of the end times. It's a place where Christ left the earth from the Mount of Olives. So it's got a lot of significance. Someday I would like to go to the Mount of Olives. I would be focusing, if I did go there, by the way, it's a whole necropolis under there. There's a lot of dead people. They're buried underneath the Mount of Olives, from what I've heard.
Yes.
Which that in itself makes it interesting. And and of course, because I don't really have a Christian background, but one cannot help but be influenced by Christianity living in the West.
Right.
It's a great curiosity to me. So the death of my parents was very symbolic and archetypal, and it defied, the lessons that came with it, all the probability, that's why I called it the Montauk Book of the Dead, because it related to the death of my parents, and as well as the dead souls, because the Mount of Olives, I call it a necropolis, the Solomon's temple is built over the Well of Souls. The Well of Souls, which is alluded to in the movie Raiders of the Lost Ark, only they put it in Tanis, Egypt, rather than the Dome of the Rock, where the Well of Souls is. It's a deep pit that has all the basically ancestors of the Adamic gene pool, but I would say it goes deeper than that.
Yes.
They also had a Well of Souls in Rome. It's a tradition. It's an abyss of dead souls. What can I say? And that is more of a ancestral resonance on a more collective, conscious basis.
Yes. The West has their own ability to connect with their ancestors that they've lost appreciation of, that they once had.
Yeah, and they are a part of us. And what I focus on when I think of death, whether it be my own or other people's, is, when people die, you make a big thing out of them. But then, a week later, you forget about them. 2 weeks later, you forget about them. I still mourn my friend that I lost last year, but it's less frequent. And it's like, okay. It's not so much that, in his case, it's not so much that he's not here anymore. He's not, but he was here. He was here, and I remember him.
Yeah.
And that's why we make mementos of people. That's why we write about them and we talk about them and don't forget them, because they were here. But that's so much for the Mount of Olives. But that's to answer your questions.
And it goes to show as well that we get what we need. Your parents needed transition of some sort, and they transformed. They transitioned.
Well, life will, see, this is the lesson.
Yeah.
If you don't change, life will change you.
Yeah.
If you don't get on board with the change. And Hubbard had a whole level of auditing. It was called Grade 3. Freedom release is what it obtained. It was all on the subject of change. Freedom to change. Freedom not to change. Change is something that happens in life all the time. And if you can accept change, you're one step ahead of the game.
Yes.
Like, say, if you've invested in, what are these things? They call these things the Dow Jones stocks.
Right.
Okay, so you're investing in Dow Jones stocks and it's worked for you, it's good. And all of a sudden the environment changes. You can't do this anymore because it's not working. You have to change your investment module. You say, okay, that's not working. I better invest on what's making money. Is it commodities? Is it gold? Whatever it is. You've got to change your game plan. It's just like when something doesn't work, you've got to change. You've got to embrace change. And sometimes this is one of the hardest things for an individual to do. I had to embrace ebooks at one point. I spent 6 months getting all of my books into ebooks, wasting a lot of time doing it too, putting them into on certain distributors' websites, which is a complete waste of time. They didn't sell. I think they sold one book.
Oh my God.
They put you through all this hell to get it. I didn't know they were only going to sell one book. Of course, Amazon is the best. And but not only put them into ebooks, but put them into different formats for different outlets. But ebooks, Amazon, Amazon is the best. iTunes, it used to be a lot better. And what's the other one? Barnes and Noble Press. That's pretty pathetic. It's pretty pathetic. It used to be okay, but Amazon is the big winner when it comes to ebooks. Yeah. So, but I'm saying you have to embrace change. You have to do things you didn't do in the past. Embracing Qigong was a completely life-changing experience for me. And the best part of it is after I'd been doing it for 3 years, I stopped and said, wow, I've been doing this for 3 years. I've been doing this a long time. I never thought of stopping. I said, I will never stop. That's the key, is to never stop, because then you start accumulating. And now when I start looking at things like squatting and hanging that are being taught by some Australian with these big old muscles that are not serving him, although I commend him for his ability in his teaching to hang and to squat. Invaluable lessons, which are also a part of Qigong. But I can take that and say, okay, this is a part of Qigong because I know it already to be from what I've learned, but to integrate it and to learn from other people and to teach myself in the context of what I know. The big muscles he's produced can be very counterproductive.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, they can be. And, oh, my God, we could go on about that for hours.
Yeah, he's too young to know the difference. But it's okay. It's okay. But now there's an important here, and this is the Lama talking again, Ripa Sunday from the book Transylvanian Sunrise. He says, when we have anemic reactions and answers in response to evil, we won't be able to fight efficiently and with almost equal forces against someone who is evil but strong, even if we have good on our side as a weapon. So to a being that is powerful and evil, it requires a good and powerful one to oppose them. If the good one is not equal, then the evil but more powerful will win. I think you know that there have been many such cases in histories when a tyrant has managed to confuse millions of people through his determination to have them act aberrantly. If goodness is not doubted by inner strength, so that it becomes efficient goodness, it is not like God's goodness. I'd rather say it's a deplorable state in which many could say about the respective person they are, quote, so good they're stupid. In such situations, the good person who has a weak aura and inner strength will somehow feel squashed, small, and almost insignificant in front of the overwhelming strength of their opponent, who is unfortunately evil. You can recognize that weak person by the specific state he or she displays. Who I bring up case in point here is Marianne Williamson, Democratic runner for president in the, for the Democratic nomination. Mm-hmm. She's the author of Course in Miracles and a former crack addict. And she said I think after the first debate, she said, "They're so mean. They're so mean." That's a very naive statement to make.
Oh, it's so sad.
Now, without casting any aspersions on her, you know, apparently she's helped a lot of people with her book, Course on Miracles, including JoJo.
Right.
But Marianne Williamson comes off as somebody who's, let's grant her that she's trying to do the right thing. She was the New Age candidate, the metaphysical candidate. But her weakness was indicated when she says, "They're so mean.
Yeah.
You know, I can't fight back against these people." Of course, she has no strength compared to the political machines behind people like Joe Biden, Hillary Clinton, and certainly even the political machines of Kamala Harris. Who else was running? Who was that communist guy?
Oh, Bernie Sanders, the last Bolshevik, yeah.
Bernie Sanders and Elizabeth Warren had much stronger political machines than Marianne Williamson, who by outward appearances seem nice, sweet, and light. It's not going to work in this arena. So it's about power. You know, the most power she had was to overcome her addiction and to help others overcome their addiction, which is probably a much more important power than to sit there and pound the gavel in politics. She's probably doing more good there than she could have ever done in politics, because she would have been wrestling with evil issues that would have consumed her. She should have been taking she would have serviced the people by taking the politicians and running through her Course on Miracles than she would by trying to educate them into being good. Usually, the person, he says, "Well, I'm small, there's nothing I can do, and I must obey." And that's unfortunately what she had to do. In her case, she couldn't fight them, so she quit. And they do obey, even if it is against their will. Such people cannot efficiently oppose the evil ones because their energetic aura is small and anemic. By saying this, I mean that they do not yet have enough good strength in order to successfully oppose the pressure exerted by the evil opponent. Here is the person who is being abused. They have to stand up to the evil. Will Qigong help them stand up to the evil? Yes, the breath. Breathe. When somebody is telling you shit, breathe. First thing is start by breathing. If you're falling off a building, breathe. Breathe. You might not die, because what happens when you fall off of a building, you hit the ground and your internal organs, they shrink.
Yeah.
If you breathe, they will expanding.
Yeah.
It's like what do they call that balloon in the car? The airbag.
Yes, that's right. That's correct.
It's very much like the airbag. Now, not to say you won't get banged up, but you'll have a much better chance of survival just because you're accepting life. When you get into that state of mind, you might have an angel come and take you down to the ground, literally.
Yes. Because
you're accepting life. Yeah. The angel will recognize life.
Right.
He might come in the form of wind. One time, I asked my mother when I first learned of guardian angels, I said, "Do you believe in guardian angels?" She says, "Yes." I go, "Why?" She says, "Because when you were a baby, you were in a stroller, and this wind came out of nowhere, and it blew your stroller, and it moved you about 10 feet on the sidewalk or where it was. It's like strollers just don't move in the wind. And this branch you were under just came down and crashed. It would have probably killed you."
Yes.
She says, "Yeah. When I saw that, I believe in guardian angels."
Yes.
It would have been my guardian angel.
No, definitely. And think how important that is. If that hadn't have happened, then I wouldn't have a co-author. So that was...
Yeah, it's like, when you look at the course of my life, there might have been a reason for that. Of course, I have no memory of it. It's just what she told me. And so it's about power. Like, we can all come to a point in our life where we're powerless.
Yes.
I saw my teacher when he was in the rest home, and he had his money, and the staff stole his money.
Oh.
And so, one of my fellow students says, don't give him any more money. Cause I give him $100.
Right.
I gave him $100 monthly.
Right.
He says, don't give him any more money. Okay. Yeah, because it's going to get stolen.
Right.
I went to the, complain, and they, I went and complained, and no. We don't, we don't take responsibility for the patient's money.
Oh, it's horrific what goes on in all these places.
Well, they can put it in a box. They can, but it all has to be done protocol wise. And I saw that my teacher was, he wasn't in position to do anything about it.
Right.
But then he wasn't going to have to interact with money anymore anyway. So he was kind of released from that.
Right.
But but a very powerful person. We all become powerless at some point. We can't lift a finger. But in the meantime, we can empower ourselves.
Yes.
Through the breath.
Yes.
Through the breath.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Oh, I was going to say, just to validate everything you're saying, there was a man named Harold Brown who in 1978 was probably in a very altered state, but he managed to do what you can no longer do. They now have, of course, by the way, just so people understand how I know about this, is I worked, of course, for years with security enforcement, not just mercenary work, but even the more mundane aspects of security. Sometimes I've done bodyguard work. I've done security escort work with adult entertainers, the actresses and the like, etc. And when I did just a plain uniformed security stint once at the Transamerica Pyramid, I got familiar with the staff, and of course I was able to take a trip up pretty far up into the Transamerican Pyramid. I was never up in the very high towers, but I took the elevator to as far as it was allowed. Even as a security person, I was there for a very short period of time. Had I stayed there longer and gotten onto a permanent contract with a permanent team, I was just filling in for somebody, I probably would have gone at some point to the top of the Transamerican Pyramid, the apex. But there was days when it used to be open to tourists so that they could view. Nowadays, they completely forbid that. They don't allow anyone to the top of the Transamerican Pyramid in any way, shape, or form. I mean, like, not even near the higher stories. So you're just stuck with this bizarre display they have in the lobby where you can look through a fake telescope and see what it would look like if you were looking out the top of the Transamerican Pyramid. How lame is that? But in 1978, a man named Harold Brown, who was very altered, climbed to the top and said, I want to see God. And the Transamerican Pyramid is essentially hollow. And he fell through it. In other words, it's not like he fell off the building, because there's no way you can really get out to the outside of the Transamerican Pyramid from the inside for somebody like that. You'd have to be like maintenance or something. But what he did was he fell through the center of the pyramid, which is hollow. It's like the atrium, so to speak, where all the stairwells are. And he fell from the top to the bottom. So that's not a survivable fall in any logical, rational sense, but he survived. And that's because he was so fucking high that he kept breathing. And he was in a relaxed state. So I noticed that when people are in a relaxed state, like say they're sleeping in the back of a car, even if they're not necessarily seatbelted, sometimes you can have a horrible car wreck and they will be more likely to survive simply because their body's so relaxed. It's not impacted in the same way as everybody else who's tensed up. Say, of course you'd have to be really knocked out, like sleeping with exhaustion, maybe even drugged. And in this case, the individual was altered and he kept breathing. And so he survived. When he hit the floor, he was in good enough shape where he was still singing. And so there you have it. He was someone who proved, by the way, he was, of course, taken to a hospital and probably had to be hospitalized for some injuries, but nothing life-threatening, and he ultimately walked out of the hospital. And by the way, no one knows what happened to him. All of this is true, and people can verify this themselves. But Harold Brown, nobody really knows where he came from, and nobody knows where he ended up. But the one thing we do know about him is that he proved you can fall from a height as the top of the Trans-American Pyramid and live. Maybe even get up and walk away. It was conceivable he could have done that. But there you go, Peter. Back to you.
Yeah, well, the key there, lesson to be learned is what my teacher taught me is relaxation. Yeah. If you can completely relax, you can heal something. The question is how it's easy to say relax. It's easy to relax and just rest or something, but to actually relax the tension. And I would say this would happen psychosomatically in the Scientology auditing process, when you go back and you would confront an area of anxiety, dysfunction, stress, whatever it is, and you go back in your mind and you fully face this thing and give way to it and re-experience it, you have relaxed it. So whether it's an evil intention with stress or whether it's a pain that you had, you're going back and you're no longer mentally recreating it as almost like an obsessive compulsive disorder. Okay, I gotta create this tension in the neck that I had because whatever. And you just relax that tension in the neck and you go back and get at the mental roots of it. So if you can completely relax, one of the most fascinating stories I heard in my Qigong training was from one of my fellow students who he never really got the Qigong, but he did a lot of yoga, did a lot of drugs in his day. And he talked about this one friend of his who had, who was like, I think, paralyzed. I think he was paralyzed. He couldn't walk. He couldn't walk. I don't know what the state of paralysis was, but the guy definitely could not walk. And he was on LSD, and he was able to run down the block, did not even realize it. In other words, he didn't know that he was paralyzed. He forgot that he was paralyzed. And he ran down the block. That was, an amazing thing that can happen. Of course, the problem is you remember. You remember. It's amazing what can happen with mental states. And of course, in the East, in the fakirs and the yogis and stuff, there's all sorts of feats of amazing things that occur. It's rather taken for granted. But it takes an extended effort to do these things without even casting judgment on them. It's just that the body, the mind can do remarkable things. The question becomes what is relevant for you, and what is on your path? What are you going to learn? This is a choice that individuals have to make. And there's no shortage of paranormal phenomena in the world. But then one of the biggest problems is people take an unhealthy attraction to it.
Yeah. Yes.
It's not, it's like, what is that about? What are they avoiding? Here's another quote. The angelic entities, it's from the Lama, The angelic entities, deities, and all those helping the spiritualization of the planet act due to their own beliefs and altruistic impulses. But their help could be much more substantial if men would invoke it and ask for it in a sentient way. Now, here he's saying these entities that people want to come and help them, he's saying do it in a sentient way, do it in an intelligent way. Not, begging for somebody to come with a check, for the rent. What is an intelligent way? It might be better to ask for a job that could pay the rent. This would be a big step forward, as it would mean that they are awakening out of their numbness and realizing the decadence that humanity is in. Their prayers and good thoughts would immensely contribute to the purification of the Earth's subtle aura. On the other hand, some subtle entities in the elevated planes of creation impel certain human beings through teachings or revelations made in the dream state. These manifestations are so alive and powerful that they are sometimes ingrained in the consciousness of the one living it in the dream state, even better than the events he's going through during the time he spends awake in the physical world. Okay, here's the dream state, something I've talked about a lot in the past. You're being taught through the dream state. This is the collective conscious. It's teaching you things, so you pay attention to your dreams. And this we want to be powerful in the dream state. This is what I was talking about. We want to be powerful in the dream state, and we want to be powerful, at least in our own reference frame. We don't have to be so powerful that we can muster millions of people like Martin Luther King did. That was for him to do. He made a significant impact on the world. Martin Luther King did. But not everybody's going to be Martin Luther King. And he was, quote unquote, rewarded for his impact by being shot.
Yeah.
By guess who? By guess who? One of those allegedly assassins with three names.
Right.
Earl the Pearl.
Yes.
Ray.
Yes.
James Earl Ray. But I don't believe it was James Earl Ray. I mean, it's like it had all the smacks of the U.S. government.
Yeah, no, definitely he was a scapegoat. And by the way, for those of you who don't know this much, I don't know if Peter Moon is aware of this, but I'd be surprised if he wasn't. But Martin Luther King Jr.'s own descendants, I believe it was either his son or his grandson, interviewed James Earl Ray in prison before James Earl Ray died, and asked him, basically, James Earl Ray said he was not responsible for Martin Luther King's assassination, and Martin Luther King Jr.'s son or grandson, the interview should be easy to look up, and probably you could find it on YouTube. He said, "I believe you." So his own descendants of Martin Luther King Jr. have accepted that James Earl Ray was innocent to his face. So do know that. And
Well, yes, and black people in general do not. They're so suspect of the government, far beyond, and always were, far beyond, white people or conspiracy theorists suspect of the government. Even you'll appreciate this. I was last week. Sunday was Easter, and I was concerned about getting a decent turnout. And my friend Terrell, he says, no. He says, at Easter, that's not a problem. He says, that's a Catholic white guy thing. Easter. It's like, okay, it's Catholic white guy. Okay, fine with me, fine with me. We played on Easter. But it's such a different attitude. And it's because they've been the victim of so much of what's been perpetrated by Uncle Sam and the son of Sam.
Yes. Which may be one and the same, yeah.
Well, that's what Mae Brussels said. Uncle Sam son of Sam means Uncle Sam.
Yeah.
The son of Uncle Sam.
Yeah.
Which makes perfect sense.
Thank you. Yeah.
And this is what we're dealing with. We're dealing with a kindly old Uncle Sam who takes care of us and gives us Social Security, gives us welfare, sponsors so much, builds highways, and then when night falls, he goes and puts on his KKK suit and goes out and starts orchestrating murders. And he's progressed. He's not just anti-black; he's anti-human now.
Yes.
We're not just going to kill blacks. We're not prejudiced anymore. We don't kill just black people. We'll kill innocent people.
Yes. Yeah.
And we'll find scapegoats.
Yes.
Whether it be David Berkowitz or Lee Harvey Oswald or whoever fits the bill.
Yeah.
So this is, and meanwhile we'll do patriotic, God Bless America at the 7th inning of all baseball games. So, we've got it covered. We can pet you on the head in the daytime and stab you in the back at night. It's the classic, schizoid drama that we live as a nation. It's, politicians will say one thing and they're just squirrely as hell.
Yeah. And by the way, the perfect example of this would be the Golden State Killer, Joseph James DeAngelo. So understand that when Peter Moon said what he just did, think about it sounds shall we say unbelievable or illogical, but when you think about what Michael Aquino boasted about when I worked with him about having his own little Golden State Little League, referring of course to the fact that California was such a fertile ground for serial killers, and that this was not an accident. In other words, Michael Aquino basically came out and boasted about this being his creation, that this was his project, was to keep the public in California terrorized, because the California, well, as California goes, so goes the nation. And that's been said forever. And this is why you get presidents out of California, aside from Texas and some other places. But California is one place they come from. And so with Hollywood and the enormous influence that California has, and these days, of course, it's high technology. But in the past, it's been culture, California's avant-avant. The problem was that California was the hotbed of anti-war sentiment, and even after Vietnam, very much the vanguard for politics that the Pentagon found anathema. And so Michael Aquino was given full sway to create an army of serial killers. But when you take a look at the background, they're all military or military connected. As I mentioned, it was the uncle of the Night Stalker, the U.S. Army Green Berets Master Sergeant Michael Ramirez, who was the uncle of Richard Ramirez and effectively created him, killed his own wife in front of Richard Ramirez, and then provided Richard Ramirez photographs of all the women he had murdered while raping in Vietnam for Richard Ramirez to jack off over. This is what helped produce him. The Golden State Killer, Joseph James DeAngelo, was former military turned cop. All the while he was a police officer, raping and killing hundreds of women. We have no idea how many. We only know what could be traced to him. He can't even admit to anymore because he now has full-blown Alzheimer's. And that son of a bitch was in a military base in Germany when his younger sister, back when he was like 9 years old, his 6-year-old sister was raped in front of him by 2 officers in full uniform. This is not like spontaneous. This is part of a production program. Michael Aquino said he was responsible for that. Then you add, of course, the Zodiac Killer, the king of them all, who was never caught, But every time he was seen was in full military uniform, combat gear. All of the footprints he left at all of the murder scenes were combat boot footprints. You can say, oh, he just bought them from a surplus store. Bullshit. He was fighting the war at home, the Vietnam War at home, under orders from Michael Aquino. Keep the public terrorized because they keep protesting the war. This is just some examples. I could go on, but this is Uncle Sam doing what he does at night. Truly, your tax dollars pay for this. So when Peter Moon brings this up, don't think of this as some kind of indulgence. So there we have that, Peter. Back to you.
Well, yeah, and a bit more here. It says, here is the Lama talking. If the forces of evil do not tolerate the good, spiritual or even moral superiority disturbs those who are evil, and they feel an exaggerated wish to hit, destroy, and profane that which is good and elevated. So I've had this where, like, I'm not tolerated in certain portions of most portions of media. I'm just like, you know, it's not that I'm goody, it's not that I'm goody two shoes. It's that I'm not. I've written about all sorts of stuff that people project me as evil because I've written about Aleister Crowley. Yes. You know, I've written about dark forces, but I'm not those dark forces. And, you know, they don't want me in media, and then when they do want me in media, it's all perverted. They're going to pervert it and destroy it because that's what they are. So I don't fit into the media. If the power of good is developed in your aura enough, you'll be able to efficiently fight against the powerful manifestation of evil and even persuade those who come into contact with the evil name of their orientation, the evil nature of their orientation.
Yes, which makes me think the reason that you were being, I wouldn't say seduced because you were never seduced by it, but basically when there was this ongoing project concerning the Montauk, right. You know, I think that would have been quite the opportunity for them to have the finished product might have presented, because, you know, obviously there's many people out there who consider Preston Nichols a pedophile. Maybe they would have presented him as such. They
could have turned the screws so badly, yeah, that you know, that's because that's what they do.
Yes.
And it wouldn't have been the person I was directly dealing with, not the initial one. Would have been him. He wouldn't have done that. But it's the people behind him.
Right.
And then and you can't see them.
That's right.
Anyway, it's talking about the evil people, the Geraldos of the world, or people even less famous than him, or perhaps more invisible than him. Most of the time, these people are somewhat mimetic. They imitate what they see in others, but they imitate what is evil. You know, they'll start echoing a party line. Well, it's not documented. Well, it's not documented. Well, you know, none of the victims had any credibility. You know, yeah, their bruises weren't credible.
Yo, that's so awful. If you don't laugh, you're going to cry. That's the only reason why I'm laughing.
It is only natural that they also gather evil influences in their aura. Such people are like puppets who act that way because the others around them act in the same way. Thus, a sort of general fooling of people intervenes, and each person takes the other one as an example. But rather than follow good habits and correct attitudes, they are prone to evil actions and tendencies because, as you already know, they are easier to follow. Eventually and unavoidably, these actions will have to be fully paid for, and this will mean a lot of suffering for the respective person. It says that habits can be changed if one acts with an opposite habit. If you're oriented towards being good and strong, you can persuade those you come into contact with of an evil nature of their orientation, and thus you can deflate the evil tendencies they promote. Even after a short conversation with such people, if your aura is strong enough, You can help those persons choose a beneficial orientation which will save them. Otherwise, it will be very difficult to persuade, for example, a hard rock fan that what he is doing is evil. You can do this provided that there is a real dialogue. If you succeed, that person will not afterwards be attracted anymore to what he or she previously considered fascinating and evil. And that's people will get into the ancient aliens because it fascinates them, but it's evil. Yes. But they don't understand that it's evil. It's just fascinating them because it's playing off of their ignorance of what's out there.
Thank you.
Rather than looking into themselves.
No, that's so important. I mean, that's something that most people would consider entertaining and innocuous, but the evil is it's really part of a cultural genocide. It's a genocide of, first off, the accomplishments of man are portrayed off as the accomplishments of aliens when it comes to either the pyramids or the Moabs on Easter Island or any accomplishments by many peoples of many ethnicities all over the world. Or it's evil in the sense that it hides, say, for instance, the anti-Asian bias that is evident so tragically at Roswell, and basically by dehumanizing the enemy, quote unquote, the enemy aliens, the Japanese, and in this case, many of them weren't even ethnically Japanese, Taiwanese, Okinawans, other prisoners of war. But of course, Roswell specifically was all Japanese because they were Yakuza, but all these Asian prisoners of war, hundreds of them died in the United States without ever going home, which resulted, of course, in the Asians reacting by never allowing American prisoners of war home, many hundreds of them, if not thousands, in retaliation. This is all part of what's hidden beneath that cheap veneer of ancient aliens. And to again back up what Peter was saying when he's talking about these people were dismissed as not credible, these victims, and Peter's saying, yeah, the bruises weren't considered real enough. This is like, people might say that, well, Peter's being facetious to the point where he's he's tossing that out almost as an absurdity to make a point, but it's not. This is how crazed it is. Now, Peter at one point remembered seeing this video. I don't know if he consciously remembers it now, but back years ago, both my father and I were watching TV when Michael Aquino appeared on screen in his interviews. This was during the height of the satanic, I don't want to call it a panic because that buys into their propaganda, but during that satanic exposition.
Expose.
Yes, thank you. During the great expose. What happened was at one time Michael Aquino appeared and he was placed on stage with a young lady whose face was terribly scarred. And she presented herself as one of his victims. And, she was older than I was. She would be about in her 30s at that time. And at that time I was much younger. But she had been his victim, maybe decades before. And when she was confronting him, then he, of course, remained completely calm in his serene immunity. And he basically spoke of her as if she were not there. He spoke of her in the third person as a subject. And one man in the audience during the period for questioning, one man in the audience stood up and he said, what strikes me the most about this scene before us is the fact that Mr. Aquino displays absolutely no human sympathy towards this woman who claims to be his victim. He's not responding with any sense of, even if she were mentally disturbed and lying about what he did to her, your average human being confronted with that would still be exuding pity, a sense of, I'm so sorry that whatever happened to you, even if they were not responsible for it. But Michael Aquino exhibited none of that. It was truly, the man was pointing out his psychosis, his psychotic inability to even front that, because that wasn't even in him to put out an act. he couldn't even put out the facade of that kind of human empathy. So this is something that and look, what, did he ever face justice? I mean, here he faced his victim, but he never faced justice. This is an example of this woman's scars were not relevant. Her physical deformity left by his abuse was not relevant. This is where we're at. This is and so this is the horror of our world. And with that, I turn it back to Peter Moon.
Well, yeah, and very, very well said. So he also mentions here how infiltration is a big agenda of evil. To infiltrate groups, whether it be a chat room, whether it be a club that meets, a TV show. It's all about getting into subtle influence. Like all of a sudden you have a group that's active, then all of a sudden who joins? Who joins? Who shows up? Oh, I heard about this group. I'm going to join. And of course, on the internet, trolls it's like a full-time job.
Yes. They're the new welfare queens. Go on.
Yeah. So it's, everything is about an individual choice. Most people want a better world. And they say they want a better world. And the better world begins with yourself and making your world a better world that is less vulnerable to evil influences, which means standing up, but first being strong so that you can stand up. And the best way I know to be strong is to breathe. And to breathe, and of course, and to eat properly and well. And to never turn your back on eating well, even if you fall back. you keep going towards eating better. And he says here, you have to eliminate negative people from groups, which, Douglas, you're very good at, and Jameson, getting the trolls out. Getting the people who are seemingly do-gooders and making passionate postings, which is not as much evil as it is just inappropriate and stupid. But when you're stupid and inappropriate, you're actually serving our evil.
Yes. And there are truly evil people who have come into the chat room at times, most certainly. They're definitely out there.
Yeah, and they often seem so innocent.
Yes. Or at least, portray themselves as such at first. But then again, notice how they can never hide themselves. I mean, they can never keep that up for long before they start exposing themselves and do what they do. So definitely that's that is what it is. And by the way, hopefully people yeah, I guess I'll go into that another time, but we're heading towards midnight Eastern Daylight Time. Peter, you've been wonderful. So what are your you helped me, of course, to make rent. Thank you. And
yeah, I would encourage people to donate more to Douglas if they can, and the JoJo fans to yes, give her a birthday present by giving to Douglas.
Yes, thank you.
That'll make her very happy.
Yes, as well as purchase her book, of course. And
yeah, purchase her book too.
Yeah.
Yes. But yeah, just a couple points to end off on here.
Take your time.
An apocalyptic manifestation should be regarded as a moment of profound transformation of human nature, such as a passage from evil to good, so that the planet becomes mainly beneficially oriented. Because now, as you can easily see for yourself, the major tendency is towards regression, amplification of evil and perversity. And if this situation has been perpetrated until now, the time of drawing the line will also come, and the huge negative accumulation of karma can lead to compensations measuring up to the people who led to these accumulations. From this point of view, I can tell you that this can be confusing and even scary for many people. Vladimir Putin being one who's, drawing the line, and he's asking for karmic retribution.
Yes.
But on an individual level, this becomes very important on an individual level. He's talking about apocalyptic times, and people have often suggested that we're coming upon apocalyptic times. But where the real apocalypse occurs is inside yourself. It's inside yourself, because some of us in my age group will die in the next 10 years, next 20 years, next 30 years. Well, was the apocalypse going to occur 5 years from now, 20 years from now, 15? I mean, it's like, what you're going to see at some point is the apocalypse of your own life. When you pass away and you have a ledger of good deeds, bad deeds, deeds you should have done, deeds you shouldn't have done, whatever it is, whatever your own consciousness, whatever game it is playing. And that's what becomes of concern. It might not concern you now because you're, maybe you're coping with whether you should cut off Netflix or buy Netflix or whatever people think about. They think about small things because it's a part of life, and where you have to build up your protection, build up your cleanliness. But it says to separate the elevated vibrations from the gross ones. In order to accomplish this, you have to clean your inner being very well. All slag must disappear. How do you get rid of the dross? You breathe and you scan, like I talked about earlier. You don't accept the evil. You extinguish it. You get an imaginary fire extinguisher. It's an evil extinguisher, and you shoot it through your aura. Visualization. You do these things, and however you want to define evil, negativity, whatever it is. And I will end by stressing the importance of Douglas's work in forwarding this. It is so important. It is undervalued, and its undervaluation is proportional to the degree that people are embedded with evil. So this is like, there's a lot of things that can be done here, but it's almost as if, and this bears another discussion. We hear a lot about, this could go on for another hour, it's not going to, but fodder for the future is, okay, we hear a lot about the apocalypse. We hear about Jesus. We hear about ascension. We hear about a lot of things. But does anybody ever really talk about doing an exorcism on planet Earth? That's heavy work. Yes. An exorcism on planet Earth. Not even, I guess the apocalypse, or what do they call it in the Bible? What is it called? Rapture and all that kind of alludes to that.
Right. Right.
Where all the damned will be condemned to hell and all that. Yes. But I don't know. I don't know if that completes everything for me.
Well, it certainly brings us to the point where people can start considering what they need to. Michael Miller in the chat room says, "Thanks, Peter. I'm looking forward to your visit with Michael Salla. Good evening." And yes, do present to us what you know about where people can go to access your interview with Michael Salla.
Well, I don't really know. I mean, he sent it to me.
Mm-hmm. Let's see if
But,
Peter can find that. If you don't, basically we'll refer
probably
people.
on YouTube.
Yeah.
I'm sure it's on YouTube.
Maybe. Maybe. It's
it says okay, if you and this might have somebody, it says exopolitics, it says onenewspage.com. onenewspage.com. ONE newspage.com. Peter Moon with Michael Sala, Dr. Michael Sala with Peter Moon on Ancient Hall of Records Technology. That's the one I did in the past. So if it appeared there, I imagine it will appear here.
Yes.
I don't even know that that's his website. Here, exopolitics.org.
There we go.
But this is an article. Yeah, okay. And it's got my video on there.
Okay.
So it's not hard to find. Michael Sala, Salla, and Peter Moon. So I don't know if it'll be live, but it'll be aired or taped on the 28th. I think at 11 a.m.
Yes.
I'll give the exact time in a second.
Yeah.
Thursday, 11 a.m. So I have to be on with you next Wednesday.
Yes.
And then I get up the next morning. I'll have plenty of time to get up and wake up and do an 11 a.m. show with him.
Excellent. Oh my God. And so excited about all of this. And it will be a perfect day for Peter to bring up the challenge of the Roswell deception on Emperor Hirohito's birthday. And we'll definitely cover a little bit about the importance of Hirohito's birthday tonight. Probably talk about it more when Peter returns with us on Sunday. And aside...
on Wednesday. Sunday.
Oh, yes. So sorry. Thank you. And of course, when Jojo joins us on Wednesday, then one of the things that will be the incredible irony of that will be that it will also be Yom HaShoah, which will be Holocaust Remembrance Day, and it will begin that night and then end the evening of the next day. So I think that changes that time with each year because they go by the Jewish calendar, which is lunar, if I'm not mistaken. I might be wrong on that, but I'm pretty sure that's the case. So at any rate, the emperor's birthday.
The lunar calendar would have to be. The Jewish calendar would have to be.
I think it's lunar.
It would have to be.
Yeah.
Because it's Passover is based upon.
There we are.
And that's a positive.
Yes.
Although it's a very patriarchal religion, it says Jewish calendar, solar and lunar. It says it is lunar solar.
Yeah, like the Chinese calendar is lunisolar. That they also use that term, meaning they use both the sun and the moon. But it's heavily, let's just put it this way, it's heavily lunar because basically the dates change with the lunations for the most part. But there are some solar aspects to some of what they do in both cases. And with that, Peter, it was wonderful. Goddess bless you, and we love you dearly. Share that love with Paula and your lovely exchange student, that is joining you. So lucky to be getting to entertain this young lady. And we look forward to some photographs of that on your Facebook timeline.
I don't think there'll be any photographs of that, but
okay.
But in any case, I will talk to you soon.
Yes,
Thank
and
you
I look forward to it. We all do.
Okay.
All right.
Bye-bye.
Bye for now. And that was the wonderful Peter Moon. And now, of course, our man, Mr. Jameson Reese. By the way, tell us how you pronounce Lucifuge. Am I saying that correctly? Lucifuge.
Yes. Lucifuge rural focal.
Yes, wonderful. And
which I honestly do believe to be and this is just my gnosis. Every magician has a different gnosis about these beings. We can't honestly know anything about these things, but I just think that Lucifuge Rofocal, I suspect, may be a shadow aspect of the peacock angel Tosh Malek, because I mean there are so many dimensions to these entities that why the hell not?
Yes. Though, of course, it gets puzzling when someone like Jim Forsyth says that, oh, yeah, the time I was visited by Isis and she graced me with basically a theosexual experience, meaning sex with a god or goddess, sex with a divinity. He came to Jameson Rees. Now, we have the screenshot for this, so we can prove what we're saying. He basically told Jameson Rees that, oh, well, now I think she was really an anti-goddess. Actually, he sent that to me and I took the screenshot. Isn't that the case?
Yes. You have the screenshot where he said she was an Edomite goddess, and I'm like,
anti-goddess, that she was an Edomite anti-goddess.
And I'm like, nope. I know the names of the 11 Edomites in the tribes, and the gods are named after those tribes, or shall I say, better yet, you can find the names of the actual Edomite gods through finding ways to transmute the names of the tribes, but I won't go there.
Right. Thank you.
I hazard to even bother to attempt that, although something drove me to. Oh, I'm not going to go there. Well, just say what I'll just say is this: he that was just weird.
Yeah, that was an aspect of what So if anybody who thinks our latest episode before tonight's on Hitler Day, anybody who thinks we were just went over a line, roasting some poor old man, understand there was a lot of reason to suspect he was an Edomite asset. That was like a clincher. That was pretty much one of the clinchers, and just his constant, saying, "Oh, I'm," it's just a lot that was going on there. It was a very. We did our best to respect him, and he took nothing but offense. And consistently expressed such, to me. And what was it he wanted? An apology for what? It was like the bizarre thing was he wanted to come on my program, and he never wanted my promotional banners on his timeline, saying that would make people think he was promoting pedophilia, or that he said, oh, I'm losing friends on my Facebook. People are saying, oh, what are you doing? And if he's so, this is what doesn't make sense. You want to come on my show, but you don't want people to know you're on the show? That doesn't even make sense. So if you're not open to promoting me, if you're ashamed of me and my company, what are you doing on the show? None of this made sense. And so then it turned out, as he told Jameson, he was performing magic tricks for children. So if he's concerned about pedophilia, maybe it's because people drew some conclusions about what he was doing at those times. What does that have to do with me? Talk about projection. So there we have that. My sexual ambiguity in terms of the way I present myself. What on earth does that have to do in any way, shape, or form with pedophilia? If somehow maybe it uncomfortably aroused some memories. Thank you. There we have it. So it proves itself to be what it is. It's kind of like it exposes the evil. This is what we've just been covering. And by the way, at your leisure, see if you can bring on anyone. Check around a bit. And, I might go a little bit easy tonight more than going into too much of a lecture. But if we can't find anyone, I will refresh myself anyway.
All right. Let me see who I can add to the combo.
I'll wait around a little bit here. But definitely.
Oh, great. Yeah. See, this computer keeps doing this stuff on its own.
Well, I got knocked off somehow the regular call. I'm trying to get back onto the Skype call in the sense that I can see the display. And wait a second, I just saw it a few minutes ago, or did I not? Or how did I see that? I can't see the display anymore for the Skype call. Thank God I can still see the mute and the hang up button, but I can't see.
Oh, do you see the arrows that?
Okay.
It's like a
Oh,
double...
let's do a screen share. Maybe this will help us. Let's see if the screen share works. Yeah. So let me turn this on. And let's go to, what did I just do? I just opened up my fucking porn files. Okay. No, that's doing it. Oh, because that's not a screen share. That's if I want to put in, I can't see the screen, so I can't do the screen share. That's it. That's the problem. Okay, so we can't even go there. Fuck, that sucks. Okay, so I got knocked off. Now it says the beta screen is now active. This is not the new beta screen, or rather it is, but it's not. How the fuck do I get back on the fucking call? So it's like I'm off the call, so I can't screen share, and that just fucking sucks. But let's see if I shrink this screen, if I go back towards something. Oh great, I'm getting a screen advertising the World of Warships. And of course, they show a Japanese carrier getting sunk, right?
They have been going exceptionally hard on this fucking World War II bullshit now.
Oh yeah,
and the fucking battle tanks and all this other shit. And I'm like, oh yeah, fuck those games. Those games are. I want to sit in a fucking tank all day.
That is
just
pretty funny.
Right around.
No,
if I'm playing a game, I want to see a woman's ass. So I need to create a female's character and do everything with a female character. All right, folks. This is a well-known fact about me. I need to always create female characters.
Yeah,
because it's
a lot of men, with that Abdul Karim Haq guy, I realized why he had a female character once, because that guy was so fucking homophobic and so bigoted in so many ways. He was basically a black Klansman, for lack of a better analogy. But this fucker...
Oh, shit. You use an Uncle Ruckus.
Yeah, it was like that. And I mean, he was on the black trip, no doubt about that. But other than that, he was like, he hated everybody. Certainly had no sympathy for gays or transgender or anything like that. But in terms of, or people of different religions, like people practicing BY̵̶ANTINE, which would be like the voodoo as they bastardize the term, which is, you've got this Afro-Caribbean religion that's rich in so much culture, but it was automatically like condemned as evil and
yeah. If he's condemning that as evil, what does he identify as now? Like an evangelical Christian? Which is another way of saying an Edomite anyway.
Yeah, but, thank you. I remember he was a Muslim before and then became apostate. I'd say this time he's just identifying with himself.
He might as well just be a nihilist.
Yes, that's what he's become. That's what it is. He's basically one of the anti-godly Edomites himself, and that's what he's become. But the point I was bringing him up about was, what was his trip? It was, he had a female character in a video game, and it was Mass Effect. And I was wondering, now by the way, Mass Effect is not too heavy into this. It's not as bad as some, but there are sex scenes with aliens that you can access in Mass Effect. And because the first time I was wondering, why does he have a female character? Knowing him, I couldn't understand why he had that. Then I realized it's so he could see the aliens fuck her. That's why he had the Mass Effect female character. Or why?
Okay, I see. He's living vicariously through the alien, because that's the only way he can do it.
Yes.
Oh my God.
Yes.
Oh,
what a fucking loser. But at any rate, so Sammy Romero says he's on his way home. He'll come on in about 30 to 45 minutes. God bless him. And so what I'll do right now is I'll share a little something before I go refresh myself. We had the wonderful young lady, Amelia. Am I saying that right? Amelia?
Yes.
Yeah, Amelia Willard. And I'm so proud of Jameson Reese for having a long conversation with her, so to speak, text
yeah,
exchange.
we've actually been talking the entire time.
Okay.
This is
Great.
the longest I've spoken to anyone. She's very easy to speak to.
Wonderful. Wonderful. So based on what she said about astrology, what our man Peter Moon said about astrology, everybody knows what I've exposed in the past.
I'm going to veer on what she says as being more accurate. I look, just between you and me,
Yeah, I hear you.
all right.
I hear
Look,
you.
look.
Yeah.
I don't care for whoever this Radu Cinemar guy is. I don't trust anything he has to say. I, for one, can see. Listen, I'm someone who likes to live on the infernal side. So I see a need for good and evil to coexist.
Yes.
The idea of like somehow exercising the earth. I mean,
I
what
found
the
that concept to be a
what
bit.
the fuck
Yeah,
is
that was odd. I got back on call. So I
okay?
noticed on the little black square that I was able to
So
see.
that's you see my character, of
Yes,
course,
of
and
course.
yeah,
And this is what got all kinds of guys lusting
yeah,
after
yeah.
Jameson Reese.
That
Yes.
that's Maneve. That's the internal goddess within me. That's the woman who I'm trying to create a graphic novel around.
Yes.
And that is also she's also a reflection of a sort of more androgynous being that I encountered, where it was sort of almost hinged on the erotic.
So it was
mini
almost a
stuff.
theosexual experience or a
Yes,
yeah.
and I would encounter that entity one more time where I asked her to possess my left arm, and sure enough, I all of a sudden found my left arm just moving out of control. I couldn't even feel that I had an arm, and it was just moving on its own. I was like, "Holy shit, this is fucking awesome!" It's so. Ever since then, it's quite interesting because now when I sense someone is dangerous, I'll get this feeling in my left hand where like it would feel like heat's just rising off my left arm, and it's like, for some reason, this person is making my left arm tingle, and I know that person's no good or that person's going to be violent. And it's always been right. So,
No, definitely appreciate your sharing that. I had a funny incident with now bear in mind, for everybody who doesn't know, and I don't think anybody knows, I have arthritis that has actually developed in my shoulders from over the years. And so I have no idea how to describe what happened before I came on tonight, just when I was like making certain I had a comfortable setting in time for getting, other nights I can really take it casually and just start late. I can just like really just, fuck up and, start the show like 5 minutes late, something like that. But tonight, of course, I wanted to start it on time. Because of Amelia coming on, and that would be lame otherwise, right? So I made certain to rush after waking up, get, and I've got this fetish for all the fucking sheets, and what a murderous project it is to fix my bed after sleeping on it in time so that I can be sitting comfortably through 12 hours of transmission. So while I was hurrying around, moving the bed, doing all this stuff, I mean, this is not a easy project because, I've got this fold-out mattress, and it's got a mattress on top of it, which it is totally different from what's supposed to be on it, and so I'm maneuvering all this stuff around, and but anyhow, oh my god, my shoulder on my left started going numb. I mean, this is like the arthritis. It basically, when I sleep on the left side, sometimes when it's really inflamed, then it's like it's painful enough where I can't sleep. Other times it, goes back, but it goes back to normal. But this is one of the reasons why I take a piss test every once in a while, because I signed an agreement with the MDs that they will prescribe me codeine so long as I take a piss test, once in a while to prove I'm not an addict. And of course, I signed agreements that I won't sell it, etc. So I've gone through these processes now. So I do get the ability to conduct pain killing with some codeine pills, and I don't use them often. And it's but they're great when I use them. At any rate, what had happened, regardless, was I was doing all of this so hard, and then just before the show started, my left shoulder went numb, and it was awful. I thought I was having a stroke. I was concerned enough where you actually heard my cell phone tonight, and that was a few times it was Amelia's going off. One time when she left, it was me. This was because I turned it on in case I needed to call 911. And so, but anyhow, I know it wasn't a stroke because what I did was I forced myself to lie down. And when I lied down, it all got better. By the way, that doesn't work that way with stroke, just so people know that, okay? But I was lying down with the cell phone in my hand because if that didn't work, I was going to call 911. But there you have that. And oh my God, let's see what's said to me in the private exchange.
You're gonna laugh your ass off.
Like to, oh, ha, 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 ha. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. No, it's funny as hell. By the way, just so you know, this is a young lady who's a friend of his wife Paula, who's he's in Paula's mother's school, or that school that Paula is involved with. And by the way, the school is like a cult school. It's like Sholomon stuff. So
Okay.
just so people know that. But now that I can share a screen, I will put a link to this inside of the chat room. And by the way, people have seen this link before, and it's always useful. I want this map to become like universal. This is not the ultimate map. There's no such thing as an ultimate map, but this is a good map, and it's one of the few that gets the Douglas Dietrich seal of approval. And so let me do the share screen now so that I can go over a little something with our man Jameson, and then that'll be kind of like a prelude to where I'll kind of take it from there for a few minutes. So one of the things to point out about the geomorphology of the planet Earth is that when, say for instance, you take a look at the north to south relation of the continents, notice of course that Europe has Africa beneath it. Asia has the continent of Australasia beneath it. And, of course, North America has South America. Now, these three southerly continents are exquisitely balanced in a way people don't appreciate. People would notice, of course, that Africa has Melanesia, which is the enormous island people call Madagascar. Its proper name is actually Melanesia. And Australia has New Zealand. These are like continental balances. And in the case of South America, the closest that it has is the Falkland Islands. But each of these continents has a kind of balancing off-continental island that adds a pattern to the world's evolution. Notice as well that Australia has Tasmania, and one might say that the Falklands is more similar to Tasmania in terms of its relation to the continent. But then, of course, there is also a string of islands aside from the Falklands, going all the way to the Antarctic, that one notices only if one really closes up on the map to the point where you have the South Georgia suddenly appears, and then a few other islands beneath that towards Antarctica. So there's a string of islands from South America that go towards Antarctica. And in between these southerly continents and the northern continents, each one has a Mediterranean. In between North and South America is the Caribbean, which is, Mediterranean is the ancient Greek word for between the worlds, between the land masses. So, of course, there is the classical Mediterranean between Europe, Asia, and Africa. There is another Mediterranean between Asia and Australasia. and it's filled with the archipelagos that constitute the majority of islands on Earth. Well over 7,100 islands plus for the Philippines, and 17,100 islands plus for Indonesia, the two of them together. And this is a solid Mediterranean between of comprising all the Malayan realm between Asia and Australasia. The Philippines, Indonesia, New Guinea included in that. And for between North and South America, it's the Caribbean. So you have these three Mediterraneans generally along the equatorial belt. You have the north-south relation between the north and south continents, reflected in islands off of each of the southerly continents. And this is just basic stuff. But it gets far more esoteric when you really compare the heavens to the earth. And let's see if we can find a good...
Oh, if you go, I also noticed something else. The
yes.
relation of Australia, of Alaska to the what do you call it? The far west, northwest of Europe also looks quite similar.
The north, you mean
Like
this area of Europe? Is that what you're speaking of? Or you talking about this?
no, that area.
Okay.
It's almost similar to a degree to Alaska of the North Americas. So I'm starting to see patterns more and more. So
Understood.
this is very interesting.
Well, there we are. And let's see if we can find a good polar projection map. And we were speaking of the flat Earth psyop. The polar projection map is exploited and abused towards that end, and it should not be. A polar projection map is one of my favorite projections of planet Earth. I have many favorite projections, but the polar projection is obviously an incredible projection of planet Earth. And by the way, just so people know, polar projections are important. And so what I'm going to do is provide a good polar projection from World War II. This is a global war strategy map from the Second World War. And it's important because it shows a united Germany, and it shows, of course, the Manchuria, which was, of course, part of Japan. So this is an incredible way to look at the world the way that it looked during World War II. You'll notice how small Germany is. This is the middle of the Second World War, and this is Germany and Austria united. And look at how small that nation is compared to the Soviet Union and the United States and French Algeria. My God, all of this was considered integral French territory. And the British Empire is all this pink shit. This is all that land that they owned in Africa and mobilized towards war. Asian India belonged to the fucking Brits. All this pink shit is British, including Australia. I mean, with all of this...
Oh my God, the greed of the Britannia knows no bounds.
It's
That is the gluttony.
There's no describing it. There's no words. Of course, you'll notice Taiwan is still part of Japan, as well as Korea. And of course, half of Sakhalin Island, illegally occupied by the Soviets. All of this, let me go back to the live stream and get this link in here for people to use, take advantage of. Let's see if that enters. It's not entering. Why isn't it entering? And let's see if the original thing that I placed in entered. Okay, so why won't this enter? That is bizarre to me. Let's see if do you think you've got any solution towards that? Or maybe something?
Wait, what's going on? You're trying to... Oh, it's because the link you're providing is too large.
Okay. And by the way, look at what I've just discovered. I just noticed this now. This does not help. Flat Earth map, polar azimuthal, equidistant projection, 1943. Now, this is something that was added. They never would have called this that back in those days. They would simply say polar azimuthal equidistant projection. And of course, these days people are too stupid to understand what the fuck that is. So they say flat Earth. And that's considered a selling point because the flat earthers would buy this and say, see, they knew it was flat in World War II. Okay, this is the bullshit we're dealing with, this level of insanity. So if the link is too long, okay, let's see if this works. And this should work. And let's see if we can do this. So let me replace that with this and see if people can access that. Let's click it, see if it takes us there. Okay, it takes people there. So this works. This is what we're looking at, but look at what else they're selling. Look at what they're selling. This is Etsy. Oh my fucking God. Flat Earth in 3D. It's like, and...
it's flat. Why dignify it with the 3D if it's flat?
It's
If you're going to be two-dimensional, go all the way, folks.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, really. Really?
Yeah, I was joking with Amelia and saying, I wanted to create I wanted to create something to see if it takes, and I'm going to call it the no Earth theory, which is that there's no planet Earth, and we're all walking on the edges of the universe.
But you know what?
You know what the crazy thing is, people, if I articulate it right, people will be crazy enough to buy it.
Yeah, no, it's true. It's true. And by the way, just so people know, they are dignifying this with biblical rationalization. I'm not going to give a shit if JMO sees my porn. And but at any rate, yeah. But I'm filing this because this is an illustration that is modern using digital graphics. And basically, they're basing this off of here we are. Look, all glory to the Lord Jesus. They're rendering this biblical, but you'll notice there's no biblical source. There's no biblical citation. There's no chapter and verse because this isn't biblical. The people are making it so.
The flat Earth shit didn't come out into the 1900s with some obscure guy who was exploiting
This is one of the people you're speaking of. This was produced by Professor Orlando Ferguson, obviously a professor in theology or divinity studies, and basically 400 passages in the Bible that condemn the globe theory. This takes a madman to read that into the Bible. 400 fucking passages in the Bible condemn the globe theory. Or the flying earth. None sustain it. This map is the Bible map of the world. So this is one of the guys who started it all. Basically what you see is it rains when, because this is what, by the way, this is more sophisticated. You've got to give this fucker credit. This is far more sophisticated than flat earth. This has dimensionality. And basically what it shows is like a dish bowl where there's kind of a rise.
He's actually moved into a toroidal territory, and he's actually in a toroid. For those who don't know, a donut is actually a fourth dimensional sphere.
Yeah.
So he's really sophisticated in the way he's presenting this, whereas the flat earthers, they
don't even have that. They don't have that. And you know why he took this level of sophistication? Because this way he could rationalize weather patterns, the moon here and the sun here. Yeah. And people may want us to provide links to these things, and maybe I'll do that. So let's see if we can do that. And this is the closest you could get to a biblical rationalization would be this guy. And he's really made it, as our man Jameson Reese says, he's really providing you
four-dimensional Earth.
Yes. So he's actually, but by the way, when the angels are pissing is when it's raining. That's basically that's got to be one of the rationalizations, right?
What's funny is when people would I used to like troll these flat Earth like people who would like make these videos, I would tell them, you morons, the Earth is actually a toroid. And so now that holds weight because it was originally actually drawn like a toroid.
Yes. Yeah. And by the way, that is something I used to say as a thought experiment to help people expand their fucking minds, and it was never intended as serious, but hopefully that provides people some level of understanding. But this is the other illustration here that is I filed both these illustrations now because they're worthy of just people getting acquainted with to combat the insanity of flat Earth, but at the same time,
well, what it will really show is how the idea has degenerated as we advance through time.
Thank you. It's gotten stupider.
This does give me something interesting that I could talk about, although I would have to actually find the video I got the information from. But it's basically how everyone in the 50s and 20, everyone after a certain period, basically our baby boomer generation, they had extraordinarily high amounts of lead in their brains due to the fact that they decided to use lead in fuel. And so ever since, this could actually be a legitimate excuse for our degeneracy.
Thank you.
Of course, that would be sort of not, I still think people need to take responsibility for being just dumb dipshits, but I'm cruel like that.
No. I mean, there's some cruelty that's necessary here. Let's see if this works for our audience. And I'm going to stick this link in the chat, and it's probably going to say it's too long. So, So what do we do here? Constellations. Help me out here with how do we chart this? This would be here. Okay, it go up to here. Okay, this should work. Okay, so let's get this inside of live stream. And all right. And by the way, Daniel Arola says flat Earth people exist because Republicans need voters. I like that. Yeah, that's yeah. And so we've got that link going, and that should work for people. So the important point I'm trying to make here is if you find this constellation map of the Northern Hemisphere, and this is not necessarily, it's an example of this sort of map. Probably we have different constellations now than we did then, because this is really old. This is back when we had giraffes, okay? I mean, they had giraffes on the fucking constellation map, unless they're saying that's something else. So let me see if I can find something else. Again, constellation maps that would be more conducive to my point. And what I'm trying to do is overlay the map of the constellations, the map of the heavens, with the polar projection of the Earth, because that exposes something that very few people recognize. And this might be more conducive towards what we have, a star map of the Northern Hemisphere. And this would provide something a bit better for people. And let's see if that enlarges. So the star map of the Northern Hemisphere, there, you can kind of enlarge in that. And so let me see if I can give this link to people, and this might be more useful. And then I'll check to see what the messages are, because I'm getting some dings showing me I'm getting some messages here. And I'll need to save those maps later as well. So let's take a look at our messages here. Is this oh, here we are. Our Lady is telling me about here we are. So she's saying, so Jameson, you can see this for yourself. Here we are. And so she's telling me to continue my experiment, so to speak. And
we probably are in a hologram, but that's beside the point, because that hologram would have been created by some form of intelligence that either way, you can't escape the God thing.
Yes.
I honestly tried to see if I could practice with atheism, and it just, every time I tried, it just didn't work.
No,
it fell flat on its ass.
Thank you. It's just too, how would I say it? It's just it's
too devoid of anything to work with as far as magic is concerned, to be able to work.
There you are. Magic cannot work in an atheistic, well, in an empty universe. Magic cannot work in an empty universe. And these are some real old constellation maps. But the one thing that one person would notice if one were to take the heavens of the constellae and you were to superimpose them over the polar projection, aligning with the North Pole, the pole star. In other words, if a star map is superimposed over the Earth with the pole star placed over the terrestrial North Pole, then we have a celestial clock making one revolution daily. Now, the noon point of that map, something that we would consider the prime meridian, like the British enforced upon the world through colonialism through Greenwich, which is just bullshit. Just so people know, the idea for dividing the world evenly has to be the dividing line between Siberia and Alaska. When you produce these maps based on the stupid idea that we have, how do I say it, a Greenwich line, then it cuts this off whenever people do the normal map, the map that I've shown people in the past, the Pacific-centered world. You'll notice that this line goes right between Siberia and Alaska on the Pacific map, the Pacific-centered world map. Now, if the whole meridian is drawn through there, you cut no land in half. And that would mean that's the antithesis to the prime meridian. That would be our international date line, where it should be. And that would make the prime meridian go through Italy and through Africa. So that would mean that, it would correct so much that's wrong with the world. People don't understand right now, but digital delivery, people order things. And what happens is when people order things and there's addresses that cannot be identified by many of these delivery systems, they're expert systems, these engines that work with where this is supposed to go. Say there's a misspelling or various other factors. This happens with thousands and thousands of packages every day. And what happens to all of those packages is when they cannot locate it on the map grid, they default to the cross between the prime meridian and the equator. And the cross between the prime meridian and the equator winds up right here in the middle of this ocean in the Gulf of Guinea. And that's where all those packages go. They're dropped in the middle of the ocean. If you don't believe me, you can look this up. They're dropped off where the prime meridian meets this. If we were to take the correct metric prime meridian based on the antithesis to the real international dateline, they would all at least wind up in a place in Africa where many Africans could at least make use of them. Beyond that, this would be the ideal place to establish a spaceport with a cable linking to space itself, because the cable would then be anchored at the furthest point out from the globe, meaning the bulge in the equator. And so that would at least enable these packages to be delivered to some place where maybe someday we can help them be delivered to points in space if such space points ever get settled. But in order to, let me take a look at my messages here because I got another ding. Oh, okay. So Our Lady says, this is Diane Hillis-Buchberger, I never said that holograms are not heavens, different dimensions. Heavens are holograms. I see them. Yes, honey. I mean, no argument. I mean, that's...
No argument whatsoever.
There we are. And, here we are. This is interesting. Yahweh, God of Edom. Speaking about opposites presenting themselves, there is always deception lately appearing in a certain way good and really being the opposite. You do have to be careful. So this is an individual who is saying Yahweh, meaning what people would interpret as the Jewish name for God, is a God of Edom. So I will just give that link to our man Jameson to work with.
Interesting.
He can review that for me. And thank you, Diane. Deeply appreciate it. And this may be in the sense that, many Jewish people will claim that Allah is not a real God, that Allah is a moon god, a sword god, a war god, but that, of course, could be said of Yahweh, right? These are both the gods of Semitic desert peoples, so that's what they would be, right? So, and of course, I don't believe that my God is that God. The Christian God is not that God. So I've expressed that before, and people know where I come from with that if you've listened regularly. But to go back to the polar projection, if you were to take the map of the constellations and take the pole star, superimpose it over the North Pole, and then as a celestial clock in revolution, as the heavens revolve, because the earth is revolving, then at the noon point of that map, which we would call a temporal prime meridian. Temporal prime meridian meaning high noon would be the mark point, the demarcation. You would find the Great Pyramid of Giza. And the Great Pyramid of Giza in Egypt is something people have been exploiting, saying, oh, it connects to Orion. And that's become popular to say that. No, but I will correct what it does align with. You see, thousands of years ago, Egypt was known as the land of Chem, K-H-E-M. Tell us what you know about that. It essentially means black, does it not? As in black land.
Yes.
So the Chema, or the blacks, were a group of 7 major stars. They're in the constellation of Taurus, the bull. That was the sign of my biological father, Adolf Hitler. He was a Taurus. It's known today as the Pleiades. These are the 7 sisters. If the map is placed with the Chema, meaning the 7 sisters, in the constelle of Taurus, over the land of Chem, Egypt, specifically directly above the apex of the Great Pyramid, then Taurus falls over the Taurus Mountains of southern Turkey. And Ursa Major, the Great Bear, rumbles over Russia. And the head of Draco, the dragon, coils up over China. And Orion, the hunter, he stands tall over Iran, Iraq, which were in one of the most brutal wars in which well over 2 million people died throughout the 20th century. Aries, the ram, the Aryan side, Aries, the ram, Aryan, the sign of the Aryan peoples, that is over Roma. And that makes perfect sense. And Capricorn, identified with the great god Pan, falls over Panama. And specifically, Panuco and Mayapan, the name of, well, the old name of Yucatan, the Yucatan Peninsula where the Mayan civilization flourished. Aquila, the constelle of the eagle, spans its wings over the United States. The analogies are obvious and quite impressive. This is one of the clearest examples of the law of as above, so below. So if geomorphology doesn't impress you now, I have no idea what does. This truly goes to show why we've always had this resonance. So understand that Douglas Dietrich has told you what the Great Pyramid is aligned to now, as opposed to what all the bullshit artists like Graham Hancock have been telling you forever, that, oh, it's aligned with the belt of Orion. I've just exposed the fact that Orion is the constelle of Iran and Iraq. And Aries the ram over Rome. These are all warrior cultures. that are, well, manifested in the heavens by warrior signs, just as the eagle and the bear and the dragon are over their respective territories. And Leo the lion, he roars over England, which explains, of course, their obsession with trying to conquer Africa. And I don't know if any of you are aware of this, but starting with Richard the Lionhearted, it was a tradition to bring lions out of Africa to be kept in the palace. This was how the English were able to attain a royalty from the dark continent that they themselves could never have, a nobility that they always strove to. And you see, this explains so much about why our history manifested the way it has. Hopefully now people understand a bit more about why the world works the way it does. With that, I'm going to leave our man Jameson to kind of handle the scene, and I'll refresh myself.
That also drives home why something like astrology is so damn important.
Thank you.
Because the heavens not only imprint themselves upon the earth, but also within our minds and how we interact.
Yes, well, they obviously predict the character of entire civilizations, races, really, cultures. And that's now you understand why my biological father, Adolf Hitler, had an astrologer. And this is a reason, and of course, why the occult manifests in history as one of the primary motivations for why people do what they do historically. So, all such being said, all right, Jameson, I'll leave the stage to you. I'm sure you can handle it for about 10, 15 minutes, while I refresh myself. And, it was so funny when I was talking earlier about, what was I talking about? But it was basically talking about, anyhow, when I was speaking for a while there, Peter Moon took advantage of that to take a pee break, and he actually said that in the messenger system. He said, he put that in the messenger, taking a pee break. And so he came back, and when I said, I handed it back to Peter, he handled it well. He was finessing his way back into the conversation, but he pretty much missed everything I had said. I think I was talking about the Little League of serial killers in California or something like that when he went and did what he did. But there we have that. And
wow. Well, who knows? He might just one day pull Miles Johnson on us.
Yeah, there we are. That would be funny. That'd be funny. But then again, Miles Johnson was on a cell phone, and he was taking that everywhere with him. But so understand this. Don't listen to... When you hear someone like Graham Hancock telling you that the Great Pyramids are centered on the belt of Orion, that's the Edomites and the anti-gods talking. He's a shill. Those who designed and built the Great Pyramid understood that it was aligning with the seven sisters in the Pleiades within the constellation of Taurus, the Great Bull. And as the central geodetic point and key node of the planetary grid, the pyramid was constructed at a time when the Pleiades paused in the midheaven, directly above its apex. And this enabled the descending passage of the pyramid to be directly aligned with and illuminated by the pole star, indicating true north. So there we have that. That is the truth for you. That is knowledge. That is godly. This is the pillars of light descending from the heavens that is spracketh of in the Bible. This is the exact opposite of what the Edomites and their flat earth psyops are trying to convince you. That is biblical, and what I'm giving you is scriptural, and it is based on a true globular earth, because only by it being a globe could we thus align the pyramids with the Pleiades. Does that all make sense? Am I coherent?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Well, with that, then, I leave the stage to you. I will go mute and basically be back in about 10 or 15 minutes. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
All right. So, let's see what I was going to. I was going to bitch and rant about something, which I would have found amusing, but I'm just going to do it anyway because, you know, it's more amusing to do something that's this organic than it is for me to read something. So among many of the friend requests, I got a friend request by someone who was a female, a white female. And, oh gosh, I'm just going to call her the woman who has like a ton of pictures with Justin Timberlake, of all people. Of course, I have my gripes with that motherfucker, whose career just launched after sinking Janet Jackson's career through what can be called sexual abuse on the stage of this, what was some kind of football halftime or some bullshit. Anyway, so this person, you know, they have. So I have to vet everyone who I add to friends because I don't want a bazillion friends. I just want like a few good people I could speak to. I don't need 1,000 people. I don't need 100 people, you know. And so they had this one picture which was super suspect of some white chick getting like some sort of afro or some shit done to her hair and saying, at least we know where our roots come from. And I'm like, okay, that was sus in of itself. But then they decided to go speak on Africa, and they were showing some shit about feeding starving children, and they were like, people in Africa don't need food from us. And she was like, they have more wealth there than we have anywhere else. And I'm like, holy fucking shit. You don't need an education to be successful if you're white. You just need to be dumb as fucking shit. And of course, that person was unfriended right away because the basis of what they were saying was we need to feed. Now, granted, I can sort of grasp. Yeah, we should have on the, you know, Save the Children foundations and shit. We should be feeding children here in America because there's a lot of people in America who are starving. That goes without saying. Of course, those organizations are they're exploiting the sort of image of showing black impoverished people, and they're also making social associations with black equals poverty. And you know, this all goes to a sort of psychological engineering, social programming. But and granted, you know, it would definitely do them good to make commercials where they show maybe starving children in Russia or starving children in Ukraine or starving children somewhere in Europe. Who knows? Who gives? Honestly, I could care less what they do. The whole point was the blatant ignorance of that individual was just, I didn't have to say anything. I just unfriended them right away. But it's baffling how white folks, they don't even grasp the reality of anyone who's not white. They can't grasp the reality or the impact of what their actions have had on other nations and cultures. It's disgusting to me. No, I'm not a racist. If I'm going to be racist, I might as well hate all you fuckers who are of the human race. But luckily, there are a few good souls to prevent me from doing that. And so for that reason, you know, me being someone who's equal opportunity with his destruction, I'd say I wouldn't label myself a hate racist, but I would say that it's very disgusting seeing that face of that face, which is definitely embedded in white America. That face of, you know, or we got our own problems, you know, we're going to just ignore the problems that were caused by our own systemic ignorance, which is perpetuated by our own ignorance of the very system we create that pretty much siphons wealth through creating problems with people who are brown, black, and just anyone who's of color. So yeah, I could not resist the desire to tell the white colonial aspect of America to go fuck itself, because it's something I need to do regularly. It's healing for me to do that, knowing that, you know, because unfortunately all that stuff that Peter said with the aura and whatnot, I take that as bullshit. Kirlian photography has been debunked already. The aura change, you know, as far as seeing colors and people's colors of one's aura, again, we debunked all the Douglas debunked all the factors that go into Kirlian photography and all the many nuances of what can be seen. In fact, I myself choose to blacken my aura. I choose to make my aura dark as fuck because it keeps assholes away. And so far it's worked quite well. It prevents the stalkers from coming too close into my space, and it's worked. So yes, blackening your aura is shielding. So this whole stuff coming from some weirdo who claims to be in contact with someone from Tibet, talking about auras, I can't honestly, for the likes of me, see someone who's a Buddhist who meditates, who spends all their day meditating, like the Dalai Lama or whatnot. I don't think they would give a fuck rat's ass about what color your aura is. And I couldn't see them honestly telling that guy what color, how to cleanse your aura and shit. I will say that the scanning has other uses, you know. I'm sure if the body scanning thing worked, there would be a lot of guys wouldn't be buying products for penis enhancement. Because I mean, why the fuck not? You know, but seriously, you know, that honestly, the reality of the human body and the field that it generates is a lot more sophisticated than that. Thinking positive thoughts only is not going to keep you healthy. In fact, at some point, you're going to be shocked when reality eventually does hit you back in the face and you're forced to deal with the harshness of reality. To create a balanced human being, you can't be someone who just thinks good thoughts. Or, you know, and not only that, thoughts don't have much of an impact on reality at all. If thoughts had an impact on reality, we wouldn't need to practice magic. We wouldn't pray. We wouldn't have all these spiritual practices. In fact, thinking, you know, the very fact that you can act against your own thoughts proves that thoughts hold no weight in this physical reality. So, nor is thinking going to make you sick. But I will say that if one goes through a long period of time not thinking at all, you will start to see some interesting changes, because this is something I do when I walk. When I go walking, I just, my mind is completely cleared. It's the only time I can be truly free of the bullshit of being trapped in 3 dimensions of, well, 4 dimensions, shall we say, of the space-time continuum. And it's anything could be called a meditation as long as your mind isn't focused on anything. The problem is, a lot of times there are 2 types of there are many types of meditation. There's what's called inhibitory meditation, where you're mind isn't focused on anything and you close out all sensory, it's basically sensory deprivation. And this starts to cause your brain to start to play tricks on itself. It has the potential of producing hallucinations. It has the potential of, you'll basically have a DMT trip without having to take DMT if you have the capacity to do a full sensory deprivation chamber and inhibitory meditation. However, in the West, what the term meditation tends to rely on focusing on something as well. There are people who use the idea of observing your thoughts, but not paying attention to them and saying, okay, that's a thought, but not reacting to them as meditation. There's so many technical nuances to this terminology. There's so many different ways people look at it, but my initial teaching of it was not letting any thought creep into your mind for as long as possible. Or at least my first encounter with what we would call true meditation was a challenge that was put onto me when I was a part of the forums for the cult of Cthulhu, of all places. And, Dietrich was basically saying, an interesting experiment is to see how long you can go without letting a single thought cross your mind. Most people can't go for longer than 20 minutes. So that was an interesting experiment. But what I found is that for some reason, when I walk, my mind just does that naturally. If I walk, I could walk for like an hour. I could have music playing. I can, it's like you let the body automatically, you let the reflexes automatically dodge cars, dodge people, whatever or not. All these things become carried by the sort of unconscious. And that becomes a really great form of mindlessness is what I'm so more or less seeking, not to be mindful, not to be attentive to, rather to be almost non-existent within one's own frame of thought or mind. It's almost like a different, I guess I would, it's almost like you're on autopilot. And the interesting thing about it is you get to see how well tuned the body is to doing things when you're not there interfering with it. You'll see how well the body can recognize a stoplight and stop and just kind of, walk through, walk past traffic. You'll see how all these things happen naturally without anyone having to steer it and say, okay, now I'm going to go right. Ooh, look at that tree. Oh, I wonder what this is doing today. I wonder what that's doing today. I mean, we do these things automatically anyway. Most people can drive cars like, there are people who have driven cars and not gotten into accidents who have been literally sleepwalking. So this shows you how powerful the sort of automatic mind is. And this is something I've been experimenting with recently, but the idea of what I will say is the idea of trying to exercise planet Earth. Now, that's a hilarious idea because the Earth is definitely something that something that exists from a balance of both the infernal and the angelic. The angelic, of course, is more divorced from human affairs and more, focused on maintaining the equilibrium of things on a more macroscopic scale, such as the laws of the universe and whatnot. Like gravity would be. I bet you can say that there's an angel for gravity and all that other stuff. It's quite interesting. Whereas the infernal is more interested in humankind, or rather, what the destructive nature of humankind and what is left over. It takes what's left over, breaks it down so that it can be reprocessed into something new. So if you want to try to exercise the planet Earth, I say good luck. Doing so would remove the very spirit of the earth itself, which is chthonic, a chthonic spirit. Chthonic means of the earth, something that's natural, a natural spirit. So yeah, you exercise the spirit of the earth, you'd be essentially killing it. You'd essentially turn the earth into a dead planet like Mars. So I mean that's one of the most bizarre things I've ever heard. I just felt they need to sort of drive that home. And all right, so what I will say is, yeah, I have heard something similar about Yahweh being a sort of foreign god, although from the research that I did, I found out that Yahweh was actually a sort of foreign god, similar to the way Set was a god that was supposed to represent foreigners and whatnot, to the Egyptian paradigm. So in that sense, Yahweh and sort of Set have that much in common, which is quite weird to me, but it's interesting. Yahweh was a much lesser known deity who sort of found its way through people who were passing through from the east, I guess, into the sort of pantheon of the oh my gosh, of the I don't know if the Babylonian pantheon. Yes, it was the Babylonian pantheon, and he was a lesser god. The main gods were El Asherah, of course, which is also descends from the Sumerian Inanna and Ishtar, rather. El Asherah were they were the parents of all the other gods. One of the most powerful gods was Baal, or as they call them, Baal Hadad. Baal Hadad would later become corrupted and transformed into what we know today as the demon Beelzebub, which is the lord of the which they as a sort of disrespectful way said Lord of the Flies, but it's Lord of that which flies, and it is actually Baal Hadad, which is a storm god. And of course, all the stuff is, basically Yahweh. I don't know what happened, but the Jewish people seem to have the people who were, the Hebrews at that time had adopted him. They sort of grafted onto Yahweh because I guess he was a foreign god to where they were, and they just took it and ran with it. And that's at least a story that I had gotten from it. And I will definitely look into this other story, which is in the link that that Douglas was given by Diane. So I'm going to check that out. I just need to open it in the chat and see what I can glean from it. Now, as for, today was actually a really, really good day. It was a great day to walk. It was a great day to go out and do stuff. I felt oddly energized, and I think that is, because now I have someone to talk to. And speaking to Amelia is quite great. She's a awesome person to speak to. Yeah, they're looking at basically here is they're saying that Yahweh was a deity from the southwestern territory of Edom, which was Teman. Of course, Teman is one of the tribes of the Edomite gods, and I'm sure if one wanted to, well, there are some people in the left-hand path who do use them as how do I put this? In the left-hand path, they're really guarded about the Edomite gods for some reason. And so they'll reveal to you the names, and the names that they reveal won't be what I will say the historically accurate names of those tribes. So the occult names that you see in the occult books of the left-hand path, they're not the accurately spelled. They're not accurately spelled as they ought to be if you were really doing research on each tribe individually. That in and of itself is alarming. But so they give you a star, an 11-sided star with the names of each, tribe of Edom, each province of Edom, basically, and you're told that these are the kings of Edom, and that they're like these primal. They say that they're like damn. They don't even describe them. They just give it to you, and they say that I believe one of the people whose books I saw that in was a guy by the name of, oh my gosh, Carlson, Thomas Carlson. Now he's a guy who runs the Dragon Rouge cult, I think, in I don't know if he's Swedish or somewhere like that, but in his book he basically he introduces them as well as the sort of alternative drawings. And, we're told that, it's necessary to work with these things as a means of getting the goetic demons to work more willingly with you, as a means of making yourself like the goetic demons. But the thing is, they never truly give you a key to open those Edomic gates. These are something you're more or less supposed to find out for yourself, if you're daring enough to even want to do that. And as far as I'm concerned, I see every reason not to do it, because I'm more interested in the infernal legions anyway. And I found that you can actually work with the 72 goetic demons without having to deal with the kings of Edom. Although I will say that if you were to put the names together of the Edomic kings, and you were to try to divide that by 36, the amount of letters, you would be able to, per se, come up with a cipher. But yeah, I'm not going to go there. But basically, no other culture of the Canaan worshipped Yahweh. Baal, El, and Asherah seem to be deities acknowledged and revered by multiple ethnicities in Canaan. But Yahweh is Israel's alone. They were indigenous. He was imported. Yeah, this is basically what I was saying. So the article that she gave is saying the exact same thing that I learned about. And of course, Yahweh's power is described with imagery associated with the storm deity motif, which is quite interesting because Set also has a storm deity motif. Of course, they claim Set is the son of the Greek deity Typhon. I don't see how that works, but he is sort of seen as the thing is, the problem is historically that's not accurate what they say about Set being a foreign god, because he was actually not maligned until after the cult of Horus took over. So even Set was a part of the Egyptian pantheon originally. And I could be wrong there. So, don't quote me on that. We have no biblical references to Yahweh's location in Edomite territory. But let's see. They are saying that Tetragrammaton is a toponym associated with Shashu, who were nomads, meaning Shashu, located in the region of Edom, according to other Egyptian texts. Scholars generally agree that Shashu contributed stock, if not primary line, to the subsequent Israelite ethnos. That ethno is first attested at the end of the 13th century BCE in the Victory Stela erected by the Egyptian Merneptah. The stela describes Israel as a people and likely locates them in the central country of northern Israel. This may all help to explain why no culture of Canaan worshipped Yahweh. Yeah, he wasn't really known as, the Canaanites never knew him as a legitimate god. He was something that came from elsewhere. Baal, El, and Asherah were acknowledged. And this conflict is constantly highlighted in the Bible between Yahweh and Baal, which is intriguing because there is no conflict between Yahweh and the Canaanite deity El, or Yahweh. Okay, that's very interesting. Yahweh's power is described, of course, with the storm deity. Baal was also a storm deity. Yes, he was. And while other deities perform the same function in the pantheon could be tolerated across national borders, in the same region there would be enough room only for one. Baal and Yahweh were thus in constant competition for devotees of the local storm deity. Yahweh did not bring imagery associated with the patriarchal deity to Canaan, but rather appropriated that imagery along with the station from the local Canaanite patriarchal deity. There was no need to combat his influence. Thus, an Edomite deity from around the Arabah was brought north into the central highlands around the end of the 13th century. At some point, a federation or coalition of tribes dedicated to this deity coalesced, perhaps as described in the Song of Deborah in Judges 5, and developed into a state. So yeah, this is like literally a weird amalgamation. This is very interesting. And of course, you know, we have the text from Deuteronomy. Yahweh came from Sinai and then rose up unto us from Seir. He shined forth from Mount Paran. Judges 5-4. Yahweh, when you went out of Seir, when you marched forth from the field of Edom, the earth trembled and the heavens dropped. Yea, the clouds dropped water. The mountains quaked before the presence of Yahweh, the one of Sinai, from before Yahweh, the God of Israel. Interesting. So they basically tell you in the Bible. And there's Hab 3. I don't know what Hab is because I'm not really someone who's very familiar with the Bible. But God came from Teman, and the Holy One from Mount Paran. So that's very interesting. They basically the Hebrew God of the Old Testament is Yahweh, and that's totally different from the, I guess, the New Testament God, or the God that incarnated in the form of Yeshua, or Jesus, if you will. So it's very interesting. So the question is, what was the name of what Jesus represented? I think they call it Quana, the jealous, but you know, this is all very interesting. Honestly, I for one do not have any desire to have anything to do with that entity. Or rather, shall I say, I don't have any desire to return to the Creator, so to speak. I rather just take the Creator spark and use it for myself and, you know, my own selfish purposes. I do not feel that anyone owes the Creator. So that is why I take the path of the left and work with the infernal legions, and you know, really just would rather deal with devils than, you know, deal with, you know, and I'm not, I mean, I could deal with angels as well. You know, I've had good results with both angels and devils, to be quite honest. Both seem to work well for me, but I'm just not really particularly interested in the prime creative force, because, you know, if it really, honestly, I I wouldn't be here in physical flesh and blood form if that thing really supposedly, quote unquote, loved me. So, I just, whatever, to each one their own, I guess. It's, oh shit, let me see if Daniel or the curious girl want to come on. Do either of you want to come on, please? I am running out of things to talk about organically, folks. Don't be shy. All right, so I'm going to see if I can add them and see what's up. Why not? We'll see if they take the call or not. And just shoot the shit because, it's, why the heck not? All right. Yeah, it's just me in the hot seat. Well, let's see, is there anything going on locally that caught my attention aside from what's going on in New York, which is really just horrific? Supposedly the folks in the city council or whatever, or the folks in Albany, they want to release all these people and make it easier for all these people in prison to get bail. A lot of these people, they're saying, were their reason to just... Sammy. Yo, what's up?
Sorry, bro. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Oh, yeah.
Just checking in. See how you doing.
Yeah. Oh, hanging in there. Today went great. We had Amelia on, and she did wonderfully, in my opinion. And I definitely look forward to seeing her, come on the show more whenever she wants, which would be great.
Yeah, I think any females, any women that want to come on, I think it's always great. I think their perspective is always needed.
Yes, and she's really fun to talk to. I mean, it's really great speaking to her. So, things are going well there. How are things going on with you? Any weird things happening in the neighborhood lately?
Well, not necessarily, not that I've noticed, but I went out of town a little bit, maybe yesterday, and I had to do some business, and it involved a notary. So, where I was at, I guess his notary travels pretty far. I don't know why, but whatever. Anyways, he was informing me that, after we were done with what I was doing, because the area is rural.
Yeah. I'm back. So what did I miss? So you're going to tell us what you were doing? Go on.
Yes. I was doing some business yesterday, and it required a notary. And where I was at, it's rural California. And anyways, after we're done with doing what we were doing, we're talking, small talk with the person that was doing the notary, and he was explaining to us that there's actually people, and it kind of reminded me of you, Doug, and I'll tell you what it reminded me of. But he was telling me that because certain rural areas in California where there's pockets of areas, and California's a huge state. There still are some senior citizens that still only do things through mail.
That's right.
Landlines, they still have landlines, and not that there's not internet available, but they're just stuck. They're stuck, in that snail mail landline. That's all I want. Right. So he's one of the few people that does what he does. So he has to go up to, the mountains. You're talking about Tehachapi. You're talking about Sequoia National Forest. You're talking about, Death Valley. You're talking about areas like that where there's still people living there.
I mean, oh my fucking God, this is like bumfuck red California that is like uninhabitable. Go on.
Right. And he was telling me that there's a lot of people that he's seen. They're like from a movie or something, because a lot of times he's told me that there's I don't know if you guys seen Ace Ventura, when he visits the old place and the guy pulls out a sawed-off shotgun to his face. He was explaining to me that there's people that literally the way they greet you is with a shotgun. What are you doing here? And he has to tell them their business, and they relax, but he said that there's one time where he was doing business, and this guy was so old that his front dentures just fell off in the middle of his conversation.
Yeah, right. Yeah, that happens.
So
yeah, go on.
You're talking about these hicks, these hillbilly hicks that still exist, but it reminded me of Doug when I believe last year, where you had these people chilling in the middle of a fire.
Yes.
Yes. Of a forest fire. And I'm like, damn, you know what? And when you was telling me that, I was thinking about you, Doug. I'm like, damn, I guess Doug was right about that. Not that I didn't believe you, but it is true. There's people that still rely on that, on the actual postal mail and stuff, and they don't want to change, And go ahead.
I'm so sorry. It's just everything you say resonates. I mean, believe me, I'm halfway there myself, and had to emerge out of that. I mean, because you get locked in, and for the elderly, they still want to stay in the last century, and they're very married to phone books, for instance. We still have phone books that are getting thinner and thinner every year, but we have old people who buy newspapers. There was one old man who would go right up to the corner and he would buy newspapers. I mean, my father loved newspapers. It's like, that world, of course, is dying with them, and it's dying in front of their own eyes as well. So you feel bad for them. But of course, what you're talking about is people who are stuck. This is essentially what But anyhow, so please go on. Just keep going, because I'm going to. Yeah, listen.
It's one of those things where, Rudy was explaining to us that when his walk of what he does, he goes everywhere because, fortunately, the area that he lives, he's pretty much travels. He's a traveling notary, and he's been to. He's done, someone needs it. He's been to gang infested neighborhoods, and they need a notary. And, they're in the middle of doing what they do. Oh, yeah, go here, the person that you're looking for. And, just a variety of people. But, it is what it is. He's like, there's some things that I've witnessed where, obviously I'm just here to do my business because, I'm a mom and pop business. But, people are cutting coke right in front of me, and, what am I going to do? They just pointed me to the direction where I guess they need a notary, and it is what it is. But, what kind of alarmed me was that there's still people that way that rely on, the mail, and, they're to some degree, you said some of them are very hostile, in the sense that they're kind of hermits. They're stuck in their, their own little world, and it's very interesting. It's almost like, wow, these people still exist,
Oh God, yeah. I mean, who lives in a place like that? The young lady we just had on in the opening hour, Amelia.
Oh, okay.
Well, Willard lives in bumfuck red California. I mean, she lives basically maybe 2 hours from me. But to put this into perspective for people, when I was care providing for my father, and we got him reestablished into the system via the Veterans Administration. And for those of you who don't know, I'm not going to go into that whole struggle, but basically when they closed the Presidio military base, then we have that situation where my dad was no longer going to be able to access military-based hospitals for free care because there were none that were close to San Francisco. The closest was Travis Air Force Base, which was, really, for all intents and purposes, into the next day. So the Treasure Island was closed, the Oakland Medical Enlistment Processing Station, all that shit. None of this was accessible or available. So I had to get him into the VA, and that was a totally different system from what a military retiree has access to, just so people know. And you might not, that may not make any sense to you, but if it doesn't, it's because you're totally ignorant of the military. It's basically retirees can go to military hospitals. The VA does not have military hospitals. VA is civilian hospitals. They're like welfare hospitals, and they use all the local doctors from the local hospitals. Their medical students go to work at the VA. Just so you know. So hopefully that gives people enough of a context. But when I got him into the VA system, then we would use the shuttle to get there and back. And it was just awful. But the shuttle system would take you to the VA and back, and it was just horrific. There's just no describing how awful this system was. But the point was that the shuttle drivers would talk, and beyond that, you would talk to the people riding in the shuttle with you. Now, one of the things that made the shuttle so horrible would be that it would take you around the circuit to other people to pick up an area, and then, then take you with them. You'd have to go all the way around on a circuit ride with a bunch of other people to get to the VA and to get home. So the shuttle would try to load up with as many people as possible to be efficient, and then you're stuck with all these horrible people. And somebody said, "Be right back." Was that Sammy or Jameson that said that? Just so I know who's still with me. I'm still with Sammy, right? It's Jameson who left, right?
Yeah, that was probably Jameson.
Yeah. Okay. There we go.
Right there.
So what happened was that, one of these shuttle drivers was telling me, and of course, you wouldn't often meet these people because it'd be a totally different shuttle ride. In other words, the shuttle ride we had was bad enough because we're going to different points in San Francisco. And believe me, that's just bad enough. But there were these shuttles then that had to go out in the middle of bumfuck nowhere to pick people up to take them to the VA, because most of these veterans would be, they're so antisocial because they're so murderous and psychotic. They all lived in these bumfuck places because there's no way they could live in a city because they would kill people. I mean, literally, you couldn't drive through a city because they would be killing people with a car if they weren't killing people with guns. So these are people who were probably denied, pretty much access to the city by services. And so they would live out in the middle of bumfuck. So I would have drivers tell me, I pick people up in the middle of, and obviously these are an area of San Francisco. So, the shuttle's not going to go out to, it had to be somewhere where the shuttle could conceivably pick a person up and get them to the VA in about 2 to 3 hours. And it had to be somewhere where they could get them home in that same amount of time. Otherwise, they'd be under a different VA jurisdiction. So we're talking about 2 to 3 hours within San Francisco, probably a little less. So we're talking about where Amelia Willard lives out in that area and places like that. But they would say, I'll take my shuttle out to these places where there's nobody. They'll say there's nobody, and you'll have a home, and you'll go inside to pick the person up because they're half disabled, and literally you may have to pick them up, like get them out of the chair and help lift them to the shuttle. So they'd say inside their home, they got TVs, aquariums, everything you and I got, but, they're out in the middle of bumfuck nowhere. But some of these shuttle guys would tell me, because they had to go pick these people up, because your average appointment is hospital appointments are horrifically notorious. By the way, Sammy Romero contributed to myself $50 United States dollars. And if it weren't for that, combined with Chris Collins, combined with our dear friend in Canada, combined with Eric Laystick with $25 from him. Our dear friend in Canada gave about $100, maybe about $75 altogether this month, maybe more, close to $100 probably altogether, but he wishes to remain anonymous. But that's our dear friend in Canada. God bless him, all of you, weren't for all of you, I wouldn't have made rent this month, and it has nothing to do with any overspending other than, the dentist. I took care of that problem. And by the way, it was mostly the cab fare that killed me there. It wasn't the dentist. I didn't pay a cent for the dental work. Thank God, because they fucked me over so bad with the last time I went through dental work that they still owed me. Right. So they did the dental work for free when I went in this time, but I had to go at 7 a.m. So the point is that with all of these types of appointments, you got to be there early. And as people know, so this meant the shuttle drivers would have to pick the person up at like 3 a.m. in the morning to get them to their appointment at 7 in the morning at the VA. So this would be the nightmare that the shuttle driver would arrive, maybe that's a bit of an exaggeration, more like 4 or 5 a.m. in the morning, pick the person up to get them. But, it'd be dark. So the, shuttle drivers were telling me they were going to places where they refused to get out of the shuttle. They would just basically call the guy on his landline. These people had landlines. They didn't have phones, right? No cell phones, I mean. So the shuttle driver would call their number and say, you have to come out, because they were literally physically afraid to get out of the shuttle in the dark, because the place they were in was out in the middle of the woods. And, and I would ask them, well, this isn't like a gang scenario, like you're going through East LA and, you're worried about flying gunfire, but what is it you're worried about in the dark out in those areas? It would be like, literally, they thought it might be Bigfoot. It's just, or a bear, or, they just...
It's true.
Yeah. And so this gives you an idea that even just within about 2 hours of San Francisco's radius surrounding San Francisco, it's unearthly. It's like uninhabitable, or just uninhabited, semi-inhabited land, that's quite rural, country, or and I'll let Sammy take it from here. I'm going to go mute for a few minutes while Sammy talks, because I'm going to be chewing, getting some calories into myself. But, there you go.
I've taken the back route to San Francisco. Last time I was there for Gay Pride. Yeah. Not that I went to the Gay Pride. Understood. It happened to fall on the Gay Pride parade, which one of my gay friends was very envious of me. I'm like, believe me, I didn't realize till I saw the men in assless chaps, eating whatever.
Yeah, who needs that? Oh my fucking God! And most, to tell you the truth, if I were gay, I wouldn't be happy with the setup they got there, because these are like these old skaky dudes, right? That it's like they're not even like young beefcake. If I were gay, I wouldn't be happy with the fuckers who are on parade. But go on.
Sorry, those dogs. Sorry.
No worries.
But no, I took the back. We took the back way to San Francisco, and some of these areas. I believe one of them is called Greenland or something.
Oh God, that'd be appropriate. Yeah, probably.
These areas are very rural, and it's just you can literally probably hide a body out there, and I wouldn't be surprised if there's bodies out there.
Thank you.
That have been buried.
Hundreds. Hundreds. Yes.
So it explains why they're probably haunted.
Yes.
So no, it's understandable.
It also explains why those people are always on edge. I mean, why on earth, if you're living in a place like that, why would you feel compelled to confront a stranger with a shotgun? It's because you're either an extraordinarily sick and psychotic or paranoid person, or because you have first off, let's be logical about this. Say you're a predatory criminal. You're gonna, what is the whole nature of criminality implies laziness. If you had any energy, you wouldn't be a criminal. You'd go out and get an honest job. So a criminal, and believe me, I know I'm a criminal myself. So I know that this involves a lot of laziness. I mean, it's like, why work hard when you can work smart? That's the criminal mentality. Okay. So your average criminal is not going to be out there. There's nothing for a criminal out there. Say, even if you're a rapist, say you're a rapist or a serial killer, what would you be doing out there? There's nothing for you there.
Right.
The victims, the meat, it's all in the cities or any place where you can get away. For one thing, if you kill somebody up there, then what? You move in? I mean, it's like either you move in or you just say, you know. I mean, it's one of those things where, okay, someone might kill someone and move in, but unless you're intending to do that would imply a plan. You're not going to, there's no killer or a rapist or anybody going to be out there because it's too much work. So when these people are afraid, what are they afraid of? It's obviously themselves, or it's the horrible, something horrible is out there, and they know it because they hear it at night or something. But whatever's going on out there, it's got to be their own ghosts haunting them, their own evil and karma pursuing them, and they know it. Or it's like, if, you know, I mean, you get my point. So my point's been made. So when you feel this sense of ominous danger when you're out there, it's the people. It's no one else. It's really the people that you're concerned with. But it might be bears or Bigfoot, etc. But you get my point. So take it from there. Yeah.
Right. No, I actually do believe you. It's just the thing about areas like that. It's to me, they do sometimes come across more dangerous because of people's ignorance, in the sense that they're not exposed to the public as much as someone that lives in the city. Believe it or not, I've never really been a victim, and I hope not. But I've never really been a victim of mugging or anything in the city. But somewhere like in those areas, sometimes more on edge, because there is a lot of militia type people, in the sense that for some reason they think, it's DEFCON 5, and, for some reason they think they're the only people with weapons, and, it's all in their head. In other words, they're overly patriotic, quote unquote, and they're waving their flags and "Don't tread on me" and Trump 2020 and "Stop the pedos" and and
all of it. Yeah,
things.
that's all. Yes. You've expressed it all. That's their world. Go on. Yeah.
And I'm coming from Los Angeles, which it might as well be another planet. It kind of makes me wonder how.
You're considered the enemy. I mean, first off,
absolutely.
If they knew where you were from, I mean, for just your skin color alone, just your physical appearance alone, you're the enemy. But if they knew where you came from, that would be the added enemy status. Oh, he's from Los Angeles. Right. It would be like automatically all the stereotypes in their mind of a gang member, and
absolutely.
It's, no logic whatsoever that a gang member would go out there. There's no one to sell dope to because they all make their own. But go on.
Believe it or not, it's there's actually probably more drugs out in those areas.
Yes. Yes. Well, again, Amelia Willard was just talking about that. She grew up in a place where they were like brewing meth. They're. Go on.
I was in elementary school, and there was this kid that he kind of was the quote unquote bully, but when you're older, you start reflecting back, and some shit just hits you when you're older. How they weren't bullies; they just were exposed to a lot of things you weren't.
Yeah.
He actually almost OD'd on crank, but what I never realized was that his brother actually cooked the stuff.
There you
and
go.
He just happened to be in the vicinity, and he almost died.
Yes.
And at the time, I don't know what the hell crank was. It's just whatever. But
bit of trivia here. Fun fact: it's called crank because the Hells Angels and various other motorcycle gangs used to hide it in the crankshaft of their motorcycles. Go on. That's how they transported it. So go on.
Interesting. And actually, there is a lot of Hells Angels where I went.
There you
my
go.
Neighbor,
yeah.
Here's an interesting fact, Doug, and I think it speaks to my parents. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
They used to call my neighbor El Rayado.
Yes.
Rayado means in Spanish scribbled on.
Yeah.
The man that was scribbled on.
Yes.
Pretty much, my neighbor was a Hell's Angel with a lot of tats, a lot of tattoos, And my parents, to humor themselves, used to call him the one that scribbled on. That's the neighbor.
Got it.
So all the scribbling on the skin was a tattoo. So the scribbled one.
No, I love that.
But he actually loved my parents a lot because my dad always was just friendly. And I think because he came from prison, and let me remind people how effed up this country is, okay? The reason why I say it's effed up, and the reason why I never feel sad for white people, okay? This Hell's Angel redneck bought a home straight out of prison.
Yes. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
I don't know if they were putting in. The reason why I found out prisoners can do this, because I have family in San Quentin. I'm not bragging. It's just what it is. They actually have bank accounts that are provided by the state of California.
Yes.
And a lot of these shot callers, they get the kickback from whatever gang they are, and this money accumulates with interest in the banks.
Yes.
Okay. So this Hell's Angel redneck, straight out of prison, bought a house right next to us. And this is how
outrageous.
It's just outrageous and insane this is, Doug, in the sense that, when you came back from your mercenary work, you probably would have been better off getting locked up and coming out a couple years later.
Thank you.
And your money would have accumulated interest. That's a joke, obviously.
Understood, but it's all too true. It's all too true. Yeah.
It's disgusting. Now, we bought a house, but my dad, worked his ass off, and he had to get it out the mud. How it's an expression, but so it's just very it's how lopsided this country is, in a sense that when people are complaining that especially people that are not minorities, how hard it is for them. It's not. It's almost like it's robbery, really. It's what it is. Yeah. But that being said, the system is a system the way it is. But this Hell's Angel, the reason why I even knew he was a Hell's Angel was because one of my sisters was dating a Mongol. A Mongol is another motorcycle club here in Southern California, which is basically mostly ex-Vietnam veterans. It's mostly predominantly Mexican and white, but mostly Mexican. It's a Chicano biker gang, pretty much.
Right. Thank you.
You sprinkle a couple of white vets in there and whatever. Yeah. But obviously these gangs know each other very well.
Yes.
From what my sister told me, and I said, "How?" They just do. They know each other. For a split second, they know who's at, and they were about to go to blows. And my sister told her boyfriend at the time, "You need to leave." He said, "Well, he literally wanted to kill my neighbor," and she said, "No, you can't, because if you start any problems, then the problem with these gangs is."
It never ends. It's vendetta.
You're potentially putting my family in danger.
Yes.
Just by being associated with you. So, he left. And believe it or not, they actually, I think my neighbor kind of realized the scenario.
Yes.
In which we're pretty much civilians. We don't know what the hell's going on. Yeah. They kind of had a talk for about a good 30 minutes. In other words, look, I'm going to give you a pass. But if I hear my name, or if your name comes up, or in other words, if I hear that I gave someone a pass, then I'm gonna come look for you. Right. So it's just part of that. Those areas are really they're just urban countryside. Instead of concrete, it's just a bunch of or at least where I'm at, a bunch of orange groves, and it's country, but it's very much urban.
Let's just say it's socially post-apocalyptic. Go.
Right. Well, no, that's actually probably a better description. And a lot of people don't realize that you can get killed a lot easier there
Thank you.
Than you think.
Yes.
Um,
And no one will find the body.
oh, absolutely not. Law enforcement are part of the, just like here in, obviously where I live,
Yeah.
it's the same thing. Just for fun, I always go and research all the congressmen, all the senators from those areas, and they all have prior convictions.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah.
From oh my God, who's that asshole from Bakersfield that I can't stand? Many
It doesn't even bear naming. It
doesn't
just,
even matter.
Yeah.
It's just, regular representative redneck,
Yeah,
it is what it is.
and by the way, in a very real sense, they truly represent their constituency because they're a bunch of violent criminals just like their constituency. That's what emerges from the constituency, and that's what they represent. So
No, it's actually very true, and a lot of people don't think of this because, when people are just city and they're just used to the city, corruption is corruption, but it doesn't leave any area. It's just what it is. So, you start kind of observing, and it kind of hits you that it's pretty much the same. And
I would say it's worse. It's worse out in the countryside because
absolutely
here in the city, people are forced to at least put on a charade. You have at least the law enforcement as forced simply because everybody can see it. They're under the microscope. They are forced to respond to degree. Certainly people get away with all kinds of things, etc. But honestly, out in places like that, when your elected representatives are criminals themselves, well, for all intents and purposes, the law just isn't there. There is no law because what law there is, I mean, look at their patrol zone. First off, in the practical sense, they've got too much ground to cover with maybe 1 or 2 personnel, or 3, 4 at the most, and so just practically, they're not going to be there when trouble happens. In terms of, well, they should know where the trouble is. Like, say, for instance, in a city, there are places where they know, oh, this is where the wife beater lives. Oh, this is where, well, in those areas, trouble is where anybody lives because everybody in those areas is brewing meth and basically
Absolutely.
engaged in raping their daughter, or so it's just where, yeah.
Yes. Well, it reminds me when I remember, I don't know if you remember, I told you where we did that funeral in the middle of that compound. I don't know if you remember that.
Of course.
We were, this is a compound.
Yeah.
And you would need directions to get to this compound. And I told my sister, how the hell, who allows these people to have this type of compound? I couldn't even see the electricity poles.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if they were underground, but this is a compound. Yeah. And you can tell they were there were nice cars there, and so this was a compound, but it was very eerie because this is a funeral service. So you have people mourning here, but they did have muscle. But everybody was in a state of almost vulnerability. So it was almost sense that, okay, I'm going to tread lightly, but to me, it seemed more dangerous because they were mourning. And, it was no problem, but it was one of those things where, the world is a big place and at the same time it's not, but, it was one of those things where these areas are pretty much, they're as dangerous or as more dangerous because it's just more control. I think, if you're lost, most of these people that live out there know you're lost.
Yes. Immediately.
And,
Immediately. This is Texas Chainsaw Massacre territory, people. This is like you take a wrong turn and you wind up being skinned alive by some person who could literally wear your skin and no one's going to do anything about it. I brought up the more benevolent aspect of cops, like if they intended to do any good, it's just physically they're still likely not going to be there, but more than likely they're going to ignore anything that happens. That is a horrible probable potential. The worst scenario is they may be responsible for what happens. You could be, if you were a woman out alone in those areas, God forbid. So somebody said, "Be right back." Was that Sammy or Jameson again? Because I was going to have somebody take over while I can start chewing.
That was Sammy.
Oh, okay. So you take over for a second while I start chewing. I mean...
Wait. I did want to hear you to finish that thought, but yeah.
I mean,
woman
you know where that goes. I mean, God forbid, if you're a woman out alone in those areas, you could get raped by the cops. And then they'd probably torture you and mutilate you and bury the parts all over the place and do something gruesome like that. Well, I don't know if they would go that far, though I'm convinced there are people in those parts that would. But in terms of what they would do, if a cop raped you, they would likely kill you and bury, put the body out someplace where no one's going to look. I mean, honestly, if a body disappears out there, the cops have no reason to pursue it unless, no matter where you are, cops have no reason to pursue anything unless there's charges pressed. So, but nobody's going to press charges if they don't know something happened to you or not. So, yeah, and it's definitely it's a very, very frightening territory, and it's a place not to take lightly. And when I'm out there, I'm certainly prepared for anything. So these are areas where you're just they're all white for a reason. It's like you're any black person living out there will be one of them because he would be, but you never see them out there. Those that you do, of course, they're like the rest of those people, someone you wouldn't want to affiliate with. They've essentially bleached themselves mentally. And so they're basically a white person wearing black skin. Yeah, that's right.
And those are worse than even the most ratchet hood motherfuckers.
It's true in their own way, true, and sometimes very much so. I mean, by the way, the curious girl is welcome to come back on now at this point if she wishes. I mean, it's just that when Peter drones, we let him drone. I mean, it's because it's kind of a gift.
Yeah. Me and her were kind of poking fun at him for that. Oh my gosh.
Oh, that's fine. So, what I was going to say was that
all of us on Team D do that
to each other too. Yeah, by the way, just so everyone knows, this is what made what the fuck was that white guy's name again?
Mr. Jim Foreskin.
Jim Forsyth. This is what made Jim Forsyth so insufferable. Was that obviously. We spent all kinds of time really, insulting each other. And it's done lightheartedly. But it was like he was offended. And anybody who listens to what went on while he was with us, God, tell me if you think I was offensive to him. I mean, let me know.
No. I mean, this is I'm sorry. It's just very humorous. I mean, it's hard not to laugh at, honestly speaking, even if you're on the receiving end. I mean, it's funny.
Thank you. And this is what I couldn't understand. If the guy's that sensitive, how did he even live this long with all the shit he went through? It doesn't even make sense. It is what it is. It's just, I think, Sammy Romero was right. The guy was probably some kind of asset.
Another super victim.
Yeah, another super victim sent to make us all look cruel. And, by sitting here saying, look how fucked up I am. And then, I'm hurt. And, I mean, the worst of it was if he was taking offense from Penny Bradley. Oh, my God.
And Penny Bradley never said anything about him.
Other than, is that our NSA agent? And he took it personally. Yeah. He personalized it because, you said, it's probably because that's what he was, right? I mean,
that's what I've deduced. He actually was the NSA agent. And the thing is, I haven't gone onto the Facebook that I have that's gotten banned to see if he's reacted to any of this.
Yeah, by the way, I do notice that we don't hear that. Maybe we'll start hearing it again, but I noticed that we haven't heard that since he left. We haven't heard that kind of noise, that kept being made on the calls before he came on, as yeah. So there you go. That backs it up. I mean, that reinforces your suspicion. It's Well, anyhow, I'm gonna get some calories in myself. I'm going to see if you can get Penny or the Curious Girl back on if they want, because I know she works. So meaning the Curious Girl. By the way, but as a working girl, I'm not implying what people might think I'm implying, like I do with my escorts. No, she works with throwing down the cards, making the videos, going through the fortune telling, basically. I guess there's a better way of putting that.
I would say scrying.
Scrying. Well, that's when I think of that. I think of
divination.
Yeah, divination. Thank you. Divination. Yeah, scrying's more like looking into the crystal ball. But yeah, so there we have that. And so what was it that Sammy Romero was saying? His Rudy, who's Rudy? His cousin? He said was the notary guy. Was that his cousin or his brother? I mean, who? It's not his twin brother.
No. It's not his twin brother. It's I was under the impression he was just a notary guy. I didn't know he was related to him.
Oh, well, he referred to the guy as Rudy, so it's just someone he knows? Or just like, I guess? I mean, it's not that important. The important part was...
I guess the names were exchanged,
Okay, got it. So he just got to talking to this guy. And not that I care that much, but I can ask him when he gets back if I'm still even curious. So I'll be doing a little chewing, people. I'm going to go silent while our man Jameson talks again, and then I'll try and come back with some semblance of coherency. I don't even know if I can muster that tonight. But it's just how do I say it? It just, not that there was a lot going on. It's one of those nights where, I mean, hell, I do this twice a week, right? You're not going to have it together every time, but I'm going to try.
Oh, you always manage to surprise me. Just when I think it's going to be some night where we spend all night shooting the shit and cracking people with jokes, you wind up pulling out something extraordinary. I'm like, mind blown.
You're very kind. You're very gracious.
No, I mean you have a lot of gems. For example, I wouldn't have even known that thing about the map and the constellations.
Thank you.
That blew my mind, and that was in a significantly small segment. So, you bring a lot of gems to the table. Peter sometimes brings gems to the table that has knowledge that's useful for me, such as the John D thing, and and you going into Kino's interest into that. That opened the doorway for what is now a technique that works for me. So, I mean, yeah. There is no shortage of things to be learned, even if it's just a sort of mundane night.
Right. Well, Sammy says he has to go. So good night, Sammy. We love you dearly. Share our love with your significant other. And
I spoke to Penny earlier, and she said she had a horrible headache. So I don't think she'd be likely to come on.
Depends. I mean, she's got good.
I could try to add her though.
She's got good painkillers.
She
was in the chat earlier. So.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So I didn't get a chance to respond to her, but she was basically saying something about, the math was impressive. She was talking about Penny's math. So there she was. See, if we do a screen share, I could show you. Penny Bradley was saying the math for astrology is really impressive. Yes. So there we are. So she said that. They don't put time things on this, but she said that before, said that in our opening hour. So she was definitely up at 5 California time. Her California time is the same as mine, so for her it's only 11. I
still have to just muse on something. Sure. I'm looking at something Maria Gregoric shared 4 years ago, where I guess this is like a baby gorilla being taken care of by the mother gorilla, and I guess a lot of people would find that cute, but because they're gorillas, I'm just cringing looking at this. It's just horrifying to me.
It can be scary.
I don't like primates. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
I can't.
yeah, and that's the revulsion of Bigfoot. I mean, if you think the gorillas are repulsive, you can imagine what those fuckers look like.
That was why I was actually endorsing bombing
genocide.
the
Yeah, I know. We try not to go there. It's God knows mankind wiped out enough of them before.
All right, I do have to, of course, critique a post Penny has against trying Assange. He will disappear into Gitmo as a terrorist for daring to publish proof of American war crimes in Iraq.
Oh, we can only hope. We can only hope. Yeah.
That would be a dream come true. The guy belongs in worse than Gitmo. I mean, for fucking shit's sake.
Thank you. For those of you who don't know,
he's horrific.
Yes.
The one who exposed the war crimes in Iraq was what was her name? Brad.
Chelsea Manning.
Chelsea Manning.
Yeah.
Chelsea Manning.
Originally, Chelsea Manning was Bradley Manning, and for those of you who don't know the story, Bradley Manning was originally Bradley Edward Manning or Edward Bradley Manning. I honestly don't remember. My son was actually in correspondence with him because my son, of course, is transgender, and he became infamous, Bradley Manning, because they were discrediting him by his transgender status. In other words, when Bradley Manning was becoming what he was becoming, a whistleblower, a public informant, doing what he could to expose everything, remember that this was a person who did this on his own initiative, and he couldn't find anyone who would take his material and publish it. And the one person who did was this Julian Assange, who simply exploited him and let him take the fall. So Julian Assange is no hero. The man who did all the work and gave him all that information was Bradley Manning. Now, Bradley Manning, of course, was ultimately someone who became a woman, Chelsea Elizabeth Manning from former. But,
okay. All right. Yeah. I was about to say, I actually did comment on that by saying he doesn't deserve credit. It was Chelsea Manning who revealed the data and has suffered endlessly ever since.
Thank you.
Assange merely published the material.
Yes, thank you. And tried to take all the credit. And,
I mean, the guy's a fucking rapist. He's a piece of, he rolls around and he's an animal abuser.
Yeah.
In that he, like, rolls around in his cat's feces and doesn't clean up the litter box.
No, seriously, there is nothing good to say about Julian Assange.
He's nothing more than like he's like Stephen Outram's cousin.
Yes, no, seriously, this is an individual. But all of that is just icing. The worst of it is, understand this person was a product of an Aquino affiliated cult. And Shanti Nikatuan, the fucked up cult about white supremacists, where they literally bleached their skin as white as possible, Michael Jackson style, and dyed their hair white. And understand that this guy's Australian. Everybody thinks he's European, and he's like this fucker who was raised by this Australian psychiatric cult and new age white supremacist cult, etc. And that alone doesn't make him evil. You could argue that makes him a victim, but everything he ultimately did was voluntary and on his own accord. He was trained by the U.S. government to become a hacker, and then he took advantage of that and sold out to the KGB. So you're talking about double agent. And he was working for the FSB, the successor to the KGB, directly under orders of Vladimir Putin for years. That's why he took advantage of what Bradley Manning did. And he was doing that on behalf of the Russian Empire. So you're talking about a white trash piece of shit traitor. He's truly treasonous. And he's someone who never speaks ill of Russia or Vladimir Putin. He's on their side. So there you have it. This is a person who deserves everything that's happened to him.
He deserves worse. The problem is all these goddamn
well, brainwashed people with,
all this treacherous scum who has been under the fucking filth cum rag of Russia.
Yeah.
They've all somehow have gotten gains,
Yes.
astronomical gains,
Yeah.
instead of getting the fucking retribution they deserve, which is why I think Russia should be nuked 1,000 billion million times over. That should be a radioactive fucking hole.
Well,
And
definitely.
Unfortunately, we'll just have to take the basketball playing lady as a sacrifice, for a greater good, a greater purpose of a world without Russia.
Yeah. I definitely say that regime change is necessary, and I do believe that even if
maybe a radioactive hellhole is a bit much.
Yeah, it's I mean, believe me, when I was younger, that's exactly how I thought. But
That's why we get along so well.
Yeah, but I still advocate war with Russia and understand that war is the necessary way to deal with some problems, and Russia is a problem. It's now the Russian people do not have it good, but the problem is that they they're responsible because they don't institute regime change. They don't institute regimes that function, and the end result is they're responsible ultimately for what the regimes they tolerate do to the rest of us. And we had to contend with the Soviet Union for far too long, and we cannot afford to contend with Putin or any of his successors that remotely resemble him. There needs to be a culture change in Russia. And for a culture change to happen, more than likely that's going to take war. And if it takes a foreign invasion, preferably a United Nations or equivalent level of coalition to invade Russia and make that happen, then that's what it fucking takes. People should realize now that we can do that because obviously their military isn't worth shit. It was just living off American hype. Not even the Russians didn't even need to hype themselves, even though they did. But the Americans did far more of a job for them. So there you have that. It's something that they've gotten off too easy for too long. And again, it's not that the Russian people had it easy, but everything that their Soviet Union did, everything that Vladimir Putin does, the Russian people are ultimately responsible for. And the problem is we've been letting them get away with mass murder forever and ever. And it has to stop. There has to be a price paid for this. And they have to pay it.
Even if it means nuclear holocaust.
Well, I would put it this way, that's not even something to worry about. I mean, obviously, that would require them to have a functional nuclear arsenal, which has...
No, I'm talking about us.
I get it. That would also require that we have a functional nuclear arsenal, and ours is barely above theirs, I mean,
it would be great if we could slam something the equivalent of Castle Bravo in Moscow.
Well, what we need to do is definitely invade, and an invasion is not at all what people think. All these myths that people hear about the invasion is impossible is all bullshit. The Mongols invaded Russia and they dismantled it completely. So these are a bunch of men on fucking yaks, okay? So if they can do that, we can do that. Just go in there, dismantle what's there, and reinstitute a new culture. If cultural, gender bias is so important to them, they're obsessed with sexual dimorphism. By this I mean the Russians are so important that they separate the males from the females because this toxic need for masculinity and division of the sexes. If such be the case, we need to have a matriarchy for the females, and the men can be reintroduced to the kind of heathen paganism of Slavic folklore that the Ukrainians have taken to worship in the Azov battalion, as expressed by Daniel Arola. With the females, we need a new Orthodox church, much more female-oriented on the Sophia figure, just as the Roman Catholic Church, to its credit, has the, Mariolatry. For those of you who aren't familiar with that term, there is the term idolatry, which is worship of idols or false gods. There is the term diabolatry, which is the worship of devils.
Yeah, that's what I do.
Well, there you have that. And Mariolatry is the worship of the Virgin Mary. So the Roman Catholics, to their credit, have a very, it's part of their doctrine is Mariolatry. So they at least have the concept that the Mother of Christ is up there with God. This cannot be denied. They at least honor the feminine to a degree. This is one reason that the church has so much value and can be redeemed through rehabilitation. Many of its priests are guilty of crimes. If you purge that and allow women to become priests, then you truly have hope for the Roman Catholic Church. We will ultimately, I am convinced, see this happen, and the church will last another 1,000 years. We need something like that to happen with Eastern Orthodoxy, and for a czarina to be installed with a matriarchy and a very heavy Sophia element, similar to the Mariolatry of the Roman Catholic Church introduced. And then for the men, more of a heathen paganism, like a man's religion and a woman's religion in Russia. Now, by the way, that sounds absurd and insane for any other culture, but for Russia, that would make sense. Their obsession with sexual dimorphism and the difference in the genders is that extreme. I mean, listen to their ideology, and they talk about invading Ukraine and the rest of the world, and homosexuality keeps coming up. I mean, how on earth does one craft a strategic overview of the fucking world around homophobia? This is just...
No, now you know exactly why they're getting their ass whooped in just about every sortie that they have with the Ukrainian military.
Thank you.
Which is why they're forced to go after fucking civilians, women and children. They're killing women and children because they can't fight the men.
Thank you.
How about this? Why don't we just kill off the Russian men? We don't need Russian men. We'll keep the women.
Well, it's like I said, Japan benefited enormously from losing 20% of its male population in World War II. Certainly the Russians would probably benefit enormously from losing twice that much, which may happen anyway with what's going on in the Ukraine.
It's got to happen.
If this goes on long enough, that's gonna happen anyway. But honestly, 75% of the male population can be wiped out in any population,
and on an entire planet Earth, and yes. you would see humankind advance in leaps and bounds.
Yes, or at least
it would put sci-fi books to shame.
Yes, I mean it would certainly. Well, let's just put it this way: it would immediately be a much more peaceful, progressive world. It's the all it takes is one man to every 4 women, and you would repopulate within a generation anyway. Believe me, that whatever men are left would take advantage of that, and they'd be fucking like bunnies, and you'd repopulate very quickly. It's not, the men are expendable. They truly are. This is how evolution made it. Thank God that it's the Russian men that are dying in Ukraine. And yes, we can't kill enough of them, but you do want enough left for a breeding population. But honestly, what I envision in war,
I'm sure the Russian woman wouldn't mind, sampling some black males.
Believe me, I think that they would be better off with anyone other than a Russian man at this point in history, certainly for at least a period of time. And but I do want to say this, that the kind of war that I'm envisioning is not city smashing. It has to do with mobile warfare, destroying all of their military assets, and that would have to require an invasion in the sense of just physically locating their ICBM bases and making certain that they're completely unable to function ever again. I mean, basically, that's almost a joke because they're practically unable to function even now. So it would be more of a case of basically a civilizational change. I do foresee this happening with the war that they're starting now. And this is what they consider a third world war. Know this much. I've mentioned before how the Russians perceive this as a civil war. Not the Ukrainians, but the crazy, indoctrinated, disinformed, benighted, misguided Russians think of this as a civil war. But beyond that, they think of this as a war with America and NATO. They feel that they're fighting America and NATO in Ukraine. They don't feel that this is a civil war where they're fighting the Ukrainians. They feel that this is a civil war where they're fighting the Americans and NATO. This is a rather complex delusion, but it is their delusion.
So this illustrates that they're willing to kill Ukrainian women and children just to prove a point to America and NATO.
Yes.
That's basically what it boils down to.
Yes.
That is beyond atrocious. That's just fucking.
That's madness. Not
human.
Yes, that's madness. Not as a means, but as an end. It's madness as an end in and of itself rather than as a means. Now,
holy shit, they must be possessed. They are certainly the land of the anti-gods then.
Yes.
That is Neo-Edom.
Yes.
Russia.
Yes, there is a truth to that. There is this Dugin is an Edomite, and he has effectively, as Jameson Rees has said, possessed Vladimir Putin with an egregore. But that just gives Vladimir Putin an excuse. It's rather the culture has been toxified, and it needs to be detoxified. And the way to do that would be to basically militarily defeat them and then institute a massive cultural change. Now, what I've suggested is that their own heathen Slavic pantheon is something that's beautiful. This is something that the men could mature with, resonate with. It's a masculine religion. The Orthodox Church, if feminized, and by the way, the Orthodox priests would consider that the ultimate horror that would no longer be their religion. Well, in that case, their religion needs to change. That is, as I said with the Roman Catholic Church, the Roman Catholic Church as we know it would no longer be the Roman Catholic Church as we understood it if they allow females to become priests. But that's really the only hope to purge it of this reputation of pedophilia. And so in terms of the Eastern Orthodox Church, well, the Russian Orthodox Church specifically, alone in and of itself, that's what needs to happen, is a female priesthood. You see the result of what's happened from their establishing. They're literally in league with the devil at this point, the way they are now. Proponents of war in a ignoble and ungodly sense. It's so then we have that, and with that being cathartic, now that I've vented that, let me chew this, get into my repast to a degree, and our man Jameson will take over temporarily, and see if you can bring someone else on. Yeah. Otherwise, you seem to handle it. You were handling it pretty well, until Sammy came. What were you talking about before Sammy came?
Oh, I veered into a whole different slew of different things. I had to shit on the whole idea of exorcising Earth, because if you exorcise Earth, you'd have a dead planet like Mars.
Yes, thank you. I think this Radu Cinemar is rather sinister in some ways.
He's deranged. Yeah, Radu Cinemar sounds deranged. I'm like, what the fuck?
Yeah, it's
like I can't grasp why Peter entertains him.
Because he's a meal ticket.
Oh yeah, he sells. If he sells books, then I am very worried. Because that is kind of scary.
Yeah, no, it's yeah, it's rather frightening. I mean, you have to wonder what's going on with these. Why people find this, at all redeemable material. But there's one thing I will say about Brittany Griner and that situation, because it does need to be addressed. I mean, really, we cannot overemphasize it. First off, her entire situation is shrouded in mystery. What we hear, of course, is not good. It's definitely something. Maybe I'll speak to that a little bit when I return. But the only positive thing I can find in this is the fact that she's forced the basketball to really look at itself, to really think of all the horrible ways that they're not helping females in the sport and how they're not paying them shit. And the end result is that what did they expect to happen? This is
why would a national basketball league care about a bunch of colored women?
Well, this is the horror. They're scared to death of their black men. They know their black men are their meal ticket. They know that. So why not their woman? I mean, because that is what America has always been about, trampling black women. Yeah, because trampling all women. I mean, be fair about this, but black women have it harder. Yes. Trampling all women, but especially black women. Yes. Because if black women are the center of the black family. Yes. You trample that and you destroy the black mind, you destroy black progress from ever being made. And so America is proving itself to be just a bunch of Ku Klux crackers willing to do that shit. And for that, I hope Biden dies of a horribly painful, I'm really disappointed
megacolon.
Yes.
I want him to just have the worst cancerous death imaginable.
Well, I'm so disappointed in him. I mean, he is the person who should be visiting Ukraine, and specifically Bucha, and where the massacre took place. But, it's Russia that pushed the Women's National Basketball Association to a crossroads. Their war in Ukraine, their detainment of Brittany Griner as a hostage. This is what it took to upend the women's basketball landscape. And, I would argue that as a general rule, that perhaps even worse than trampling black women, which America has certainly done for generations, I'd say at this stage in history, it's even worse in the sense that they ignore them. And that is far worse. It's left black women with basically fending for themselves. The way that we can deal with this, of course, is to confront the Griner problem, and of course demand her return from Russia, as our man Jameson said, even if it takes exchanging political prisoners, which we may have in the form of a number of spies. We have that fucking Russian white woman who was with the NRA. NRA.
And there's this other fucking Russian cracker bitch who's who popped up on Vice, and she's like making up all these fake stories about how she was a spy for Russia. And of course, Vice completely decided to censor my comment, which was saying, no, that bitch is a fucking asset.
Right.
And she needs to be exchanged for Brittany Griner.
Yes. Thank you.
Of course. Yeah, that shows you what the fuck Vice, who Vice is siding with.
Yeah. I mean, all these people, they're
honestly,
afraid. Yeah, go on.
I'm here to see, while I would honestly love to say and be an equal opportunity person and say I am here to see the black and white race annihilate each other, I would I'm veering more towards the whites being annihilated at this point.
Oh God.
The hatred is boiling up from an ancestral place now, and I can't hold it back. it's a loathing that day by day gets worse and worse.
Well, do me a favor and don't dwell on that while I'm chewing. Take it a little someplace else. See if you can get someone else on to bounce off with for a little bit. And if you can't, what about Daniel Arola? Is he not responding? I guess he's probably getting ready for bed at this time. Let's see if...
Yeah, I tried him earlier. I wasn't able to get him. I could see if I could... Yeah, I don't think I can...
Yeah, okay. No worries then. So I'm sure you can handle it for a few minutes. So let me chew, get something into me and just make certain that I can. After that, I'm not quite sure I'll be, coherent tonight, but we'll try and mosey on to the point where we get there. And so everybody do be patient. I did celebrate Serbian Orthodox Easter, and, it's... So I'm not really all here. But like our man, James says, maybe what I exposed about the constellae and their a reflection in the pattern of the Earth. Let's put it this way. You've seen the map. You've seen what I pointed out about 3 Caribbeans, 3 north-south relations between the continents. Understand that when a child draws a map, say if you were to have a child draw a map of an alien world that was supposedly habitable, or at least inhabited by an alien race, your average child would draw the continents extraordinarily haphazardly. You've probably all done this as a child, drawn a map of an imaginary world. Now, you might add all kinds of little things on your map that make it fun or fun to explore. And these would be, this is a big continent full of landmass, and here's a bunch of islands. But the reality is, no matter what map you draw, it's going to be a real fucked up map because it's not organically symmetrical. Understand what I've exposed about through geomorphology. The organic symmetry of the Earth renders it something a child could never come up with on their own as an imaginary world, because your average person would say that's too symmetrical, it looks artificial. Your average person would look at that and say that looks almost unnatural. When you take a look at the order of the Earth and its morphology, it is literally something that is most certainly not random. When you realize all of the geomorphological parallels between the 3 peninsula of Asia and the 3 peninsulae of Europe, and how they resonate and match each other, the mountain ranges of the Alps mirroring the mountain ranges of Asia's Himalayas, and how one is convex and the other concave. And what this represents, everything I said about Asia representing the great unconscious, Europe representing this conscious bud that has emerged out of Asia as the conscious intellect reflecting on the supermassive unconsciousness of Asia itself. Once you take a look at all of these forms and realize the organic miracle of how symmetrical they all are, there's no way a child even thinks like that. And that's the way adults don't think either. Look at the fantasy worlds created by adults. They're crap! There's nothing about them that is symmetrical. And were they presented as such, here's this continent that looks exactly like a miniature of the other continent, people would say that's stupid. They'd say, how could that ever happen? Well, it's happened. This is our world. And beyond that, our solar system is completely symmetrical so that life on Earth is possible. No other solar system that we find even remotely reflects the mechanical perfection of our solar system. Our solar system, our Earth, these are like miracles within miracles that make us possible. All life in the universe is here.
This is truly the center of the universe.
Yes. Thank you. And if people don't understand that, they don't understand what I have to teach. This is why the looking for the aliens out there. Now, Peter Moon cannot come out and say that because he's talking with Michael Salla about myself on the emperor's birthday this Thursday. So he's talking to exopolitics itself. These are people who are looking for it out there, are convinced they've encountered it out there, convinced that, yeah. So he cannot say that out loud. So what he can say is that, listen to Douglas Dietrich. Now, what I ultimately have to say is certainly what I bring up about extra dimensions, about relic populations, that is what so many people misperceive in both cases as aliens. And in a very real sense, they are. In a very real sense, Asians are aliens in the sense that our culture is so alien from yours. So understand that, yes, aliens are here, but you don't need to make them malformed golems from light years away. And oh my God! So let me do what I'm going to do with the chewing and get some calories in me. Our man Jameson will take over for a bit, and I mean, obviously you're welcome to get vicious to a degree, but go easy on the the genocide bit, okay? When he comes. Oh, okay. So our prayers for Sammy Romero. I don't know. Let me tell him. Shall I ask for prayers? Shall I ask for prayers? Yes. And yeah. Oh God. Well, prayers for him anyway. I don't think he's going to give me permission for that because it might be invasive to his private life. So we'll just say prayers for Sammy Romero, and I'll tell him I shall do so generically. I shall do so generically. But I'm sure he'll be all right. So generically, I shall do so generically. There we are. So with that being said, our man Jameson will take over for a little bit, and I'll do my chewing, and we'll take it from there. You up to it?
Yep.
Good man. Good man. Yes, you've got this. All right. Yes. Okay, all right, yours.
So the first thing people need to understand about the symmetry of the Earth is that it's a fractal symmetry. Fractal would be that's the fractal mathematics that was discovered. One of the people who was really heavy, who was responsible for that, was Mandelbrot, and there's like a slew of other people. It's very, very interesting stuff if you decide to investigate fractals. They are really trippy, and I don't care what hallucinogen you take, you will see fractals anyway. So that is the literal how do I put it? That is the symmetry of, in the very least, this Earth, if not everything within this physical dimension. Okay, so what I was going to do was there was something I needed to muse over, but I can't remember what it was. It just slipped out of my freaking mind. But I did want to go into how absurd this is. Supposedly Russia's standing in G20 is not threatened by the Ukraine invasion. This is some bullshit. This is when you know leadership is just fucking demented. So this is what the director Kristalina Georgieva, when asked about the prospect of kicking Russia out, was said. It's very clear. There are clearly very, very astounding facts we have to deal with. But then she pivoted on focusing the need for cooperation to solve big world problems. How do you attempt to solve a problem, including a nation that does nothing but cause problems? What the fuck is wrong with these people? This is just absurd. Make a list of questions that no country can solve on its own, and it's obvious that cooperation must continue. Oh my gosh, making that voice just fucked my throat up. I gotta stop. But yeah, this is just absurd. Russia's war against Ukraine has made it impossible to come to a consensus on communique, she added, and that the committee has traditionally worked on the basis of consensus. So when one member breaks away, we cannot reach that agreement that the overwhelming majority of us would have wanted. Why the fuck would you want Russia's input? I do not fucking get it. They are in fact, this entire summit is a joke because it yields nothing. The summit doesn't even need to exist. The G20 summit, I laugh at it. I laugh at it. And now the man who is responsible for the man who is responsible for really wily using fucking lead in gas and shit. This guy was Charles Frederick Kettering of the DuPont. So yeah, this is the piece of shit who has probably not only killed a lot of people because of the lead poisoning, but it's probably also responsible for making the greatest generation the dumbest fucking generation who cannot get over, the fact that they are just fucking, they did not win the war. Not only that, they can't get over the war itself. And this is from a chemical called tetraethyl lead, which was first synthesized by a German scientist. And that German scientist was, of course, named Carl Jacob Loewig of 1803 to 1890. Of course, the problem is this stuff didn't really start to get phased out until like 1989. And what was even more interesting was that they did studies linking in which there's a sort of lead crime hypothesis in which they found an association between elevated blood levels in children and increased rates of crime, delinquency, and recidivism later in life. And they did a big study that allowed them to follow this. And this has to do with, lead additives for motor fuel. So, yeah, I'm very glad that I am not a car mechanic or related to anyone who was a car mechanic and, dealt with lead. It's just, yeah, well, anyway, I'll go as far as to say that what I want to say. Okay, I'm not going to say what I want to say because what I want to say is just too goddamn negative, and you folks don't need to be bombarded with that. Not all of us are meant to deal with the harsh truths of reality, so I will veer onto something else. Aside from that, in criticizing the madness of the freaking G20 summit, which is just fucking bullshit. And for those there are people who do doubt the footage that is shown on mainstream media and news outlets. And of course, the alternative news outlets who are telling people to doubt this stuff aren't showing you the fucking alternative that they have. So what the fuck are they doing to contribute to showing you what's going on in Ukraine? But you can find it on a plethora of gore sites, including there are actually some accessible gore sites that are from Russia where they're showing what they're doing in Ukraine. Of course, they're going to be skewed towards showing how badly they're getting their asses handed to them. But yeah, it's telling us what we all know, that the Russians are fucking incompetent. And other people are claiming, oh, the Russians are holding back because if they were serious, they are serious. Why do you think they've settled to the lowly act of targeting women and children, which turns it from being a war into just being a war crime, or rather a slaughter? And of course, we have Russian militaries in Africa. And again, what the fuck were the Africans thinking when they did this? When abuses reported in recent weeks in Mali, fake graves designed to discredit French forces, the massacre of some 300 people, mostly civilians, all evidently pointed to shadowy mercenaries of Russia's Wagner group. Even before the feared professional soldiers joined the assault on Ukraine, Russia had deployed them into under-the-radar military operations across at least half a dozen African countries. So yeah, Putin needs to take it out on black people now. That piece of cracker shit needs to be fucking tortured to death. In fact, keep him alive. Just keep him alive and continue to feed him batteries. And just do surgery to patch up the damage and keep feeding it to him, force feeding it to him. Torture this motherfucker, for God's sake. Well, anyway, before I turn this into something dark, I'm just going to say that, yeah, these people have been, these fucking Russian military guys have been slaughtering people in Africa. I saw footage of slaughtered people, and I've had to see the fucking stupid commentary of assholes on Reddit saying, oh, how do you know they weren't slaughtered by other people who are African? Because, these crackers are so fucking inbred that they can't possibly believe that the great white Russians are slaughtering people. This is fucking retarded. Anyway, yeah, this is the shit world we're in, folks. It's not a joke. You can understand why there is some degree of disgust when I say things like this. They have no concerns about minor things like democracy and human rights. This is said by Chatham House's Adoye. So that sums up basically the way this Wagner group is behaving and how they were behaving. This is why this is why sometimes if I'm really like just, I don't know, angry, I go and I look for footage of, Russian troops that were just slaughtered in Ukraine. And it's quite funny to see how the Ukrainian troops are just humiliating them and just ripping the bodies to shreds, and it's hilarious, because if anyone deserves hate, it is indeed those forces. Oh shit, I did not know that the Congress elections were going in. And of course everyone's talking about Hunter Biden's laptop. Who fucking gives a shit about what's on the laptop? Meanwhile, the Republicans are openly, I don't know, man. This whole political shit, I don't want to touch it right now. It's just, it's really disgusting. But I am eager to see a sort of escalation break out starting tomorrow, because, well, actually today, we're in the 25th, 26th. This is, I think, when Mars is supposed to jump into Gemini, if I'm not correct. So today we should see some kind of significant escalation in violence somewhere in the world, if not already. I mean, humans are always violent. It's something that's eternal, and the idea of changing humanity to make a better world, it's fucking retarded. It's impossible. These things, this is the equilibrium of the world. We are in the equilibrium right now. As degenerate as it is, this is humankind's equilibrium right now. As horrid as it is, this darkness is the equilibrium of good and evil, in which, this is the natural order of things, the way things are. So the idea of, trying to heal the planet and heal all these places, that's fluffy fucking new age bullshit, folks. It's not going to happen. And I hate to say it, but, all that new age fluff was about the most brilliant thing that Anton LaVey ever did as far as social engineering is concerned, because he was responsible for creating the entire New Age bullshit cult, which seems to run things to this day. And unfortunately, you know, they seem to make up, unfortunately, a lot of Peter's constituents. But hey, it is what it is. You know, hopefully we're still able to get some traction through that. So I definitely expect us to see someone utilize something nuclear. It's going to happen at some point. It's not a question of if, it's a question of when. It's also a question of how they do it, because they don't necessarily need to use a nuclear warhead to go nuclear. They could just decide they're going to, I don't know, blow to smithereens one of those nuclear power plants that they seized. And that would take care of everything. And, oh, here's something quite amusing. A cyber attack has caused chaos in Costa Rica's government systems. Wow. And this is, of course, the Russian-speaking Condi gang who claimed responsibility for that attack. But the Costa Rican government has not confirmed the origin. I would say it was definitely probably the Russians, and that's because they want to terrorize everyone to lash out on everything because they can't stand their loss. Now, basically, they were trying to ransom the Costa Rican government for a figure of $10 million, which did not appear on Condi's site, but let's see, it seems to have collapsed the country's import and export logistics. There's a race against the clock for perishable items waiting in cold storage, saying that they didn't have any estimate for the economic losses. Trade was still moving, but much more slowly. Yeah, basically, Russia's trying to terrorize the world. They're taking it out on Central America. They're taking it out on whoever the hell they can take it out on, whoever's vulnerable for them to take it out on, honestly speaking. And the fact that somehow we're under the delusion that we want to avoid World War III. It's Sleepy Joe's stupid ass. Oh my God. Yeah, this shit can't be any more enraging. He's definitely going to be the last president that this United States is going to see. And I will definitely say, for the record, I'm fairly certain at this point that irrespective of who wins the next election for president, the other side is going to react in violence, and it's going to become all-out anarchy. It's got to happen. This doesn't work. It's done. And I say, why not? You know, it's just so long as you make sure that those you love, you are protected with whatever weapons you do have, because you will start to need weapons, and you will start to get used to having to do acts of violence to survive when that does happen. So that's a heads up, but it's definitely coming. There's no way that, you know, this is going to last. It's gotten, we'll just say all that lead has built up over generation to generation and has just caused the complete degradation of the human genome. So at this point, we're just so down sampled and, you know, down freaking, yeah, this is the best we can do, sadly, you know. Let's see, long-serving U.S. Senator Orrin Hatch of Utah dies at 88. Oh, good. He should have died sooner. Fuck, he's a Republican. Who gives a shit? Well, honestly, I'm going to create a rite of blasphemy so that his soul is trapped in torture for eternity, where it belongs, just for fun. Because the guy's probably a piece of shit. All right, let's see what else is going on. Fires hit Southwest New Mexico season dangerously early. Yeah, that I did hear. That I did see on the news. There are over 20 active wildfires burning in at least 16 of the state's 33 counties in the wake of winds gusting up to 90 miles per hour. Holy shit. Half the state has a fire issue. Oh, man. Whoa, I would not want to be there. Wow. And this is starting in April, which is well before the normal May or June start of the wildfire season. So this is going to give you a sort of heads up as to what to expect if you're in the West. These fires are probably going to be starting a lot earlier than the fire season is just going to get earlier and earlier every year. The largest blazes were concentrated in northern New Mexico, where 2 fires merged and numerous villages were threatened by advancing flames as residents heeded calls to leave. And you best believe there was some stupid ass who was sitting down out there on a lawn chair like, I'm not going anywhere, with a few other guys drinking beers while fires are like approaching them. And what do you say about people like that? That they deserve to go because they're just too dumb to exist on this planet. And I'm being very kind right now. And if we're speaking of fires, we do have there was this massive gas explosion in a Nigerian oil refinery. And this killed 100 people in Nigeria. Now, for those who don't know, Nigeria is they are the largest oil exporter in Africa. This, of course, was supposedly an illegal refinery setup. Nigeria is Africa's largest producer of crude oil. And for many years, its capacity has been limited by a chronic challenge of oil storage and the operation of illegal refineries. And they lost at least $3 billion worth of crude oil to theft between January 2021 and February 2022, with shady business operators avoiding regulators by setting up refineries in remote areas, such as the one that exploded in Imo, the Nigerian Upstream Petroleum Regulatory Commission said in March. I bet you that a lot of these people who are stealing this crude oil are probably oil companies themselves and state actors for multiple governments around the world, probably including our own government, probably including the Russian government, probably including many nations. As many as 30 illegal oil refineries were busted in the Niger Delta region in just 2 weeks. Now, for those that don't know the danger of these illegal oil refineries, you had 100 killed in one explosion. And, you know, that's, if you could imagine just like burning bodies lying there, charred, and some, they also said that some people were like running from the explosion, but wound up, you know, dying in the bush. You know, it's just think of that as an image, and you kind of see why those illegal oil refineries are a very, very bad idea. So yeah, I found that particularly interesting. And let's see what else I could, you know, dredge up from the depths. We have Zelensky meeting with top level U.S. delegation. Again, you know, this is just America literally fueling bodies to sacrifice and appease the anti-gods. This is really not going to help anything. China is promoting coal in setback for efforts to cut emissions. So, yeah, why are they still part of the G20? Tell me why the G20 summit means anything. Yeah. What I can do is I will just say that going into all this, things are going to get a lot worse before they get better. This is a natural tendency of things. It's just a natural balance, you know. The curve has to reach its lowest point before you can't go down anymore. And by the time that happens, you're going to wind up, well, I should hope to say that, you know, we're alive to see it. Now, other than that, you know, I will kind of see if I can pry Douglas into coming on, because I am sort of like running out of material. Although there was, I mean, let me see what else I wanted to cover. Oh my gosh. How do I forget so much by the time it gets this late? I'm used to sleeping at this time, honestly speaking. So the day before, like, I try to go to bed a lot later to try to prepare myself just to stay up. And of course, I am getting my ass whooped by the sleep apnea now. I try to sleep on my stomach when I can to see if that helps. But it has not helped, and I would find myself sleeping for 12 hours. And it still takes like 2 energy drinks just to get me to feel like I'm truly, truly awake. So yeah, if you have sleep apnea, make sure to check if your device is one of those affected devices by the recall. If it is, please do get that taken care of. I had put this off for too long, and I am paying the consequences. And, you know, it's not a very good thing when you get older. I did find this interesting article by what's his name? Oh my gosh. There was this interesting article by John Warrington, which was going over the the fact that the idea that there's a new study that claims Jesus actually died from a dislocated shoulder. I don't know how plausible that is, but I'm just going to go into this. I'm not going to say I believe any of this. I don't think how he died really matters. I think what kind of matters is the message he was trying to give humankind, which was to coexist with other species and to coexist with one another, which is something we obviously can't do. And, you know, for what seems to be one of the biggest religions on the planet, no one seems to fucking get the coexist part. So first mentioned in extant literature in 1354, the Shroud of Turin is a large piece of linen that's said to be the burial cloth of Jesus Christ. Whether you believe it's the real deal or some fabrication, I leave that up to you, the critics. Some say not only does the shroud feature stains from Christ's blood, but it even bears a full image of him, akin to a photographic negative of what he looked like at the time of his death. On the one hand, the scientific community disputes these claims, and even the Catholic Church refuses to weigh in one way or the other because they see how fruitless the idea is, because who gives a shit how he looked? But this hasn't stopped believers from closely studying the shroud for centuries, hoping to glean crucial insights into exactly what happened during the crucifixion. Now, one doctor turned priest has published a medical paper claiming that the Shroud of Turin proves that Jesus didn't actually die from the crucifixion, but from a dislocated shoulder. The new evidence claims that Jesus' right shoulder was dislocated so severely that his right arm was stretched a full 4 inches longer than his left, causing an arterial rupture that ultimately proved fatal. Which is still excruciatingly painful because I've dislocated my right shoulder, And, reading this, I actually felt a sense of empathy for Jesus because, and I'm not even a Christian.
So whoa, what did I miss? So I got back in time to hear about the dislocated shoulder. Right?
So there is this a sort of doctor turned priest who published a medical paper claiming that the Shroud of Turin proves Jesus didn't actually die from the crucifixion, but from a dislocated shoulder that was dislocated so severely that it caused arterial rupturing, which proved fatal. Meaning that the cross he was carrying was probably so goddamn heavy that it dislocated his shoulder and pierced it.
Yeah.
I mean, now I've dislocated my shoulder 3 times, and oddly enough, it happened to be the same shoulder, the right shoulder. No, I'm not Christ, folks. I am far, far, far from Christ.
But how did you manage to do that 3 times? What kept happening?
Well, first time was a fight, in which the guy managed to pin one of my arms behind my back, so I tried to strike him with my right, and I'm like, of course, I was drunk. I was really, really under the influence. I mean, who tries to attack someone from behind with a punch? But in doing so, I dislocated my shoulder and had to wait 4 hours to get it put back into place in Manhattan.
Okay. Oh my God.
Now the second time, I can't remember. I think I had decided to. I'd gotten angry and I had punched something. I think I had punched this exercise ball I had, and my shoulder just popped out of place. There was another third time where I had punched the bed and I had popped out of place, and I wound up having to now on the third time I was taught how to put it back into place. So the fourth time I dislocated it while trying to open one of the ferry boat windows, which are extremely heavy. Those things are like massive just glass, and this is one of the older ferry boats from the 70s. Of course, I was able to put it in between like my legs, put my lower arm between my knees, and just pull, and the thing popped right back into place. And I heard it go. I was like, "Whoa, shit! It does work." Of course, for some reason, now my left shoulder should be able to be dislocated, but for some reason you can't dislocate my left shoulder. My left shoulder, I shit you not, it pops out of place and pops back into place automatically. And it's painless. And it's painless when it happens, which means that I probably have some kind of connective tissue disorder, because anyone who's double jointed has a connective tissue disorder. And that sort of goes with the sort of, what do you call it? The eyelash, the double row of eyelashes, I guess, or something.
Distichiasis is what you've claimed before that you have. Now, it's a very rare condition. I have distichiasis, which I brought up before, is a bane to my existence, in the sense that I'm always shedding eyelashes and they're always going into my fucking eye. But
yes,
you mentioned before you have this.
I've also had flies caught in my eye.
Yeah. Everything that possibly can go into my... I've never had the flies, but everything that can possibly go into my eye otherwise seems to go into my eyes. It's really a pain in the ass. But
I assure you, I am not looking forward to spring, because that's when all the bugs are out. And the bugs are the worst. They get caught in those eyelashes all the freaking time, and they'll wind up just rolling into the back of my eye. It's like, oh, who the fuck wants a fly on the surface of your eye with all the bacteria and shit they carry? But it's just horrid.
No, I totally fucking get it. It's oh gosh, excuse me here for a second while I try and get my shit together. I'm going to try and get my solicitation up, earn my pay for the night. and do that by talking about, let's, go a little bit into our mind-blowing areas, see what I can do, not that I always should be mind-blowing, but, it's one of those nights where I can't talk straight geopolitics because I haven't done my research. So I can't go into the geopolitics. Geomorphology is one thing, and of course everybody knows, that I really need displays with that.
Could I pick your brain about something before you go into the solicitations?
Dude, take as much time as you want. I'm not anxious to start this.
So you went into something, this was like, I think 1 or 2 transmissions ago, when you were talking more on the cosmology of the Kabbalah. And this is something that I can literally muse on for years and never tire of it. You mentioned something I think called the Tishmet. What is that? I think it was after you were bringing that up that and
I got cut off.
Yeah, you got cut off.
Yeah, that so fucking pisses me off. You have no idea how pissed off I am about that. It's honestly, so I'll do my best to kind of go a little bit over that. And it's one of those things that, of course, let me breathe, get into the space for it. Probably start off with that, segue into other things, and just kind of... I got what you said, and let me recall it, okay? Let me recall it from my mind, get it in there, and in the meantime, let me try and find my solicitation and dig that up for, like I've told people, no matter how many times I read this thing, I never really remember it, or when it comes time for me to recall it, my mind goes blank. It's like pulling teeth, and such is life. Oh God, that's right. He owes me 300, so I can maybe get that in time to pay the insurance. It'll certainly help towards it. That and contributions from our listener base should help me, make it through the month that I pay that life insurance. Oh, by the way, Elena Shea's gone social awareness. She's kind of bringing attention to, I guess, shock therapy is still being performed at one facility. And so she was trying to make people aware of that. She was protesting against it. And
holy shit, I want to go get that. Well, all right, there's a method to my fucking madness. But the first time I had shock therapy was through sticking a coat hanger, which I had opened, into a power outlet.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And it did daze me for a few seconds. I admit I lost consciousness for like a split second, but it definitely did something to rewire me. I have no doubt that had a profound impact of what would later become that shadow being visitation that left me with like 3 months of missing time.
Okay.
Which I can only call some form of dissociation.
That's pretty mind-blowing. Yeah, I would be disturbed. In the chat room, we have somebody who asked you to explain something. DJ. And
fractals.
Yeah.
Fractals. Yes. All right. Fractals were discovered when they were trying to figure out why. They were basically trying to work on the accuracy of mapping and satellite imagery. I think this was before satellites. This was when they were using spy planes and shit. But they kept finding out that the further they zoomed into a landmass, the more that certain details started to pop up that you couldn't see from further out. And those details seemed to resemble They seem to resemble a portion of the larger details from, oh my gosh, I am explaining this in the worst possible manner. I would make a horrible fucking teacher. Let me just...
Started off pretty well. I mean, it was coherent enough when you started off.
But yeah, all right. Fractals are geometric shapes containing detailed structures at arbitrarily small scales that are a resemblance of that resemble the larger structure. And so as you zoom in, you like continually see like the larger structure, and it kind of like goes on for almost infinitely. Basically, one way to look at this is this was of course first found by the Mandelbrot set. I'm just reading off of the bathroom page Wikipedia here because they could probably say it better. But the basically the word fractal, if you look up fractal art, it's like that trippy psychedelic shit from like the 60s and 70s and whatnot. But anyway, each tiny part has the larger thing within it, and this just keeps going on and on and on and on and on and on as you zoom in more and more, which is why they call those videos fractal zooms. If you look at those fractal zoom videos, you'll see a good idea of what I'm talking about. But it's like there's a self-similarity which is identical at all scales. There we go. There's different types of self-similarity. There's exact self-similarity, quasi self-similarity, which approximates the same pattern at different scales, and may contain small copies of the entire fractal in distorted and degenerate forms. Now, there's basically, when you look at a landmass, as you zoom in further and further, you start to see more and more details that weren't visible when you were far away from the landmass. And if you were to observe that mathematically, those smaller parts of that landmass would actually resemble the larger landmass, which you were looking at from a further distance. And this just keeps going on as you zoom closer and closer and closer. And this is something that I have found mimics itself in all natural structures. So a good example would be like oh my gosh, it'd be like if you ever saw a X-ray of someone's lungs, and you see all the tiny veins that move out, all the capillaries and whatnot that move out into the lung, capillaries. Or if you look at a tree and you look at the tree branches of a tree, and the way they eventually terminate into leaves and whatnot, it's just all that stuff would be considered fractal. It's all over the place in nature. There's nothing natural that doesn't seem to have this. And so when we go back to the maps that Douglas provided, and you will start to see that, there are certain aspects of certain land masses that resemble like smaller versions of the larger landmass. And so that's a sort of fractal geometry that you find in all things in nature, including macroscopic bodies such as galaxy clusters and stuff.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Did that sound semi-coherent?
It was, as far as I'm concerned, it was fine. Yeah, I think you did well. Honestly, fucking better than I could do. Right? Not the subject at the moment.
Well, really, the thing is, this has a very interesting application in magic as well. And I'm surprised that Aquino didn't investigate. He probably did investigate that.
Yes,
too.
yeah, of course he did. But
because I'm
rather
the same.
His team did that worked on the Dietrich artifact. Fractals have a lot to do with fuzzy logic and artificial intelligence. So these were terms that I heard often. In other words, this is something I could conceivably explain, but it's one of those things where tonight's one of those nights you're lucky if I can, fucking do anything. I'm going to do my best. I'll go into... by the way, DJ says thank you. And I believe DJ is female, if I remember correctly. So, love you, DJ. And all the females who were with us tonight. And Jameson did well. I mean... in general, he kept the numbers good. He kept them up. And
I'm actually surprised because I kind of did slip into that sort of
you started raging.
I started raging.
I mean, we lost a few, but let's see if we can get them back. You didn't lose a lot, so that's a lot of this stuff is just dealing with the just the time. A lot of people drop off at a certain time. By the way, Diane Hillis-Buchberger gave me a few very interesting videos, and then some of us. So the last one she gave me was creepy as fuck. Delia King with her face kind of all over the place. This Delia King character was talking about the something. The video was too creepy for me to focus on it, but it was a TikTok. And but as Diane Hillis-Buchberger points out, her point or her message is that speaking of calendars, because we were speaking of calendars and timekeeping earlier, she said that basically the world changed as we knew it in 2020. So apparently this girl was addressing that, but her manner of presentation is so repulsive I can't watch it. But Diane Hillis-Buchberger presented many other very fascinating and interesting things for us tonight that we will peruse as time goes on. Thank you, honey. And aside from that, let's check around a little bit. Honestly, Jameson, you did great. So congratulations. You did well. I think you explained well with the fractals. I certainly understood what you said. And all right, so let me see if I can breathe and start to do my thing with solicitation and then get into talking about what we can talk about tonight. And here we are. Grabbing my tea. I want to have that beside me. And you there, son?
Yes.
Okay, good. Just want to make sure that tell everybody you'll be backing me up. You'll be here for me if I need you, and that
I'll be backing you up. Yeah. And while you do the solicitations, I'm going to go on a break and put on something warmer, because if I don't. Because it's probably like 30 degrees in my room.
Oh God, please put on something warmer.
House.
Yes, by all means.
And I'm in shorts and a freaking long sleeve.
Why?
Shirt. I don't know. It's probably because I feel the cold, but I don't process it.
Oh, God.
But at some point, it's going to drive me to feel tired, so I got to put on something warm before then. But
oh God,
yeah,
do so. Yes. Oh my God,
I'll be in the background.
That must be a byproduct of that dissociative nature of yours.
Yes.
That's crazy. Holy shit!
Ain't
that's
shit
crazy.
Good,
yeah, that's crazy. That's oh my God. And if anybody hears me start to cough and shit, that's the tea that I'm drinking, the particulate tea dust. I don't know why I do this to myself. The tea tastes well enough. Just let me know the moment that you leave to change. I think he's left to change. And so I'll start with solicitation, and it's just okay. So he's gonna be right back. Ah, fuck. All right. All right. Yes. Fun. This solicitation. Everybody loves it. Fuck. Where's the text? Man, why did it? Oh God, I hate this so much. I feel like I'm gonna puke. All right. One among the creepiest true crime tours in America is the Tucson Murders' True Crime Tours. The Tucson Murders True Crime Tours provide a historic crime investigation into forgotten lost crimes in Tucson, Arizona. These small private tours are hosted by the Mr. Ben Barron Astenius, a true crime researcher and enthusiast who will personally take us to real historic crime locations related to these crimes in Tucson. Relive these events and hear the untold stories behind the stories. The Baron Ben specializes in the seemingly ever-developing case of the late serial rape killer Charles Howard Smitty Schmid Jr., alias the Pied Piper of Tucson. An aftermath tour. See theunfinishedman.com to access and review excerpts from his yet-to-be-published work of that very title, The Unfinished Man, and as well as assess and review scenes from cinematic documentaries currently in production at theunfinishedman.com. But other cases, such as the strange case of Morris Brady, the Dr. George Marvin Tejardine case, and the Red Rapist, are also within his repertoire, as in fact are all the crimes that shocked the Southwest throughout the 1960s, the very decade I myself entered this vale of tears. These devastating crimes stained a city so deeply they may never be removed. For tour information, contact thetucsonmurders.com. That's spelled like Tucson, Tucson, but the word Tucson has the word "the" put in front of it. For access of this site, thetucsonmurders.com. Or telephone the Baron Ben privately to personally guide your tour at 1-520-4/323-3406. That's 1520-323-3406. Okay. And shout outs to Sammy Romero, who contributed $50 United States dollars. To our dear friend Chris Collins, who saved my ass tonight by contributing $20 United States dollars. Goddess bless him. And as well, blessings as always to our dear friend in Canada. He knows who he is. There's only one man in Canada, many women in Canada that I know, but one man, and straight, heterosexual, cisgendered male at that, who contributed this month what has to be close to $100 United States dollars. And if not that amount, or maybe even exceeding it by a few. As well, shout outs to Eric Laystick, who contributed 25 United States dollars. All of these incredible people. Without them, I couldn't do it. As well as Dennis Marshall, again, can never forget him. The lovely lady, Clarice Claudette. These are people who have contributed care packages that have helped no end. These, again, making life, making it possible to live my life, to survive it all. Literally, I can't do it without you. All of you people, you're the best. You make it possible for me to live at all, let alone enjoy life. You're incredible. So all of that being said, DJ says yes, wonderful individual. And I'm sure she was talking about everything being coherent with our man Jameson Reese. And all such being said, going to take another look into the chat room. Thank goodness for DJ and everybody there. And so looking forward to try and go into some details about things I haven't gone into in a while. And it's been 7 hours we've been transmitting approximately, and we have about 5 hours left, right? I mean, you might think that's a lot of time. Well, we don't know that. More than likely, it's what I'd say is not enough time. Not enough to do justice to anything that I address. Nevertheless, we'll try. Now, holy shit. I reset a YouTube page and nothing is coming back up. And I mean nothing. So, hopefully we get some, how would I say this? Something coming back. Let me try and reset that page again. And hopefully this time it works. There we are. Okay, thank God for that. I really begin to wonder sometimes. And, okay, looks like all the numbers match. Reconfirming incoming numbers on 3 different sources, cross-referencing. And such having been done. All right, going through the Kabbalah. trying to present this in such a way that all of you can grasp what I'm saying. So, we spoke of the Tijmet. This is what our man Jameson Reese was reminding myself about the Qliphoth. And the Qliphoth is, of course, the tree of death. And the Tijmet, that's the extestinal tract beneath the tree of life. This cancerous, polyped protrusion, which is not necessarily bad. Well, it's bad, but it's not necessarily, well, you wouldn't be here without it. It is what makes your life possible. In other words, it's the ecology of our cosmos. Without all of that to mulch our waste products, well, nothing could grow for us above the surface line. So that exists beneath the surface of the tree of life, meaning it exists below the ground on the cosmic sense, the cosmic scale, and is another realm, an infernal realm. And these tumorous worlds of the Qliphoth festooning the tree of death, they are the sewers of Seth, or Sethan, having nothing to do with Seth, the righteous third son of Adam. So, the netherverse of the sewers is, of course, infested with all kinds of nasties. The Qliphorts, these indigenous infernal denizens. And what will happen is, if people are of extremely low frequency, they will go there after death, drawn by their own negativity. The magnets have different polarities, and you can reverse a magnet's polarity, in case you didn't know that, to attract or repel. And in the case of extraordinarily negative people, they wind up down there by their own resonance, negative resonance, and the negative resonance attracts them there like the negative polarity of a magnet attracts certain metals, but not others. And once you're down there, Gehenom, Gehenna, Gehenom at root, to use an entendre, is not separate from the divine at all. It's like you gone to heaven, but everything's miserable. From our perspective, Kabbalistic or no, God bears two signs as a currency in coinage or paper. All are essentially one as above and or below, as I reflected Earth's morphology being impacted and reflective of the very heavens. So we, upon the tree of life, well, at the bottom of it all, really, and still above the tree of death, we are essentially one as below, above or below. What we experience as evil is as divine as what we experience as good. And with the aeons, the kalpas of time, we recycle. And the recycling of the failings of man through the catabolism or catabolism of his pains, among so many other matters. Understand that HaKabbalah. HaKabbalah teaches the soul's pre-existence, and parasitically dependent upon the light as it is, evil cannot exist, sans the cosmic ecology of holiness, or the light. Like a plant feeds off the light, like the roots feed off so much shit, our universe is balanced on this finely razored edge. The razor's edge of divine symmetry. If certain natural forces varied in their values by the tiniest fractions, not even the stars could exist. Now, one of the best places to read about this is a book I've often recommended, titled The Symbiotic Universe. And Jameson's back, just acknowledging him. And The Symbiotic Universe is subtitled Life and the Cosmos in Unity. And it's written by a man named Dr. George Greenstein, a theoretical astrophysicist at Amherst College in Massachusetts of the United States. And instead of his masterwork being remembered by anyone, instead George Greenstein, as the nominee for the James Beard Award for Baking and Dessert, is far better known for generating a book titled The Secrets of a Jewish Baker, and subtitled Recipes from and for 125 breads from around the world. Oh, God. I mean, Jesus. Nothing against that, but that's what he's remembered for instead of the monumental work he did on theoretical physics. It's sad. So, in fact, an infinite number of other possible universes within each and every one of them, other than ours. Those values of elements, starshine, hydrogen, the basis for water, they're all different, and stars do not exist. That renders it literally physically impossible for life itself in any form to exist. And what I was starting to allude to the last transmission was how aeons before humanity, beings of mind-shattering power, roamed the plains of these lifeless universes where there be no stars. The most secreted lore of Kabbalahism obliquely enumerates these entities as the kings of Edom. These are macro beings, super mega beings from unstable worlds God created and destroyed before our terrestrial cosmos. And the parables from the ancient oracles and the ravings of mad mystics, driven insane by studying the kings, suggest these entities source from dimensions collapsed into oblivion, kalpas agone. Age after age, they have wandered from one desolate elemental plane or empty, abandoned universe to another, becoming ever more powerful. For billions of years, no other power ever stood against them, for none was there to stand among the chasms between divinity and desolation. Not 1 in a billion barren worlds might suffer a king of Edom's visit in 1 trillion years. But where kings of Edom camest, they and their servitor spawn wrought utter dissimulation of what matter was encountered. For such sundered matters bearing elemental awarenesses, as spraketh of in BYƵANTINE, the school of the way, the horror of dissolution must have been inconceivable. But this is where I'm forced to maybe take a short detour and try to explain consciousness in matter so that people understand just what a real phenomenon this is. The concept of the kings of Edom sundering matter, and that it would matter? Well, understand that it does, because matter has consciousness. Okay, so when I try to explain that, that might take a little work. And I'm wondering if it's worthwhile to go into that fact. The fact that consciousness for the panpsychist is the intrinsic matter, well, the intrinsic nature of matter itself. There's nothing supernatural or spiritual, but matter can be described from two perspectives. Physical science describes matter from the outside in terms of its behavior, and the other would be describing it from the inside. You see, one of science's most challenging problems is the question that can be posited all too easily. That doesn't mean it's even answerable. It would be, where does consciousness come from? It would be easier to start with, of course, why we intuitively understand the threat of Al Cthulhu, the grand abandoner, the great forsaker. What is it about H.P. Lovecraft's cosmic creature, as he channeled it, not created, it is not his creation? Why do we feel intuitively the archetypal nature of its menace? There's a man named Peter Godfrey Smith, a philosopher, a leading philosopher of science. Understand this much: the whole of the philosophy of mathematics, and it's basically a philosophy, is but a sub-branch of the philosophy of logic. This is what made Mr. Spock so potent. Now, one thing that as an Asian I have a respect for is authority and all its trappings, a product of Confucianism, a product of my fascism. And I have a deep respect for degrees and the earning of them. There may be many criminal doctors, but the very title gives you a respect for them as a villain, whether it's a comic book villain like Dr. Octopus or a literary villain like Hannibal Lecter. The very term doctor adds a sense of menace to them that otherwise wouldn't be there because you respect their obvious intelligence, which has been literally degreed and decreed. So, Peter Godfrey Smith is a philosopher of science. When you understand that logic is a philosophy, mathematics is but a sub-branch of logic, Mr. Spock was always called Mr. to emphasize the fact that his culture was so super scientific, so super logical, they didn't need degrees. That he was intrinsically superior to a human that had to get a degree through years of work and discipline to do what Spock does biologically. So that's a distinction to be made. And much of that is due to his philosophy of life, raised in the culture of Kolinar, the Vulcan philosophy, which is, of course, but an enfranchisement of my native Confucianism. Now, Peter Godfrey Smith, as a professional philosopher, earned his money, or his keep, or his reputation by donning a wetsuit and journeying thereby into the depths of consciousness. Now that might sound completely poetic and metaphorical. It's not. In other words, he's also an accomplished scuba diver whose underwater videos of warring octopuses in battle with each other, have attracted wide notice. So he wrote a book in which he brought his parallel careers together to tell a bold new story of how nature became aware of itself. Mammals and birds are widely seen as the smartest creatures on Earth, but one other branch of the tree of life has also sprouted incredible intelligence, one that rivals our own. Aside from the whales, who are also mammals, right? So, whales, dolphins, cetaceans, they're just us. Not to dismiss them, but to enhance them. As I said, talk about sexual dimorphism. I could take it to an extreme. You've heard, of course, in the old days, this philosophy where they were trying to get men and women to communicate, except they're basically they're basically different species. They tried to basically say, well, metaphorically, it's like they're from different planets. So a best-selling franchise was men are from Mars, women are from Venus. Well, I've always said, fuck that. They're really different species. All women are basically hirsute. That means hairy. Cetaceans, kind of like land porpoises or dolphins. All men are naked apes. Once you realize that, think of the aquatic ape theory and that it emerged from a woman's mind and is absolutely true, which is why all the male anthropologists hate it. Then you realize how the two species came together. Now, we can't even understand each other. Therefore, think of how alien the cephalopods must be, consisting of the squid, the cuttlefish, and above all, the octopus, the Cthulhu head. But new research proves that these marvelous creatures display remarkable gifts. What does it mean that intelligence on Earth has evolved not once, but twice, at least, and that the mind of the octopus is nonetheless so different from our own? Now, combining science and philosophy with first-hand accounts of his cephalopod encounters, Godfrey Smith proved how primitive organisms bobbing in the ocean began sending signals to each other, and how these early forms of communication gave rise to the advanced nervous systems that permit cephalopods to change colors and human beings to speak. Well, the octopi, they're speaking too. They speak in color. They speak by coloration. They see each other's colors and they see what the other is saying. And so by tracing the problem of consciousness back to its roots and comparing the human brain to its most alien and perhaps most remarkable animal alternative or relative, Godfrey Smith's Other Minds, that's the title of his book, sheds new light on one of our most abiding mysteries, consciousness itself. So, this is but a step towards getting you to understand that consciousness pervades the universe. Panpsychism, the phenomenon thereof. And therefore, the inanimate is as conscious as the animate. By the way, our dear lady, Diane Hillis Buchberger, says, because we changed the calendar, the end of the Mayan calendar, actually, that was predicted in December of 2012, happened instead on December 31st of 2019. The world as we knew it changed in January of 2020. That's basically what she was trying to say. By the way, I understood people saying that before. Yes, thank you, honey. Thank you for relaying that. Deeply appreciate it. Love you dearly, if you're still around to hear me. And giving her a set of kisses there and hugs and sending her off to bed. Also, checking out some messages coming in. So, other than that, when you think of what I am discussing when it comes to the inanimate and consciousness, that's ultimately where Shinto takes us. The Japanese religion, the state religion, as a matter of fact, certainly until after the Second World War, when Japan was transitioning into more of an open interface with the world. And this is something that, because they won the war and Hirohito was a scientist, he had been trying to switch his people onto this mode of a less Shintoistic mindset to a degree, and he succeeded. This is something that needs to be reversed for the health not only of the Japanese people, but for all of us. Shintoism needs to become a worldwide religion. So, when it comes to inanimate matter, and I looked that word up to define that. And you think of the spirits, demons, and ghosts of Japan. The dead or inanimate figures such as theatrical masks and statues. The idea to you that everything from spoons to stones is conscious may be absurd, but it's gaining academic credibility. If you think about consciousness long enough, you either become a panpsychist or you go into administration. That's an academic joke. But, all right. There's another philosopher, Philip Goff, who speaks of panpsychism as one of science's most challenging problems. And he wrote a book titled Galileo's Error, subtitled Foundations for a New Science of Consciousness. And he considers what in the West is considered a radical perspective. What if consciousness is not something special that the brain does, but instead is a quality inherent to all matter. That is panpsychism. Now, you can look him up and find out more about that, but I'll tell you what I know. Because it'll bring us into things like, well, psychic powers that I can discuss. The basic question being, is everything conscious? What I can tell you as someone from a Japanese background, the Japanese cultural heritage of my late and sainted Cyrus, my womb matron, my mother, is that consciousness permeates reality, and that rather than being just a unique feature of human subjective experience, the Japanese religion of Shinto proves that it's the foundation of the universe, present in every particle and all physical matter. Now, to some Westerner raised in the total vacuum of any wisdom, in the nihilistic materialism of basically rationalist atheism, this sounds like easily dismissible bullshit. But as all your traditional attempts in the West, your rational, quote unquote, your rationalists, or rather your rationalizations to explain consciousness continue to fail, the panpsychist view is increasingly being taken seriously by any and all credible philosophers, neuroscientists, and physicists, including figures such as the neuroscientist Christoph Koch and the physicist Roger Penrose. Now, Philip Goff, who I aforecited, the philosophy professor at Central European University in Budapest, Hungary. Bear in mind that was once two cities. Buda. This was in Europe, and the very name of the city was Buda, B-U-D-A. And pest, named after a plague. The French word for the plague is la peste, P-E-S-T-E. Buda and Pest united into a single city across the river in Hungary to become their capital, the Buda plague. What does that mean? What's the etymology of that word? Peter Moon brought it up, but expressed it with a mispronunciation. If you rewind to the beginning of Peter's appearance while he was transitioning from the curious girl, Amelia Willard, to himself, he was explaining to her that there was a morphogenetic. That's not a real word. I mean, you can apply that word and make it real because English allows us to do that. That would imply the changing of the shape of genes. What he meant to say was morphogenic, as in morphogenic fields. Morphogenic multiplying the 100th monkey effect. The city of Budapest implies the Buddha plague, as in Buddhism is spreading through the morphogenic field. Now, Philip Goff, from that storied city and its university, has asked, why should we think common sense is a good guide to what the universe is like? Einstein tells us weird things about the nature of time that counters common sense. Quantum mechanics runs counter to common sense. Our intuitive reaction isn't necessarily a good guide to the nature of reality. See, I can relay this to you as the communicator distilling what such professionals say because I'm your Mr. Spock. I don't have a doctorate, but I'm biologically capable and, well, by heritage acculturated, so I can do better than the doctors on much of what needs to be communicated to you as the information consumer. The reason the Vulcan is the science officer on the bridge of any starship is because they are able to think for the humans, who then go on to make their decisions based on the Vulcan's assimilation of information and calibration of it for them. In other words, the humans are good on action. They can act, but they don't think. Now, David Chalmers, a philosophy of mind professor at New York University, this side of the Atlantic, has laid out the hard problem of consciousness back in 1995, demonstrating that there was still no answer to the question of what causes consciousness. Traditionally, two dominant perspectives, materialism and dualism, have provided a framework for solving this problem, and both have led to self-evidently intractable complications. The materialist viewpoint states that consciousness is derived entirely from physical matter. It's unclear, however, exactly how this could work. So, Chalmers describes it as, well, basically what he's had to say is, it's very hard to get consciousness out of non-consciousness. Physics is just structure. It can explain biology, but there's a gap. Consciousness. Now, the other school of thought available in the West, dualism, holds that consciousness is separate and distinct from physical matter. But then that raises the question of how consciousness interacts and has an effect on the physical world. Well, parapsychism offers our solution. What if the Westerners were honest, they would reference as Shintoism. Consciousness is a fundamental feature of physical matter. Every single particle in existence has an unimaginably simple form of consciousness. These particles then come together to form more complex forms of consciousness, such as humans' subjective experiences. This isn't meant to imply that particles have a coherent worldview or actively think, merely that there's some inherent subjective experience of consciousness in even the tiniest particle. Now, parapsychism doesn't, how would I say this? Probably the best thing to do would be to quote Hedda Hassel-Mork, a philosophy researcheress at New York University's Center for Mind, Brain, and Consciousness, who has said that panpsychists usually don't take tables and other artifacts to be conscious as a whole. Rather, the table could be understood as a collection of particles that each have their own very simple form of consciousness. But then again, what I can tell you, as someone whose mother was a practicing state Shintoist, is that parapsychism does indeed imply that conscious tables exist. The Shinto filtration of your understanding of the universe holds that any system is conscious. Rocks will be conscious. Spoons will be conscious. The earth itself will be conscious. Any kind of aggregation gives you consciousness. Now, Americans are so antithetical. All Westerners are so antithetical to spirituality in their science that they cannot use the term Shintoism. So their interest in Shintoism is given the facade, the false face, the lie of panpsychism, which has grown in part thanks to the increased academic focus on consciousness itself, following on from Chalmers's Hard Problem paper. The philosophers at New York University, home to one of the leading philosophy of mind departments, have thus made panpsychism a feature of serious study. And there have been several credible academic books on the subject in recent years, and popular articles taking panpsychism seriously. One of the most popular and credible contemporary neuroscience expositions on consciousness is Willard Tononi's Integrated Information Theory, which further lends credence to panpsychism. All of this is basically, without admission, sans confession, simply validation and vindication of state Shintoism of Japan, my mother's own faith. Tononi argues that something will have a form of consciousness if the information contained within the structure is sufficiently integrated or unified, and so the whole is more than the sum of its parts. Because it applies to all structures, not just the human brain, integrated information theory shares the panpsychist view that physical matter has innate conscious experience, something already known throughout East Asia. And the aforecited Goff, who has written an academic book on consciousness and is working on another that approaches the subject from a more popular science perspective, notes that there were credible theories on the subject dating back to the 1920s, when the Nazis began considering serious alliance with East Asian powers. The British reacted by exploiting their Asian colonies in the Orient. This included philosopher Bertrand Russell and the physicist Arthur Eddington, who referred to Subramanya Chandrasekhar, the man who had discovered the black hole, as a yellow nigger. They hid their inspiration from the Vedas of Asian India, but by whitewashing it and bleaching it into English, they made a serious case for panpsychism. Yet the field lost momentum after World War II, when philosophy became largely focused on analytic philosophical questions of language and logic, as was articulated by Charles Whitehead. But interest picked up again in the aughts, at the dawn of the third Christian millennium in the year 2000, Anno Domini, thanks both to recognition of the hard problem and to increased adoption of the structural realist approach in physics, but a cover for finding the Shinto religion. This approach views physics as describing structure and not the underlying non-structural elements, which is the spirituality of Kamido. You've heard the term kamikaze, the divine wind, the divine storm of the suicide soldiers of Japan, whether in the air, on the land, or under the sea. And the kamikaze were on all planes of warfare, operating suicide submarines, suicide speedboats, suicide charges with explosive-tipped spears, the tepoyari, as well as planes. But you've never heard of Kamido. It's like Bushido, the way of the warrior. Kamido is the way of the gods. Now, Goff refers back to Arthur Eddington, the man who lost the Western world the black hole, giving the German Reich a half-century leap into the future when they took Die Schwarzensohn, the physics of the black sun, from Subramanian Chandrasekhar, who they viewed as an Aryan, for themselves. So Goff goes back to this same Eddington who lost the war and the world for the West, and uses him as a reference point by saying physical science tells us a lot less about the nature of matter than we tend to assume. Eddington, whom he references, he says the English scientist who experimentally confirmed Einstein's theory of general relativity in the early 20th century argued there's a gap in our picture of the universe. We know what matter does, but not what it is. Well, Japanese state Shinto puts consciousness into that gap. Now, Goff has gone on record to assert that, in Eddington's view, it's silly to suppose that the underlying nature has nothing to do with consciousness, and then to wonder where consciousness comes from. Now, Stephen Hawking, another Briton, has previously asked, let me see if I can do Stephen Hawking. What is it that breathes fire into the equations and makes a universe for them to describe? Yeah, he sounds like a Dalek, right? Because he speaks through an electronic interface. Well, the Russell Eddington proposal was that it is consciousness that breathes fire into the equations. In other words, because the Japanese are the Caucasians of Asia, because Emperor Hirohito was made a field marshal of the Order of the Bath in England, the British were able to take Shinto seriously, as opposed to when it came from their own colonial subjects whom they viewed as yellow niggers. In the Orient, the Orientals, which is why East Asians are so insulted when referenced by that term. The biggest problem caused by panpsychism to the Western mind is known as the combination problem. Precisely, how do small particles of consciousness collectively form more complex consciousness? Consciousness may exist in all particles, but that doesn't answer the question of how these tiny fragments of physical consciousness come together to create the more complex experience of human consciousness. Now, any theory that attempts to answer that question would effectively determine which complex systems, from inanimate objects to plants to ants, count as conscious. An alternative panpsychist perspective would hold that rather than individual particles holding consciousness and coming together, the universe as a whole is conscious. This isn't the same as believing the universe is a unified divine being, and we all live inside of God. It's more like seeing it as a cosmic mess. Nevertheless, it does reflect a perspective that the world is a top-down creation, where every individual thing is derived from the universe, rather than a bottom-up version where objects are built from the smallest particles. So, the aforementioned Goff believes quantum entanglement, the finding that certain particles behave as a single unified system even when they're separated by such immense distances there cannot be a causal signal between them, proves that the universe functions as a fundamental whole rather than a collection of discrete parts. This was the entanglement that enabled Schrödinger to create his cat girly boy that so haunts the Allies today. Now, when posited as abstract theories in the West, all this sounds incredible. And perhaps it is. But then again, so is every other possible theory that explains consciousness. To quoteist the aforementioned Chalmers, "The more I think about any theory, the less plausible it becomes. One starts as a materialist, then turns into a dualist, then a panpsychist, then an idealist." All this echoes his paper on the subject, really. Idealism holds that physical matter does not exist at all, and conscious experience is the only thing there is. From that perspective, panpsychism is quite moderate. That is, of course, the philosophy of solipsism, and that leads to nihilism, and is the toy of the anti-gods, the toxic meme, the poison by which they open up your empty-headed skull between your ears and take a shit in the massive empty space between them. Probably, well, I quoted him already on this. Chalmers quoting his colleague, the philosopher John Perry, who said, if you think about consciousness long enough, you either become a panpsychist or you go into administration. Which is another way of saying you just stop thinking at all. So all of that having been said, you now have an idea of the sundering of lifeless worlds really being the sundering of life itself, because no worlds are lifeless. Vis-a-vis the state Shinto that I learned to appreciate through my mother, everything is alive. So the fact that there's no other biological life in the universe doesn't mean we're not encountering life, because the planets and much of the minerals upon them, we will learn ultimately to appreciate the life in them. Nathan A. Brooks says, finally able to join. Love Douglas's monologues. God bless you, dear sir. Hugs be unto thee. My best to all thy family. So, these entropic beings, these entropic entities, the anti-gods, only mysterious hints of them survive in mystic lore. But it is understood that when our earthly universe was incepted, the kings were weakened by the cleaving of radiance throughout the multiversal blacknesses, and eventually bound in hidden, empty prison dimensions on worlds of desolation. But the creator of humanity, in image of divinity, allowed free will. And in the last century of the last millennium, freely applied will to usurp the throne of creation has opened the gates into anti-reality, a lethal violation of natural laws that could potentially destroy God as manifest in our embodiment by annihilation of our species. The new science of relativity, with its foreboding hints that human logic is of very limited use among the vicissitudes of the universes, spawned two notable developments in the 1930s. One was immediate research into weaponization of the atom by the combined axis of nations. As I myself have articulated in detail both on air and in past columns I've published online, hence the Axis standardized ordnance production of the little boy uranium shell. The other was establishment of an Edomite lore program with objectives to weaponize Kabbalah's universal metaphysical schematic by the United States. Initiated simultaneous plutonium bomb production per like anti-theistic American rationale. Said project pursued in alchemical belief its deployment would disintegrate the primordial matter of the world, thereby obviating extended efforts to evoke and bind the anti-gods for ultimate offensive against the Creator. So it began that think tanks in Taos, New Mexico, and Los Alamos ran non-Euclidean solutions through contemporaneously powerful computators to awaken the ancient ones and summon extra-cosmic abominations. Whereas the necessary evils of war are recognizably human, the taint concomitant manipulation of that which man was never meant to know twists and malforms every thought and deed. Such insanity, of course, renders explicable the hidden truth behind Allied lunacies as perpetrated throughout the Second World War protracted today. Here it returns us to the Russians and their fixation on the Second World War, prompting, indeed forcing, their invasion of Ukraine. Russian media references to the denazification of the Ukraine to justify its invasion have placed Russia's fascination with the Second World War in the public eye at last. Russian dictator Vladimir Putin and his government say they're fighting a threat that sources from Nazi Germany, which you can't even find on the map. So, while this perspective is absurd to the global community, it draws upon Russian memories of the Second World War. These memories regard Soviet sacrifices as Russian sacrifice, and the Soviet Union's victory over Nazism, one of the great triumphs of the Russian people. Actions and statements by Russian leaders and its military prove the Soviet experience in the Second World War is inspiring their current approach to war itself. If you analyze how today's Russians recall the war, how they recollect it in their mismemories, their misfired memory banks, why, in June of 2020, you know, the year that some people say the Mayan calendar really ended, Putin wrote an article detailing his interpretation of the causes and key events of the Second World War. He emphasized Soviet sacrifice, but also the supposedly legitimate aims of the Soviet Union. He argued that the West deserved more blame for failing to stop my biological father's purported aggressions, foreshadowing his current rhetoric regarding the West's relationship with Ukraine. Putin argued the Soviets acted in the best interests of the people of Poland, Belarus, and Ukraine, all of the Soviet satellite states that ultimately were absorbed directly into Union through the German-Soviet Non-Aggression Pact that pledged neither country would take any military action against the other for 10 years. Peace for a decade. That's why, the Briton said, peace in our time. I can't remember, what's his name again? Jesus Christ, I can't believe I forgot that guy's name. Lord something. Holy shit. I just need to look up peace in our time and we will find it. Peace in our time. Okay. Neville Chamberlain. Couldn't get that out. Now, how the fuck do I say this? In an attempt to explain the inexplicable. When it comes to Putin's own presentation of the Nazi-Soviet Non-Aggression Pact, in the process of projecting it, Putin ignored Soviet collaboration with my biological father's Nazis in their invasion of Poland, and the fact that the Soviet Red Army soldiers were never seen as liberators in any of the nations that Putin struck on his list. Finally, Putin downplayed any Soviet atrocities in favor of emphasizing the collaboration of Eastern Europeans with the Nazis, with whom they all collaborated eagerly, freely, of their own will, to defeat the Soviet Union. Now, historians who study Russia and Eastern Europe, including myself, have proven that Russia's actions in Ukraine reflect a desire to resurrect the Russian Empire. To Putin, the nation of Ukraine is artificial and does not exist. In his view, Ukrainians are Russians, hearkening back to the Russification efforts under Tsardom, and echoes of Soviet rhetoric and action throughout the Second World War are also increasingly present in how Russia, its state media, and its leaders have depicted their war in Ukraine. Reports of the use of the slogan, "Our cause is just." In the Russian, it's "Naše delo pravo." I understand what the fuck they're saying, even if none of your reporters do. These are direct references to slogans used by the Soviets when they fought my biological father's Nazi Germany. The Soviet foreign minister, Vyacheslav Molotov, and the Soviet tyrant, Joseph Stalin, each used that slogan in the first speeches they gave after the failed Reich and its Warsaw Pact of fascist states, the Axis Minor satellites, invaded the Soviet Union in June of 1941. Now, some historians have highlighted the similarities between the horrifying scenes in Bucha a suburb of Ukraine. And so many Soviet atrocities committed in World War II. Most particularly, the Katyn massacre, a series of mass executions of more than 20,000 Polish military officers and prisoners of war carried out by the Soviet Union, which they then blamed on the innocent Nazis. You may find that offensive. How could the Nazis be innocent? Well, in this they were. Now, to continue, try and define this Russian denazification. Well, it's but another connection between the Second World War and the current war. And it comes in through how the word denazification is abused. On April 3rd, just this month, in its opening week, Russian state news outlet RIA Novosti published an editorial by a Russian political operator, Timofey Sergeytsev. Now, Sergeytsev, who also claims a Ukrainian nation does not exist, outlined what he insists Russia should do with Ukraine. His Putinist agenda, which he merely articulates on behalf of Vladimir Putin, is reminiscent of what the Soviet Union did in East Germany and Eastern Europe from 1945 through to 1950. Sergeytsev argues that passive Nazis exist in Ukraine. Passive Nazis means every Ukrainian citizen, every woman and child. And he insists only re-education and harsh censorship are necessary to curb the continued influence of Nazism. The Second World War connections become clearer in his argument. He says, no Marshall Plan. That's a reference to American investment in Europe after the Second World War to help ensure democracies took hold. Or rather, that's how it was sold. The Americans were defeated and Adolf Hitler demanded that they rebuild all that they destroyed, or he would trigger Die Glock, the bell bomb. On the Canary Isles, specifically La Palma, and flood the United States with a tsunami that would drown them 10 miles inland and destroy their Atlantic seaboard and all its industry, population, and everything of worth, including through the salt saturation from the incoming sea, the fertility of its land. So, this son of a bitch, Sergeytsev, said no Marshall Plan must ever be allowed in Ukraine. The Soviets also refused to allow Western investment in the Eastern Bloc as the Cold War began. The other objectives promoted by Sergeytsev on behalf of Vladimir Putin include full military victory over Ukraine, elimination of Nazis in all parts of Ukrainian society, culture, and politics. This means mass executions by whomever resists. Resistance defines the Nazi. Investigation and imprisonment of war criminals, including through the creation of a war tribunal, a nod to the Nuremberg trials. This is specifically offensive. The black judging the gray, forced labor, and public shaming of Nazi accomplices. What does that mean? Aside from the gulags, it also means the public stripping and shaving of all their hair on their scalp, their eyebrows, and their pubes of women who have been deemed to sleep with Nazis. That means any woman who sleeps with a Ukrainian man, forcing all Ukrainian women thereby to sleep with the Russians, and thereby breed the Ukrainians out of resistance. Russian propaganda has gone full genocide. Also, as an stated objective, de-Ukrainization. De-Ukrainization means dehumanization. It means the genocidal stripping of all culture from Ukraine. How would you like de-Americanization? What exactly would the Russians do by de-Americanization? Well, the only way to de-Americanize America would be to kill all the Americans. This is a statement of objectively intentional genocide. De-Ukrainization of Ukraine means kill all the Ukrainians. Russians move in, populate the land, Russify it, and that's Russification. All these stated, openly, officially sponsored, stated objectives mirror Soviet actions and viewpoints in the post-Second World War period during the denazification of Germany, which they could never carry out because Adolf Hitler won the war. And this forced many Nazis to be employed in positions of government, which is why Germany succeeded, reindustrialized, and became the most powerful nation in Europe. Once again, the United States historian Norman Naimark has proven that Stalin wanted a Germany weakened politically and economically by the dismantling and removal of industries, the financial burdens of reparations, the elimination of its Nazi and reactionary officialdom, and the destruction of its war-making potential. Stalin also wanted Germany's friendly neutrality, despite all that. And Russia has demanded the same from Ukraine today. So they, like Americans have chronically been doing, are but role-playing and replaying the Second World War. Now, Putin himself, along Russian state media and other Russians publicly supporting the ongoing war, seek to replay the events of the Second World War to serve their current objectives in Ukraine. They want far beyond the dismantling of an independent Ukraine. Okay, just had an incoming, and looking at that. At least I've gotten over reading it out loud like I used to. Okay. To reclaim track here, or get back on the thread, as our man Peter Moon kept saying. A little check into the live stream first. Numbers up again. Now, the Russian government's downplaying of Russian atrocities in Ukraine mirrors the underemphasis of Soviet atrocities throughout their reign of terror over all nations absorbed in their hostile empire. Russian violence against the civilian population in Ukraine is reminiscent of the sexual violence, the mass rape where women's bodies became the battlefield, as perpetrated by the Soviet Red Army all across Eastern Europe and in Germany decades ago. Calls for de-Ukrainization and reports of population transfers bring to mind the efforts of the Soviet Union to transfer people in Eastern Europe, specifically Ukrainians by the millions, to break apart nationalist movements following the Second World War. Post-war famine further allowed the Soviet Union to undermine Ukrainian nationalism. Ukrainian intelligence has proven that Russia has been mass abducting millions of Ukrainians and deporting them into Russia itself to what are called filtration camps. Following the Second World War, the Soviet Union forced returning Red Army troops, their own soldiers, and prisoners of war, to camps to ensure they had not been influenced by the West. The objective was to either re-assimilate people into the semblance of society as a satrap of the Soviet Union, or remove them from it entirely. The Soviet Union also employed harsh labor camps, lethal, as a matter of fact, death camps in all but name, sometimes repurposing Nazi death camps to imprison not simply Nazis, but Ukrainian nationalists and any other people deemed anti-Soviet. Entire populations. Millions died from those harsh conditions following the Second World War, while Americans crowed about how the Russians sacrificed so much to win. The Russian memory, or rather mismemory, of the Second World War is not merely for their nationalist consumption. The actions of the Soviet Union in defeating Nazi Germany and denazifying Eastern Europe are the very blueprint for Russia's ongoing aggression and all their attacks on the Ukraine. This while Russian state TV speaks officially as the mouthpiece of the Kremlin against, they speak of war against Europe and the world after Ukraine. The pro-Putin TV presenter, Vladimir Solovyov, has spoken about the next stage of the conflict in Ukraine leading towards a war against Europe and the world during his show on state-run channel Russia 1. That would be Channel 1 in the West. We don't even have a Channel 1 here. That's their Radio Zero, brothers and sisters. Their televised channel, which everyone tunes into as a Russian super family behind the Iron Curtain. And that Iron Curtain exists. So that Russian journalist had half a dozen guests on his show. It's titled Evening with Vladimir Solovyov. And a video of it was widely shared Thursday of Yesterday, just last week, in which he said, I'll have to translate from the Russian for you. My son typed out the transcript. I believe the special military operation is entering a new stage. Ukrainians alone are no longer enough. Now they're talking about NATO countries supplying de facto their own weapons. We'll see not only NATO weapons being drawn into this, but also their operators. De facto, we're starting to wage war against NATO countries. will be grinding up NATO's war machine as well as citizens of NATO countries. When this operation concludes, NATO will have to ask itself, do we have what we need to defend ourselves? Do we have the people to defend ourselves? And there will be no mercy from us. There will be no mercy from us. Not only will Ukraine have to be denazified, the war against Europe and the world is developing a more specific outline, which means we'll have to act differently and to act much more harshly. Now, what can you say to put this into perspective? Basically understand that Solovyov is 58 years old. He's known universally as one of the main supporters of the tyrant of the Russian Empire, Vladimir Putin himself, especially on Russian television. He has backed Putin through the annexation of Crimea in 2014, while condemning all Western support for Kiev since then. Since the beginning of the Russian invasion of Ukraine on February 24th, Solovyov has stuck to Moscow's party line that the war is a special military operation aimed at denazifying Ukraine and liberating the Donbass. His latest monologue, which I've translated for you, has circulated on a clip shared on Twitter by the former Swedish Prime Minister Carl Bildt, now the co-chair of the European Council on Foreign Relations. When evidence emerged of Russia's proven extrajudicial killings in the Kiev suburb of Bucha, Solovyov made the nonsensical statement that the massacre of Bucha is the work of British specialists, British special operatives, because the words Bucha and butcher sound similar in the English language. That's because most Brits would pronounce it Bucha. But his words on a global conflict are impossible to ignore. And they merely echo what the Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky has been repeating since the beginning of the war in Ukraine. You're next! You see, when pleading for military and political support against the invaders, Zelensky has often told Western countries that Russia would come for them after they're done with Ukraine. In fact, during an interview with ABC World News Tonight on March 8th, Zelensky said, "Everyone thinks that we are far away from America or Canada. No, we are in this zone of freedom. And when the limits of rights and freedoms are being violated and stepped on, then you have to protect us, because we will come first. You will come second. Because the more this beast will eat, the more he wants. He wants more, more, and more." Russia has already issued a warning against Finland and Sweden's possibly joining NATO in the future, with its foreign ministry spokeswoman, Maria Zakharova, renewing the Kremlin's unspecified threat on Wednesday, midweek last. During an appearance on Russia 24, on the same day, the Finnish ministers of parliament were beginning to discuss a potential application for accession to the North Atlantic Alliance. She said, Zakharova says, "They were informed about everything, what it will lead to. Under the auspices of the U.S., Brussels has been pulling Sweden and Finland into its structures for a while. There have been various hybrid measures on the actual pulling in under the guise of drills or training sessions. We made all our warnings, both publicly and via bilateral channels. They know about this, so there are no surprises. Basically, what she's saying is there will be war. She said as much before. She actually said there will be military response. She said that. This war is already global. It's your war. And you have to fight it. Because you are next. Now, in terms of all I've expressed with that, understand that the ultimate ongoing repercussion of the Second World War, the Second World War still being fought today, the war that never ended, has caused the Allies to commit to a quantum leap into darkness that has since taken place within the dimension of cyberspace by way of accessibility in disambiguation from centuries of bidimensional representation, two-dimensional schematics of the tree of life and death, wherein only symbolic inversion of Gehinnom, Gehenna, hell itself beneath the universal model of the tree of life was extant. When I was involved with the Department of Defense, at that time, modeled via modern supercomputer processing, lies a dark reverse mirror image of the Sephirotic tree of life behind Etz Hashaim, the tree of life itself, a realm of anti-life, since designated simply Russia, the unholy, extraneous to God and the divinity's creation. Now, the extrastellar anti-gods are much, not all, but much, beyond the magics of the multiverse gifted us by our Creator, and via divine betrayal of creation itself unto such abominations in ultimate expression of the free will, divinely granted unto humankind along the multiverse created for us, doth the Russo-American military junta aim to usurp the throne of God. This is what has brought us to this crisis today. Now, how do I express the kind of collateral damage, if you could even call it such, the damage of such depth as to quail the heart that threatens us all, requires, of course, a dive back into the theological This is something that I don't think most people have ever found themselves ready for, because it requires that they undertake a belief system. It requires that they commit to belief in God. And this is not something that most Americans are willing to do in this day and age. They feel that this is a revocation of their free will. This is something that ultimately they want to see themselves as unto God, as unto having the power to create and destroy themselves. All of this is how we can manifest the positive, because all life in this universe at present, aside the inanimate, is confined to this singular solar system. Our responsibility to the cosmos is absolute. There are other intelligent, sapient beings among us and among our planets bound to this sun, but inclusive of us all, humanity and the relic populations, and even newly evolving intelligences like the primates and the octopi. Our responsibility altogether to the cosmos is absolute. In a very real sense, we must carry the weight of the universe on our shoulders. We are not an insignificant species of semi-intelligent apes or ambulatory dolphins and whales, which everyone knows are beyond semi-intelligent, more aware than even us. We outpace them only in our ability to ambulate into alternative environments, whether on land, where the dolphin or the whale, were they to explore that frontier, no matter how well they would have prepared with all of their thought processing capabilities so much beyond ours, they would never have imagined fire. Or, taking into account our simple adaptability, compared to all the other sapients on the worlds bound to our sun, we alone are charged not only with the welfare of ourselves as one life among many others among the stars, or even of our own little planet. We are the primary source of consciousness in an otherwise dead cosmos. It is all up to us. If we fail, life, as an utterly unique phenomena in the universe, in all universes, fails with us. Life never happened anywhere else before, and it is impossible to manifest anywhere else again. If you believe in your own responsibility towards life, then you must bear this titanic burden. We must all accept the awesome implications of our place in the scheme of things, at the pinnacle of creation. It is our task to carry the torch of bioconscious essence into the frozen void, there to ignite the flame of life itself, which the cetaceans and mammals in the seas could never imagine on a billion worlds. Man is made in the image of God, and since this God made the universe, it is the manifest destiny of humanity to claim his birthright. However, that God that gifted us to ourselves is a jealous God. We are certainly effectively alone in the universe. We and all the evolving intelligences, from the octopi to the mammalian whale and the cetaceans, and all the relic populations that preceded us, from the age of the dinosaurs and the intelligences they left behind. We are alone with them. We have never been alone, therefore, as a sentient species in our solar system. Once life appears, it takes hold and never lets go, mutating and adapting with each and every mass extinction, but almost always leaving relic populations of survivors, no matter how devolved, degenerate, or feral those remnants may be. Our binary planet, our Earth-Moon biplanetary system, as an oasis in space, has most certainly spawned sentience before us. Tomorrow isn't over. We have our brighter futures. When we think on the past, you may think of it as Peter Moon did, depressing. I never took it as such. As a matter of fact, when it comes to the great author, Solomon Kane, or rather, Robert Irvin Howard, who created the character of Solomon Kane, who was a far greater character than Conan ever was. Just as our man Jameson Reese, who's back with us, discovered that Professor Challenger was the far greater character created by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle than Sherlock Holmes. So it was through Solomon Kane that Robert Irvin Howard expressed that man, especially in the person of King Solomon, who had summoned the daemons in his service, had looked on life that was not life as he knew it, as millennia anon, thousands of years anon into the future from King Solomon, the character Solomon Kane would deal and witness death that was not death as he knew it. That's when the realization sweeps over the character, as it always had for him in his encounters with the uncanny, in the dust-haunted halls of Atlantean Negari in deep Africa, as it had in the abhorrent hills of the dead, where the black vampires of Africa roamed, as it had in Arcana. That realization that human life is but one of a myriad forms of existence, that worlds existed within worlds, that there was more than one plane of existence, that this planet men call the Earth spun on through untold ages, and as it has spun, it has spawned life after life, and living things which wriggled about it as maggots are spawned in rot and corruption. Man is the dominant maggot now. But why should he in his pride suppose that he and his adjuncts were the first maggots, or the last to rule a planet quick with unguessed life? This is our world, and it is a world we share. We know this as biblical, and scriptural. Because our Creator, the Lord God, has expressed his jealousy. You can even reach for your King James version of the Bible, which I say everyone but the British should burn. They have their own church after all, and they should be proud of the Church of England. But King James or no, Exodus chapter 34, verse 13. Whereafter Moses had scaled Mount Sinai, with the second pair of stone tablets on which the God of Abraham would write his 10 commandments. For thou shalt worship no other God. For the Lord, whose name is jealous, is a jealous God. In the original Hebrew, the key words in this verse are Shem and Quana. Quana. Per one of the standard biblical reference works, a concise dictionary of the words in the Hebrew Bible, as writ by James Strong's, Shem is a noun meaning name. One of its specific denotations is the name, the designation of God, Zerself. The word Quana means jealous and is applied only to God. Other English script, the same basic things as the King James. The New International Version scripts it as, do not worship any other God, for the Lord, whose name is jealous, is a jealous God. The English Standard Version phrases it parenthetically. For ye shall worship no other God, for the Lord, whose name is jealous, is a jealous God. Whereas the New International Reader's Version scripts, do not worship any other God. I am a jealous God. In fact, my name is jealous. So understand this much as both biblical and scriptural. There are other gods, dark gods, gods in whose terrible image other sentient species have been made. And these too believe that they are destined to inherit creation. Since I am the only man who has ever exposed this to the world, I am the only one who can help you now. Only Douglas Dietrich can help you survive this dark age in which the relic populations rise and the anti-gods ascend. Only I, the son of Hitler, can confront the end of the world as you know it. You have none but me to turn to, for no one else knows what to do, for they know not even the threat. Understand, then, what I am sharing, and spread the word. Let others know. That you can do. It's your world. And it's your war. And if we're to win the war for this world, you have none but me to turn to. No one else is aware. No one else knows how to deal with a threat they know not exists. Now, in the hours we have remaining, all of this about awareness, consciousness, HaKabbalah, the anti-tree, that dark shadow funhouse, distorted mirror reflection of Hashayim, the tree of life. All of that brings us back to how this has been dealt with by societies like Russia under the Soviet Union, who deny the reality of God, who deny the spirit of faith, and yet have tried to harness these very powers. Those who have abused the schematic of Etz Hashayim, the tree of life, weaponized it to create a metaphysics bomb. As opposed to the physics bomb of unleashing nuclear energy. Again, imagine the horror of the matter that is harnessed and exploited in that regard, and what that does to the consciousness of such inanimate materials that bear the spirit of life within them as acknowledged by the Kamido, the way of the gods of state Shinto, which must be made the religion of our age, a world religion to be proselytized unto all around us, the only thing which may save us, something which every good Christian must learn of in order to truly serve the God of Christ. Because when we are up against the anti-gods, then there be no other way but the kami way, the way of the gods. This is not a case of a god against the gods, as all the monotheists have pitted their desert god against rival pantheons for ages agone. This is the new age, the age in which the Christ, as represented by the revelation of the Magi, the Christ who was baptized as the King of Kings by the vampire mages of my ancestry, from whom my late and sainted Cyrus, my womb matron, my mother descended. On this glorious day in Christ, in Byzantine Orthodox Easter, and past the Easter tide into this new day dawning as I monologue tonight, I can tell you that as the revelation of the Magi through the Star Child has uttered the words of God, in that the God of Christ is in all religions, this ecumenical message was meant so that you could accept the state Shinto religion of Imperial Japan. Because the kami are spirits residing within a place or idea. Anything in this world or beyond it that can instill in human beings a sense of divinity, mystery, or awe is home to a kami. The peace one feels at the summit of a majestic mountain is the influence of the kami that lives there. The passions aroused at the banks of a raging river are also reflections of the kami that are present. The kami are not only manifestations of the physical world, great ideas and beliefs, such as alternate religions or belief systems, also have a kami. When one feels a sense of awe and wonder, whether caused by the sight of a volcano in Hawaii, a butterfly in High Brasilia, or a swell of patriotic pride at a national monument, then that person feels the touch of a related kami. In the presence of a kami, an adept of Japan's state religion of Ryobo Shinto, with the appropriate abilities, can make contact and even entreat the spirit for aid. The power of the kami depends on its location. A small, beautiful stream would have a weak, mild water kami. A great mountain would be home to a mighty earth kami. The power of the kami can change as the nature of the place or idea it inhabits changes. Thousands of years agone, the kami of computation was barely alive, existing only in the abacus and a few Greek astronomical instruments. Today, the computer spirit kami is vastly powerful, with offspring and relatives in abundance. This is why the Department of Defense created the internet, was to harness that spirit, to weaponize it, and corrupt it in the service of the anti-gods. Can Christ deal with the computer? We've already seen the results of that. All you get online is sewers of bile and vitriol. And the Christian spirit cannot help you there. Only the state religion of Ryobyo Shinto that enabled the Japanese to win World War II can help you now. Shinto is the indigenous religion of Japan, before Buddha brought the concept of Zen, or the teachings of Confucius were adopted by the emperor. Shinto taught that everything in the world had a spirit, called a kami. The kami are divine, no matter how simple or mean their source. From stones on the ground to the mountains above, each contains a living soul that can be contacted, respected, and even entreated unto service. The rituals of honoring and communing with these spirits became as the basis for Ryobo Shinto, the state religion of my mother's imperial Japan. To Shinto, what teaches man to honor nature in all its specific forms. In this way, the Japanese also honor the specific kami connected to that form and gain their favor. In return, the kami helps man to succeed and prosper. This is what made Japan the most powerful empire on earth. The kami do not care what other beliefs man has. And so Shinto has existed harmoniously alongside every other religion and philosophy for over 6,000 years. And that kami, or rather, kami appear, small, shy spirits, in every machine, every automobile that's cared for and loved as a collector's treasure. You feel the kami. You feel it in your own car if you care for your car as you would a child. You feel that kami within statues, within paintings. All that resonates with a shared value, a cultural treasure. So, the kami-do, the way of the gods, is not nature worship. It is the understanding of universal spirit in both the animate and inanimate. And today, with the very planet in which dwelleth the superkami of Mother Earth, threatened by the toxic changes introduced into our dimension by the Russo-American Allied monstrosity, the Allies who fought against the Axis in World War II with their maniacal manipulations of quantum physics, their protracted programmatic coordination of an array of questionably acquired ancient tomes and prehuman artifacts of Edomite lore with a reconfigured H cubed R squared P squared. The HARP, properly pronounced as HARP, acronymous for the High Frequency Activated Auroral Atmospheric Resonance Research Projection Program, so popularly discombobulated as simply HARP. This globally networked ionospheric conductor array of project sites, originally centered on Gakona, Alaska. This manifest, physical, realized evocation in material superscience, threatening our very universe, the very fabric of space and time itself, with the entry of the anti-gods. The kami are taking action. When the very mountains can be crushed by entropic entities, then those mountains must act. And the kami have called on their agents to do so. The Shinto priesthood and their young progeny, and those who serve the faith. Myself, in communicating this to you. So the priests of Shinto, along their sons and daughters, have been called into battle with the anti-gods in the Empire of Japan. And each has answered that call in different ways. Some content themselves with simple prayer services during entropic outbreaks, breakdowns in the space-time continuum that generate otherwise inexplicable or irrational mass panics. Others hold specific ceremonies to bolster the kami in hopes that they might do direct battle with the anti-gods and their agents of entropy. their spawn. But the younger generation must take more direct action, honing their mystic abilities to serve as a direct counter to the assaults of the entropic weapons employed by the enemy. For this reason, this has led some to enlist in the self-defense forces of Japan. And all of this brings us to psychic powers. The human mind is evolving at an accelerated rate. In the past 100 years, mankind has gone from flying a few hundred feet in a glorified bicycle to launching probes beyond our solar system, by which we can view the beginnings of our universe. These feats were not accomplished through magic, but through will. Man decided it would fly, and it flew. A challenge to reach the moon was made, and met. The spirit of man pushes back the boundaries of reality, reshaping it as it pleases. That is the essence of the psychic. Psychics manipulate the mind, body, and physical world through the power of their will. They can read the human heart, explore the physical world, and influence the forces of nature, all simply because they wish it. A psychic is born, not made, but some uncover their potential late in life. After pursuing other ventures, the mind is slippery and reveals itself only reluctantly. The psychic's gift is to catch the spirit of man and expose its secrets. The psychic mind is open to influences most people never encounter. They are open to the voices of spirits, allowing them access to a world hitherto unknown by anyone outside the Shinto priesthood. Kami often seek out a psychic when priests are unavailable. Psychics can make entreaties to kami as well, though they are usually closer to business deals than religious ceremonies. Another strong influence on the psychic is the presence of the anti-gods, or their agents of chaos, the Edomites. In fact, they are hard-pressed to shut them out, and all too often powerless to do so. It overwhelms their own inherent spiritual defense and fills them with a sickness of the soul. Some have learned to refine this sense into a kind of Edomite radar, able to track the agents of entropy, or the entropic entities, wherever they travel. For this reason, in the Empire of Japan, the most secret branches of service cherish the few psychics they can find. They hide them away in secure bases and severely limit their contact with the outside world. Thus, perhaps counterproductively, many psychics in Asia that seek to combat the anti-gods of Edom directly keep their skills a secret and attempt to find service in the Japanese self-defense forces on their own. In the future, as we learn to cultivate psychics, and by my will, someday breed them, then we shall introduce them as combat units in their own right. Not pamper them, as has been done to this point, but putting them right out on the front lines where they can do the most good, where they can use their skills to the utmost to ensure that when we encounter an entropic entity, that which represents life itself, what we could only call the good guys, win in the end. But this brings us to, how did the atheists, the communists of China today, the Soviet Union of the past, which has left Russia godless and nationalist and willing to annihilate all others, to empower themselves, how did they produce psychics? How did they deal with the dead in the matrix of an ideology that denies the existence of the afterlife? Understand that Shakespeare knew not how right he was when he wrote of sleep and death being but one and the same state of being. And yet, almost 4 centuries since his death, according to the Soviets, you can be certain he knows now. He was absolutely right. Now understand that the Russians under the Tsar were a Christian nation. The Soviets, godless. The post-Soviet Russians of today, diabolic. And in getting to that point, in this continuous de-evolution, this sinking of the spirit into the sordid, into the vile, the sewage of Sed, into which the Russians have sunk, they had to find a way to conceptualize the afterlife that they could exploit it as they exploit the living. As the living can be imprisoned, detained, enslaved, so too can the dead. This dark art has always existed. It's called necromancy. And though the Soviets denied a heaven or a hell, they were able to apply the necromancy the Russians do today when they annihilate hundreds at a time in their sacrifices to the anti-gods. So in their attacks on Ukraine and these mass sacrifices, as they thin the veil between the worlds by flooding it with spent lives, the one place where the Soviet Union still exists in exile, on the Transnistria, in the little state known as Transnistria, is our hope to counter the post-Soviet diabolist Russians of Putin's Dugonites, the co-religionists of Michael Aquino. If the Germans but recognize Transnistria, the Soviet Union in exile, as the legitimate government of Russia, they can create a schism in Russia itself that will expedite its downfall. We don't want the reestablishment of the Soviet Union in imperial form, but the recognition of its government in exile, empowering its continued existence, as we do Taiwan. That alone would help to render the Russian Empire of diabolists and ultimately Edomite anti-God cultists impotent. That's but a geopolitical solution. But what are the dynamics of the psychotechnologies employed by the enemy? The people, the priests of Shinto, combat today. The Japanese have volunteers fighting the Russians in Ukraine. The Japanese are combating Russia in the North Pacific for their islands occupied by the enemy. What kind of people are they encountering? What kind of beliefs does the enemy have? How do they understand their own death and dying? The way the Soviets conceptualized the cosmos was such that they concluded that humans are made in two parts, the body and the spirit. The denial of God was not denial of the soul. Rather, the material in our bodies changes constantly on a molecular level. We eat, we grow, we sweat, our skin peels off, we void waste, and we eat some more to replenish all that we have lost. Our bodies are constantly changing, yet they ever remain the same. The clothing of the spirit. In life, we are bound to our bodies inextricably. It so happens, according to the old Soviet doctrine, concluded by their research, which was not allowed to politically acknowledge God, or an afterlife in the sense of heaven or hell, that we are also bound to our bodies in death, as we were in life. Put bluntly, to the Russians, as conceptualized under Soviet experiments and the experience therefrom, the killings of people while monitoring their spirits after death, their conclusion was, in the matrix of their politics, put bluntly, that when we die, nothing happens. Nothing. When alive, we can think and move and act and talk. And what's the difference between a live body and a dead one? Well, a dead one can't sing and dance. Unfortunately, that's about the extent of it. The spirit goeth nowhere. It remains with the body, tied to it in death as in life. And, for most of us in the Western world, spends the rest of time 6 feet underground with not a whole heck of a lot to do, and an eternity of time in which to do it. Understand, this is what happens when you lose your belief. If you have not committed yourself to the anti-gods and to the nullity, the nihilist elimination of your existence, the Soviets concluded this is what happens to you, which is what drove so many Russians to the Edomite belief system of chaos and the anti-gods to nullify their existence so they disappear into nothing. But when you consider what they felt they had discovered through their experiments, this is not necessarily a torment. For what the dead do with their time is entirely up to them. In fact, many of the dead simply shut themselves down, turn off their minds, and permanently sleep. Those who suffered in life, abused as children, and tortured as adults, find the grave a restful place where they cannot be reached, cannot be hurt, cannot be disturbed. Those dead exult in their peace, in having nothing but cool, quiet isolation in which to enjoy their complete lack of pain. To them, an eternity of nothing is as close to heaven as they can imagine. Isolation is heaven for others as well. The great minds of history, as perceived by the Russians. They concluded that historical figures like Pythagoras, Da Vinci, Mobius, and Mozart continue to pursue the arts and sciences which drove them in life, for the hungers of the mind never cease within the grave, but are made sharper still by the lack of distraction from the physical body. The Russians felt that Einstein had 7 identical suits, so that he would not have to spend any of his precious thought deciding what to wear. This is a historical fact. So they concluded, how much more could he dedicate himself to his pursuits if he never had to worry about eating, bathing, sleeping, trotting down to the store for some aspirin, or even scratching his elbow? Well, their conclusion would be that as of my speaking to you tonight, hosting this transmission, he's had over 500 years to perfect the theory of relativity and discover the unified field theory. Do you think he's achieved it yet? Remember, over half a century, 500 years to the dead is easily worth 150, 200 years to the living, once you discount for sleep, weekends, and free time. And what of Mozart? Over 40 symphonies he composed in his short life. How many more in the last 2 centuries and a half? The dead can be a wealth of valuable, nay, not just valuable, but indeed priceless information. For others, of course, death is no paradise. They create for themselves their own version of hell. Jack the Ripper, wherever he is, certainly has invented more sinister, more vicious ways of disposing his hated ladies of the evening. Genghis Khan dreams of conquest. And certainly since his death, his dreams and schemes have gotten more violent, more clever, and are driven by a fierce desire which, in his grave, he knows cannot be realized. And need we say anything at all about Russian concepts of Hitler, Stalin, Gaius Caligula? Whatever hatred or illness possessed any people propagandized as sick and vile in life, most certainly has taken over their soul completely after death. The dead can be a veritable grimoire for vile scheming. Priceless information for those to whom the world is worthless. But for most of the dead, for the rank and file of public life, death, though not unpleasant, is not particularly great either. Those alert to their situation find themselves with no one to talk to, no company. Those fortunate enough to, never to catch on to their state, must simply bear this feeling that a vital, intangible something is somehow missing. The dead exist in total isolation, according to Russian doctrine, limbo, the netherworld. And so these masses lie fallow in the earth and wait. They wait for anyone to talk to them. And no one ever comes. Ever. The graveyards are full of thousands of lonely people, none of whom can talk with each the other. And if these people are without hope, how much worse for the sailors buried at sea, resting, abandoned, at the bottom of it all. The pharaohs in their pyramids, tombs, knowing that all their worldly possessions lie about them, untouchable. Let me try and gather my thoughts for a moment to try and project the Soviet concept of afterlife unto you in such a manner that you can finally understand why the Russians act the way they do. Because, as I've already mentioned, they believe the spirit remains tied to the body after death. This is not the Russian Christians, of which there are none left. What few tend to church, only a few old ladies may be sincere believers. The rest are godless and merely following form. And nobody does that in Russia. The churches are empty. The Soviets have left everyone without belief. So, based on their communist indoctrination, the people of post-Soviet Russia understand in their paradigmatic matrix that though the body rots, the spirit remains, because the essence of the person remains in the soil. Yes, it changes over time from flesh to soil itself, but whatever molecules made up the corpse at the moment of death are the body constitute. Just like the body possessed or processed material in life, and it made no difference. Likewise, it matters not to the spirit if dead flesh and bones are replaced with equally inert earth. That's where the body is, and that's where the spirit remains. To the Soviets, and now the Russians today in their wake, mass graves or graveyards, these are simply treasure hoards of information to be looted. Not for rings or wallets or anything of interest to a grave robber, but for the knowledge known only to the dead. Of course, although they are in their graves, not all the dead are isolated from the real world. For, unknown to most, paranormal talents are very real indeed. Psionics are the powers of the mind. Nay, the very soul itself. And whatever those powers may be also follow their practitioners into the grave. And down there, buried beneath the earth, work some of the most powerful psychic talents of all time. Untold years of practice beneath their belts. Somewhere, certainly, is a telepath, penetrating the mind of every passerby, whistling past the grave, sharing in the grief of the bereaved, keeping tabs on the passing days by the thoughts of every person who wanders near, learning people's innermost thoughts. Telepathy is but one manifestation of psionic talent, a rare but potentially powerful gift. There are other gifts as well. Clairvoyance, healing, necromancy, necroscopy, prescience, psychokinetics, scrying, seeing, sensitivity, shamanism, just to name a few. Those so blessed, or perhaps cursed, with these talents, live in a world different from our own. Theirs is a world filled with the mind, and haunted by the darkest thoughts and imaginings anyone has ever had. Their awareness is expanded, and cannot help but embrace things which the normal people around them choose to ignore. Someone sensitive to nuclear power cannot help but be continuously aware of the vile throbbing of a nearby power plant. Those who can read the undercurrents of emotions know the dark fantasies we all play out in our minds while smiling at the very people we hate. Yet neither of these espers, extrasensory perceivers, can do anything about those burdens. There is no one they can talk to, no therapy they can seek. For to admit to the existence of their paranormal perceptions would bring the unwanted light of public scrutiny to bear upon them. Yea, although those who have talents, or at least understand how to use their talent effectively, are very few indeed, they guard their minds carefully. No one lets anyone else know of the strange talents they possess, neither parents, nor spouses, nor children. Fortunately, most intimates desire not to know these things either. Were a psychokinetics husband to see their priceless Ming vase fall, then stop abruptly 6 inches above to the floor, his psychokinetic wife would have an easy time convincing him that he had hallucinated the incident. The image of the vase about to hit was so strong that his brain didn't register the fact that it miraculously bounced. He'd much rather embrace the unbelievable than to face that his wife was a psychic oddity. Now, no one yet knows how or why extrasensory perception and paranormal phenomena work, although in certain nations and empires, secret task forces have been assigned to probe these mysteries. In the meantime, like primitive humans who did not understand fire, but still knew how to use it, these agencies have given espers, the extrasensory perceivers, an opportunity to use their unique abilities, train and hone their minds, and serve the greater good or the greater evil while doing so. Yet even among these agencies, disbelief is high, bewilderment all too common. Part of this is residual surprise on the part of the agents to discover that they are not the only ones who have these strange potentials. But the greater part of it is due to the fact that even these agencies, government-sponsored bureaus, must keep themselves secret from the public, and even from the vast majority of the government itself. So it is that in the deniable world of extrasensory surveillance, these gifted few play a critical role in the defense of their nations, or the expansion of their empires. Although their talents are unreal, their dedication is every bit as real as their mundane counterparts, and their danger even more extreme. They risk not only their body, but their very souls. And yet their existence is denied by even the highest levels of authority, robbing them of whatever diplomatic protection the others are afforded. Theirs is indeed a secret and vicious war. Now, I've just received notice that fires are breaking out at a Russian oil storage facility, or many Russian oil storage facilities. Fires are breaking out at many Russian oil storage facilities. What could that be? Pyrokinesis, the ability to start fires with one's mind. Fire starters, as Stephen King would call them. By the way, my thanks to everyone in the chat room. Clarice Claudette, I was thanking you earlier for your care packages and how they continue to help me. She says, "Hi, Douglas," with a sparkling heart. "Strange I couldn't sleep, and you are talking about this telepathy." Bless you, honey. And my deepest regards to Nathan Brooks, who says, "Thank you, Doug. This message is everything." I believe he was speaking about earlier when I sprakathon to Shinto. Now, let me try and again get my thoughts. Not that anyone took me off track, mind you, but we have 2 hours remaining, right? 10 to 11, 11 to 12. Let me try and figure out what I can expand upon during that 2 hours of time from my experience working with Michael Aquino in this world of psychic combat. Clarice Claudette says, "I want to use my gifts to heal the collective soul and soul shards and creativity." Bless you, honey. I expect no less. But with most, what they get is the short end of the stick. You see, most of the paranormal covert operations organizations in the world are small, weak, and underfunded. The only exception being the Agency for the Development of Paranormal Espionage in the Soviet Union and its Russian successor state. And though that branch is well funded at the behest of the former Soviet premiers and now Vladimir Putin himself, those therein must nonetheless contend with dangerous domestic political struggles and maintain secrecy even among the intelligence community. Now understand what I explained to you about Japan and its empire and how they treat their psychics with gilded house arrest for their own protection. The Soviets have already taken to putting them in the front lines. For the Japanese, they've joined the war in Ukraine. Many of these psychics, they've helped to contribute to entire Russian mechanized columns breaking down and becoming still life, dead targets, dead fish in the water for the Ukrainians to pluck off, laughing at their leisure. But most paranormal agents operate without the full support of the government they defend. And informed consent is certainly nothing that any government has really given to operations. Few, if any, of those in power actually believe that parapsychic phenomena are even real. And those who know about the espionage, as in extrasensory perception experiments, being applicated for intelligence purposes, well, they only allow such dabbling to continue so long as it does not consume a noticeable portion of the budget appropriations. As a result, most paranormal agents are stuck in second-rate offices and endure mediocre pay. In fact, the only place where the ESP branches receive adequate support is in security. The public embarrassment that would follow an expose on government-funded fortune tellers and horoscopes causes the governments to provide their psychic agents with the best in security equipment. If the embarrassing truth is never leaked, then the politicians never have to worry about being connected to such a boondoggle. The agents themselves see their work as critical, of course, as do those few believers who lobby hard to keep their activities afloat. For them, the security, though given for the wrong reasons, is nevertheless a welcome respite from their otherwise limpid support. Worse yet, the ASP, the Psyche, well, they call them Psychers in the former Soviet Union, but the psionics, Psi, or ESP agencies in communist China, they're well funded too. They're called EFers, as in EHF, Extraordinary Human Functions. Now, these are all typically unofficial branches, offshoots grafted onto the main force, and not extant in any official degree. Especially in the case of the Empire of Japan, I want to see that change. We're seeing that where they're sending their volunteers to the front lines in Ukraine. Now, most espionage agents, as in ESP, they're not even on the rolls of the service, but instead receive a stipend as a consultant. They do not normally have any official identification. No badges they can flash when they arouse the ire of the law. After all, the intelligence communities make a business of keeping track of all their agents, and having some unknown face flash an official badge will certainly call down embarrassing questions upon those who support the psionics branch. They can call on their parent organization for aid at times, especially when they need to be bailed, or there is a need to cover up their activities. In fact, cover-ups are guaranteed to have the shortest response time, again to help the government avoid those uncomfortable questions about witches and tarot cards on the payroll. Now, in the hidden world of international psionics, powerful organizations, both large and small, are at work. The Soviets' well-developed Agency for the Development of Paranormal Espionage, an operation independent of the KGB and independent of the FSB in the Russian successor state, or the United Kingdom's shadowy E-branch, later renamed INTESP, INTESP, all uppercase, and the United States of America's cryptically named Affiliate, are all active to some extent. There are secret societies as well, who have haunted these mysterious grounds for centuries. This is war. Undeclared, unknown to most, but a cold, cruel war nonetheless. That being the case, when I think back on Caltech's Paranormal Research Department, when I think back on my work with the Department of Defense and Michael Aquino, what is it that I can tell you to help put all of this into a kind of, well, if it's extrasensory perception, how would it make sense to someone like you, who, unlike Clarice Claudette, or Amelia Willard, is likely possessed of nothing extrasensory in your perceptions? It would be like trying to describe colors to a blind man. There are very few people in the world who have a psionic talent, perhaps 1 in 1,000 at best. And for most of these espers, psionics, their talents are latent, requiring some extreme stimulus to get them to reach out for the unknown in desperation. Of course, when the shock which induces you to resort to psychic activity is the threat of being hit by a train and it turns out you're a telepath, your talent doesn't do you a whole lot of good. No one knows how many psychics die without ever realizing their strange abilities. Of those people who discover their latent knack, or who have a strong enough gift that their talent has been with them all along, most deny it exists, bury it beneath a firm wall of secular skepticism, and never know the power or the horror that such a gift dost bring. If they catch glimpses of the future, or if they see auras around certain people, they scoff it off as a mirage, that accident they had as a child when they struck their head, or a relic of the drugs they took in college. Some even actively deny that they see these unusual manifestations and so thoroughly put reality out of their mind that indeed they do not notice. They develop a neurotic psychic blindness, if you will. There are those few, however, who discover their talent, or always knew it, recognize it as unusual, and yet not something to be feared, and begin to explore it. Some are weak psychically, and their toil avails them little, and eventually they abandon the pursuit. Others flourish, and their power grows strong. They begin to discover sinister truths about the nature of reality, and they confront the darker portions of their own soul. They know that in the superstitious world of the past, they'd be put to death as witches. But this is the enlightened 21st century. It was the 20th when I was involved. They can come clean, right? People thought so even back then. Not so. For anyone who stoutly believes in extrasensory perception of such magnitude is categorized at best as a mentally unbalanced hack who reads the weekly world news, or at worst, someone to be lobotomized and locked up, as I saw happen to many a talent. Far better in the minds of those gifted few to be alone and unknown than to endure the living death of institutionalization. That is why there are strong esper talents at large in the world, and why the common man never hears of them. Some of these gifted elite even write their memoirs and submit them to the scandal rags to perpetuate popular disbelief in psychic phenomena. Now, how do I try to, again, outline this kind of subculture? A subculture which you never knew of, even if you are psychic. Because most such people who discover such, like Crystal River or Amelia Willard, well, they do what the best they can with their talents while remaining social enough to interact with humanity at large, and they find themselves shadow banned. Until someone like myself who's had experience with such talents gives them a helping hand. Psionic talents are considered unnatural abilities that certain people can perform by the power and ability of the mind alone. The root, the strength, and source of ESP is the brain, the soul, the will. And though it may be channeled through one or more physical outlets, without the desire and the imagination, psychic phenomena do not come to pass. Humans and other living creatures, in fact, all things that exist, lead a dual existence. Humans have both a physical shell and a mental consciousness. And, as has been seen,
by myself at least, the two do not depend on each the other, although they are inextricably linked. There are several theories, but perhaps the most popular idea among espionage or psi intelligence researchers is that the physical and mental universes are bound together by the metaphysical medium called the Mobius continuum. This medium cannot be detected or altered, in much the same way that letters cannot detect or alter the spaces between themselves or other words. The universes are bound together by the metaphysical, and together they define the metaphysical's existence. Thoughts have no physical existence, but they can be transmitted via the physical realm in, say, writing, and go from there back into the non-physical world of another person's consciousness. This is, well, the fantastic leap from purely physical scribbling to crystal mental imagery is accomplished through the metaphysical, whether you're psychic or not. Aspers, then, the psionic the psychers as the Soviets called them, can skip the intermediate step of passing physical notes and transmit thoughts straight from one consciousness to another. Other, more pragmatic researchers believe that the metaphysical does not actually exist, and that psionics are instead another expression of the electromagnetic spectrum, with a wavelength either corresponding to another form of energy we have not yet isolated, or else related to the normal EM spectrum, in much the same way that imagery numbers, well, imaginary numbers, and the imaginal plane relate to real numbers and physical effects, as a kind of Platonic archetypal ideal in the abstract. The EM spectrum that I referenced is, of course, the electromagnetic spectrum, which, of course, is impacted by the spirits of the dead, who can indeed talk to you through your radio. It's driven many a person mad. That may sound different from what I've explained, but remember, I was simply articulating the paradigmatic straitjacket of the Soviets. What they believe is not what I know. Now, for those who do not know, imaginary numbers are multiples of the square root of -1. The square root of -1, which itself is named I as in iota, and written in the italics, is a number which cannot exist, yet certain physical phenomena cannot be explained without it. So if one believes the metaphysical holds the mental and physical planes together, then all humans have a psionic talent, to wit, the ability to move their physical body about by force of will alone. This ability is very limited, but advocates of the panpsychic theory believe this is a self-induced failing. That then would be the position of a Shintoist. There are those psychics who can levitate their physical bodies, and the existence of these bolsters their claim that everyone could move their physical body any way they'd like if they just believe. Now, advocates of this theory, so separate from Shinto, also point to the success of placebos as further evidence of the mental directly impacting the physical. The placebo effect. If you believe it, it will be. Why do I sigh when I say that? Why does that weary me? The other point of view, of course, holds that we can walk around because we are alive, which is a peculiar chemical state. The argument may never be solved, especially since the believers in the metaphysical are nonetheless unwilling to volunteer to die just to prove their own wills can supersede the physiological state of being dead. In a sense, Christ already did that for us. That's why we believe. We believe him because he did just that. Be that as it may, those people who manifest an unusual and powerful psionic talent manifest but a single one in general. This has normally been the case. There are rumors. There are some who have more than one, two. There are only myths of people with multiple talents, but I myself do not doubt that they exist. But for most, all your energy can only manifest but one. The reason for this is unknown, especially since other living creatures seem unable to manifest any. And there are unconfirmed reports of creatures which are not quite human manifesting several unique and powerful talents. And this is how most of these displays have been dismissed. The authorities will simply say, well, they're not human. A case of dehumanization, if ever there was one, but in some cases possibly quite true. As among the Evanescers. You know, Doctor Who. By that I'm referencing our favorite time traveler, Dr. Anderson. David Lewis Anderson. If I remember his name correctly. I oftentimes fuck that up. I think it's Aquino's influence which leads me to do that. He hated him so. Now, how can I get back on track? Basically, there's one popular theory that I recall that it requires a certain amount of brain mass to generate the power required to sustain psychic activity, and that lesser animals simply do not have enough brain capacity to do so. This being the case, it is theoretically possible that other creatures, or even humans, could evolve brains more efficient at generating psychic energy. Thus, it is conceivable that through genetic manipulation or eugenic breeding programs, humans could eventually learn to control 2 or 3 talents simultaneously. This is my objective when I talk about a psychic breeding program. Regardless of the reason, and despite the incredible amounts of time and money being poured into discovering the truth of the matter, current psionics, or at least when I was dealing with them in the 80s through the 90s, which I realize was a long time ago, have but one talent, or at least did back then. ESP researchers had managed to group the broad spectrum of talents together into several distinct manifestations. The exact workings for each person may be vaguely different, but for whatever reason, talents seemed to be readily divided into several categories. I remember there being an octagon of such, 8 that were officially recognized. So the major ESP talents, as I knew them, were the Necromancer, the Thanatoscope, the Speaker for the Dead, the Prescient, the Seer, the Sensitive, the Shaman, the Spotter, and the Telepath. And since each talent was subject to individual variants, a common manifestation was, well, I shouldn't talk about that. I can't just share everything. There are some things I have to retain as a dead man switch. So, oh my God. How do I get myself back on thread after that? I mean, where do we go from here? Oh God, I could drink a Coke right now. The Coke and the beer that I use, the diesel that fuels me through the night. Oh my God. Now I'm getting emails. No, why? All right. Now, I got 2 emails on this, so I'm going to presume this represents a majority of a sort. In other words, like, the vote is in. And people are now asking me, What? What about the people talking to the dead? Dude. We've got 2 types. The thanatoscope is the speaker for the dead. The necromancer of ancient days was a true sorcerer and could summon the dead. Since the Soviets never believed in magic, and American magic in the military-industrial occult complex was monopolized by the likes of Michael Aquino, we were left in the field with what were called thanatophages. The eaters of the dead. I so didn't want to go here. But to get the worst out of the way first. Classically speaking, a necromancer is one who practices divination by communicating with the dead. While this definition is essentially true in real life, what's overlooked, or rather ignored, by that definition is that the necromancer communicates through torture, ripping the secrets of the dead from their souls by ripping their dead body, their cadaver, their corpse apart with fingers, nails, teeth, and tongue. Rather, that was the visceral resort for the postmodern agent in the field with such talent that otherwise could have been so much more constructively used. Your own government, but aped, as in parroted, mocked, emulated the Soviets by creating cannibals. After all, the Americans were so far behind in the mind race. They were left in a mind field. So, remembering that a person's body and soul are inextricably united, per the Soviet dogma, ergo, for a thanatophage, a postmodern mockery of a necromancer, the corpse is a means of accessing the dead person's mind. Manipulating the body allows the thanatophage to manipulate the knowledge of the deceased. In essence, the knowledge of the dead is embedded in their spirit, which is embedded in their body. If a thanatophage wants that knowledge, all he has to do is rip the body apart and take it out, much like someone ripping open a long-awaited gift to find the present within. And thanatophages being what they are, it is often done with as much glee. Unfortunately for the deceased, the decedent, as they be known, this action is pure, raw torture. Well, imagine how bad it is to be ripped apart when you're alive. Then imagine that happening to your soul when you're dead. While lying fallow in the grave, a dead person experiences only the quiet darkness of death and the hazy, indistinct caress of feeling their body slowly transmute into soil, sod, as they compost. Nothing bad there, just a quiet, lazy, lonely existence. Imagine their shock then, when they discover their loneliness can be violated, when the gentle decomposition of the years is a seeming eternity of violent, malicious savagery. This is torture indeed, a rape of both the body and soul. The body is torn apart like prey, ripped and brutally broken open, sundered, to reveal every secret. The soul is laid naked before the searing eyes of the interrogator. After a thanatophagic examination, the remains of the body are grotesque at best, and are often, from my own experience with what I've seen, scattered about for several meters. The remains of the soul shudder in fear forever after. For the thanatophage, an interrogation is one part hunt and one part self-flagellation. During an examination, a thanatophage lets his basest psychic instincts take control of his mind and body. He tears at the corpse, the cadaver, with frenzied lust, using tools only when brute strength alone cannot rend the body fast enough. Thanatophages use every sense available to them. Now, my mother, being half vampire, had encountered such predators before. She could never control herself. When she encountered them in person, she would kill them on the spot. Tracks to cover in an immediate sense. The only reason we never suffered any repercussions was because the U.S. government stepped in to hide the tracks to prevent anyone knowing about their programs employing cannibals that despoiled the dead. It is, after all, illegal when one commits the crime of the desecration of a corpse. And as my mother once explained to me, well, maybe I should keep that secret. Clarice Claudette in the chat says, there is a war going on now with psychic attacking shamans, mystics, so they can still peddle, sell their psychic powers, and harness the life force. I shan't deny that. Such being said, Michael Aquino was once training a thanatophage. I was there, as I was with all too much else that none of you will ever know. There was a young man clutching the corpse of a bird when Michael Aquino told him, now break open the body, tear it open, crush the skull between your fingers and listen to the vapors of the brain. Look at it in your hands, the entrails, the guts and feathers and blood and bones. Taste it. Use all your senses, touch, taste, see, hear, smell. Use all 5, and you will discover the 6th. And thus did this young man have an unholy light come into his eyes, and told us what this parrot used to be able to say, though he had never encountered the parrot when it was alive. He spoke just like a parrot. He squawked the words the parrots used to squawk, words that were trained to the parrot by a dead man, a man who was dead. Parrots live to be well over 100 years. The man died before the parrot. When this young man recited exactly what the parrot used to say, and Michael Aquino knew because he knew the man, and he had heard the parrot squawk these phrases when the man was alive, then Michael Aquino brought us to where the young man could access the owner of the parrot, his dead body, and do the same unto that body as he had done unto the parrot. He let the man who he violated know about his pet that he had just killed before eating it, in order to violate the dead even more. All of this imposes a psychological burden on these psychics. Rare is the thanatophage that does not shudder to find himself gore-spattered after his examination, clutching a spleen in one hand and picking a piece of lung from his teeth with the other. But worse still were the products of Aquino's training, or the training of the Russian elite, the thanatophages who enjoyed it. The length of time which has passed since death is of no importance to a thanatophage. He can wrest the knowledge from a mummy with almost as much ease as from a person he killed himself. Remember, the soul doesn't go anywhere after death per the Soviet dogma the Americans inculcated themselves with, becoming their own worst enemy, emulating the enemy they had failed to catch up with. They modeled themselves on the enemy's path to damnation. And of course, the belief that the soul goeth nowhere. Rather, an element of the soul is there, kind of like the memory machine, a kind of loop in the matrix of the holographic reality that is taken for the soul by those who do not believe in an ascension or evolution. And the fact that the Americans bought into the Soviet dogma that the soul goes nowhere and that's all there is and ever was to be had on hand, that's part of what makes a thanatophage so frightening. For the victim, there be no escape. On the other hand, this does mean that a thanatophage is unconcerned about how long a corpse has been dead. First of all, the longer a body has decomposed, the harder it is to tear apart. A body which has rotted thoroughly is already non-contiguous, and it is harder for a thanatophage to uncover those secrets. Also, long dead bodies are a potential source of disease for the thanatophage, and careful precautions must be taken. Finally, long dead corpses are more psychologically damaging to the thanatophage, Who wants to taste the brain fluid of someone who reeks of decay and whose flesh lolls off the bones at the lightest touch? Ghouls prefer that kind of rot. True ghouls, as the subspecies of hominid that I encountered in East Africa. I certainly saw their work in the deserts of Southwest Asia, but never encountered them till I was in Africa. Regardless, human thanatophages are rare creatures, which is fortunate considering how obscene it is to watch them at their task. There may be no more than a dozen or so in the world at any time. And many of those who actively practice are found in remote, primitive environments where the people live closer to their primal roots. A thanatophage in modern society has little chance, let alone desire, to discover or practice his craft. In all likelihood, any given person will never be within 100 kilometers of a thanatophage, practicing or not. I mean, I could say think about it, but you really shouldn't. But if you think a person is bad or smells bad, whose diet contains a lot of garlic and onions, you can imagine what someone smells like who eats cadavers. Yes, Clarice Claudette says, exactly, a memory machine, causing holographic loops that replay out in the projection of the mind and become a repeating reality. A projection. Yes and no, honey. The soul is incredibly compartmentalized and yet universal. Understand this, and you can follow up on this yourself, anyone who is listening. A hologram is in every part of itself. Any fragment of a hologram contains the same image as the original hologram. Smash a hologram machine, take parts therefrom, they can be used to generate the same hologram produced when the machine was entirely working. I'm not talking about bits and pieces from the machine, but bits and pieces from that which generated the hologram. Once the image is within the hologrammatic crystal, any part of that crystal produces the entire image. So, yes, your entire soul is there, but what the Soviets refused to acknowledge, were in denial of, was the exact same soul also moved on, ascended or descended depending on their vibrational density. But while there is a part of you that has moved on, one that ascends or descends, and another part that reincarnates, all of this in the experience of yourself is entirely compartmentalized and completely unaware of the other self that has moved on or reincarnated. That is you that went to heaven or hell. That is you that reincarnated. This happened to you, but you don't know that. The part of you, or rather the whole of you, for these are in fact all you, and they're all whole. They're not bits of you, they are you. You've simply manifested in a kind of, shall we say, you've remanifested yourself in multiples. This is what happens at death. This is the binary soul doctrine. but it's really trinary, like the Holy Trinity. The Father, the Son, the Holy Ghost arose because of this reality. That's what it's acknowledging. Now, oh God. The young man whom Aikido inducted into thanatophagy proved himself by being able to speak the secrets of the dead before my eyes. The man whose body he ate, at the most, Aquino, had we been caught, would have suffered nothing. He would have covered it up as a kind of fraternity initiation, a kind of high school pranking. The most that would have happened would have been he would have paid off the fine involved with the desecration of a corpse, and the scandal would have been hidden by the government, and the government would have covered his ass, as well as his tracks. But the young man, who I knew for a time, indicated that there were several advantages to being a thanatophage. The first is that there is no deceit, no lying, no half-truths, which are so often used by the living to defy their interrogators. When a living person is being tortured, they'll often either present a believable lie to satisfy the interrogators, or else they'll say anything they think the interrogators want to hear. Whatever they think it'll take to get the torturer to stop. The dead have no such recourse, because ultimately this is not a conversation. This is a devouring of facts, ripping of knowledge straight from the soul itself. The thanatophage knows that everything he steals is the absolute truth, pulled from the bleeding mind with his own bare hands. The dead can try to hide the knowledge, but cannot endeavor to conceal it behind a falsehood. This, then, is the greatest advantage of a thanatophage. Everything they discover is absolutely true. I found out more about that dead man when I heard the body scream than you would find from a person you had been physically intimate with throughout your life. The second advantage of a thanatophage is that he can access knowledge that was lost to the person while they were yet alive. I found that out. You see, every fact we've ever known is buried deep in our consciousness somewhere, locked up in our cells and marrow of our bones. And if it's there, a thanatophage can get to it, no matter how badly he needs to rend your flesh or grind your bones. To be sure, the longer a fact has been forgotten, the harder it is for a thanatophage to find. Pulling childhood memories from the cadaver of an old man is akin to finding a needle in a haystack, but it can be done, as I saw with my own eyes. With the haystack, you pull it apart, straw by straw. With the cadaver, a very similar approach is used. The third advantage is that a thanatophage can often sense when the knowledge is there to be taken. When a dead person desperately wants to conceal a certain fact from a thanatophage, well, then it's a matter of willpower. Once a thanatophage knows it's there, he'll eventually find it. Of course, most thanatophages, even if they don't know the fact is there for certain, spend a lot of time looking anyway. The search itself is usually enough to cause most victims to yield up their secrets. If not, well, the search has its own rewards to a veteran thanatophage. The final advantage of a thanatophage is that he can take all the time he wants. Unlike living interrogations where the victim makes a lot of noise and might pass out from pain or blood loss, there be no escape for the dead. Eventually, unless the thanatophage himself passes out from exhaustion, which I also saw happen, everything will be found out. Of course, even if the thanatophage pushes himself to collapse, he can return once he's recovered from the strain, especially with a sponsor like Aquino, who provided 5-star hotels and escort service. For the dead, on the other hand, there be no recovery. But as you might expect, there are drawbacks to thanatophagy as well. In order to tear the flesh apart, the thanatophage must be able to lay his hands physically on the cadaver, at least the first time. Because of this, the chance to catch a nasty disease has already been mentioned. In this manner, they are much the same as thanatoscopes, the speakers of the dead. They must first make first contact with a dead person up close and personal. But unlike thanatoscopes, thanatophages lack the telepathic aspect to their powers and cannot contact their targets from a long range. There are also dangers inherent in getting that intimate with someone who is poisoned. If the poison is long-lasting or very toxic, mercury, for example, a thanatophage might well sicken or die shortly after completing his examination. The psychological stress of tearing dead parties apart causes lasting problems for some thanatophages, and as one might expect, their art is not terribly well received in most social circles, nor is grave robbing in the first. So most thanatophages must be very circumspect about getting the subjects for their interviews. Now, additionally, although there be no feedback on ESP talents, there are direct drawbacks as well. Thanatophages tend to go into a trance when they focus on their extrasensory abilities. It's as if the extrasensory stimuli completely eclipse their normal sensory stimuli. When a thanatophage is in that state, it can be difficult to get them out of it. I know Aquino trained me how. Now, we have a more, dare I say it, feminine approach. Certainly, I never encountered, nor ever heard of, a female thanatophage. But I have encountered a female thanatophone, a speaker for the dead. And yet, thanatophones are the very rarest type of esper, or psychic, psionic, rather, if you will, so rare that it is thought that there have never been more than 3 in existence at any given time throughout all of recorded history. Only my working with the likes of Michael Aquino exposed me to one that was alive in our time. Literally speaking, thanatophone means an instrument for hearing the dead. While this is perhaps not the most technically accurate term, a kind of thanatoscope for the visual impact might almost be better, since the psychic communication most closely imitates a lot of visual imposition. Nevertheless, psychic communication most closely imitates speaking. Therefore, thanatophonics comes into play. Now, that kind of phonics beats ebonics. That was a racist joke Aquino used to make. Regardless, the term conveys the rarest of extrasensory talents well. A thanatophone is one who can communicate with the dead, speak with them, learn from them, and, yes, even at times, channel them. They have been described by those lying in their graves as a light in the darkness, because they are someone for the dead to talk to in their quiet isolation, a medium through which they can complete the things their deaths forced them to leave undone. As I've been attempting to articulate, when you die, you experience it all. You, not a part of you, but you, all of you, move to a higher or lower vibrational experience. What is deemed in the most childlike terms to be heaven or hell, or purgatory, or limbo, and yes, some wander the earth eternally. Unless, of course, redeemed or expelled, you also reincarnate. And that you, it's not an aspect of you, it's you, that you which reincarnates, thinks that's all that happened. That you which moves on to a different vibrational manifestation, a transcendent experience, or descendant, as it were, depending on which vibe you were at when you died, and throughout all your life, really. Which vibe you were at throughout your life implies where you go when you die, not at the moment that you die. That can also impact you, but it's a culmination of everything about you. Whatever you in essence are, that's where you'll vibrate next. If you're low and dense, you're too heavy to rise, and you sink. And you think that's all there is. You have no knowledge of you reincarnating, moving on into a different body. And yes, you also remain in the grave forever. All this happens, the Holy Trinity, as manifest in you. And each one of you knoweth not of the other. So, here we have the dead lying in their graves quietly, no longer able to manipulate their body, at least so they think. There is no conventional way to communicate with the dead. They cannot read or hear or speak. They do not know touch, unless the person touching them is a thanatophage, one with that particular psychic ability to rend the soul by destroying the body. So blind, deaf, and dumb, or mute, would be the better term, there be no way for ordinary people to reach the dead. But the thanatophages, we know what they do by now. Thanatos phones, the speakers of the dead, are no ordinary people, and therefore they can reach those on the other side. or 6 feet under. The activities of the thanatophages notwithstanding, the dead want to talk. The difference between a thanatoscope and a thanatophage is that a thanatoscope forces her victims to surrender their truths, while the thanatophage forces his victims to surrender their truths under torture. A thanatoscope's approach is much more genteel. Thanatoscopes are typically accepted as peers, and the dead are willing to share with them. It's human nature to want to show off if you've got something, or to talk with anyone if you're lonely. As a general rule, thanatoscopes are congenial people, interested in bettering the world around them. Arrogant and hostile thanatoscopes often find their contacts have little to say. This rejection alone is usually sufficient to open their minds up to the sufferings of others. Thanatoscopes bypass the ordinary physical media of communications and speak with the dead directly, one mind to another. Most of the time, it is equivalent to simply speaking with the dead, having a conversation as one would with any living person. Give and take, presenting thoughts as words, etc. This level of communication, words and sentences, is known as dead speaking, or as Michael Aquino, well, I guess I can't explain everything. However, I should qualify. If the thanatoscope trusts the dead person, which they generally can, since few dead people are likely to double-cross the only person they can talk to, it can become a very intimate style of communication indeed. So the thanatoscope can open the channel wider, not forcing thoughts and knowledge to be throttled through mere words, but instead allow for gestalt communication. Conversation not through granular words and sentences, but through living ideas. The reason such communication requires trust is that at these times the differentiation between one mind and another begins to blur, and opening your inner mind to another consciousness is a concept most people are understandably loath to attempt. In fact, this technique, which was known in the military occult complex community as vectoring, is how the thanatoscope can learn skills from the dead. By communing with the dead and living their experiences vicariously, a thanatoscope can build up a store of knowledge and training in a short amount of time. Vectoring can also be used to assess the skills of the dead. Use them as a sort of library for personal use. With vectoring, a thanatoscope who speaks only English can contact a dead bilingual and then begin speaking in a second language using the deceased's skills. I've seen this myself. This is how the line between consciousness is blurred then. One brain can access the memories of another as if they were its own. And if the line can be blurred, be certain that it can be removed altogether. This is known as channeling. And at these times, it may seem as though the thanatoscope is a person possessed. The two minds, thanatoscope and dead, becomest as one, each drawing on the full store of knowledge of the other. Not simply knowledge, however, but also fears, mannerisms, idiosyncrasies, accents, and style. For the thanatoscope, this is a method of quickly accessing knowledge that would otherwise take long months or even years to learn. Why study brain surgery from a renowned doctor when you can channel him right now and save your friend's life? The deceased gets a gift as well, the chance to live again. Only for a short while and in someone else's body, to be sure, but to live again and practice and display those skills which were learned in life and honed in the quiet of death. The channeled spirit must access the instinctive balance and awareness of body that the thanatoscope carries with them, but the actions are those of the channeled personality. When channeling, the thanatoscope cannot hold anything back if it is to work. She must yield up control of her body to become a dual personality with the dead person in command. The thanatoscope's consciousness is forced into the cerebellum and brainstem, just to make sure that the body continues to function. It is up to the channeled personality to voluntarily leave the living shell, or else the thanatoscope should never attempt, well, how should I put this? Basically, I'm getting some incoming questions from my executive producer here. Let's check into this for a while before I roll those memories out. James Henry says, is there a way to merge the divided selves back into a gestalt or total self? Asking about the triune soul, our Holy Trinity. He says, I am too forced to ponder if a trinity of self can be somehow reversed into one, down to the most primal essence of being, highest unification of self. I would view that myself as kind of a debasement of the self into the lower form, a kind of regression, if you will. I'll leave it at that for now. Again, like I said, here you have a thanatoscope. They can't hold anything back if this is going to work. So he or she, they've got to yield up control of their body, become a dual personality with the dead person in command, no less. So the thanatoscope's consciousness is forced into the cerebellum and brainstem just to make sure that the body continues to function. And it is up to the channeled personality to voluntarily leave that living shell, or else the thanatoscope must force the interloper out through willpower alone. This is why a thanatoscope should never attempt to channel a willful and devious person like Ted Bundy. To do so is to invite a long and difficult battle of wills with someone who has nothing to lose. Now, I've seen this manifest. So, know this much. If you feel that you're the next, who was that guy? Prague was his name? Who talked to the dead? And, what was his name again? William von Prague, I believe. Talks to the dead. Talks to dead von Prague. You know, guys like that, nothing wrong with them. James von Prague. James von Prague and other practitioners of channeling, communicating with deceased people. These are people who, well, how do I put this? They pay a price. I mean, I think there's a price to be paid when you're working outside of the government as much as when you're working in it. Something has got to be paid for power of that price. But when I speak about, say for instance, like Aquino forced someone to do, allowing a serial killer into their body, and the horrors of what happened after that. If you think you're the next James von Prague, understand that before speaking to the dead, one must first make introductions. The reasons behind this are exactly the same as the reasons for introducing oneself to the living. To let them know who you are, why you want to talk to them, etc. It has the added benefit of letting the dead know you can talk to them. A fact which is generally received with some surprise. While a thanatoscope's talent can have near infinite range, introductions are generally done at short range. This is because the world is filled with dead people rotting 2 meters or so under the soil, and introducing oneself to a corpse at long range is much akin to trying to catch the attention of a stranger 100 meters away in a crowded mall. To be sure, it's possible to make contact with dead people at whatever range your talent can support, but you must know exactly who it is you're contacting, exactly why exactly where they're buried, to start off with. I was going to say exactly why they're dead. That too. And there can't be too many dead people around them either. Certainly not if you're trying to contact at a longer range than normal. For example, a thanatoscope could stand a few hundred meters away from Grant's tomb and attempt to contact the late leader. The tomb is visible, the thanatoscope knows who's buried inside, and there's not a litter of other bodies in the mausoleum. Do note, however, that unless the thanatoscope knows exactly where inside the tomb Grant is buried, or unless he can project a kind of area effect, it might take a good many tries before he hits Grant's body with his psionic probe and make his contact. As you can see then, it's generally much easier to go and sit on someone's grave and give it a short shot. I mean, literally plant your butt on their fucking headstone. Now, once contact is made, a thanatoscope can summon the person again and again as long as they're within range. You can consider the thanatoscope to have the dead person's psychic phone number or something similar. Recreating contact at 100 kilometers is no harder than recreating contact at 2 meters, if the thanatoscope has the range, so to speak. The thanatoscopic art is an unusual one, obviously, a talent which subsumes the real for the metaphysical, as do thanatophages when they ply their craft. Thanatoscopes go into a trance when they reach out for the minds of the dead. To disconnect themselves from the world of the dead and return to a vivid world of real life, a thanatoscope must be awakened by someone else. Conversely, this also means that when the thanatoscope is not in the real world for reasons other than using his thanatoscopic talent, she is open to communication from people she knows, the dead who have been previously contacted. In other words, when a thanatoscope is stunned, unconscious, or sleeping, she naturally extends her mind out into the realm of thought and might chance upon a familiar face. At these times, it seems to the thanatoscope that the dead invades her dreams. But what really happens is that in her dreamlike state, her mind wanders about and it naturally gravitates to those spirits she knows. The dead never sleep, of course, so they are always willing to talk to the living, even if the living are snoring away. Similarly, a thanatoscope suffering from severe emotional shock can at times access the minds of the dead unbidden. Severe shock cannot be understated here. To do this requires the sort of situation where a normal person would say and mean, "I don't believe it," when suddenly you cease interacting with the real world for a moment. Now, how do I give an example without giving away something I don't want to give away, like personal experiences that I hide for the respect of others? Basically, there are what are called reactive contacts. Like when you're suddenly interrupted by police smashing down the door and blowing away your nurse girlfriend because next door lived a drug dealer and they hit the wrong home. This sort of reactive contact, say you were communing with the dead when this happened, and suddenly your girlfriend is dead, and she's talking to you from the other side asking what's going on, and you've got to break the news. Well, this sort of reactive contact is generally beyond the control of the thanatoscope. It's basically, at that point, it's in God's hands. Something Aquino would never say, but I will. Aside from gleaning useful hints of knowledge, well, bits of knowledge and trivia through Deadspeak, the thanatoscope can vector the dead for teaching instruction. Dead teachers count as teachers, just like anybody alive. They're generally more skilled than living teachers, as they've had more time to perfect their craft. Now, a thanatoscope can vector a spirit and use its skills as if they were her own. The thanatoscope uses the dead person's skill instead of her own, except that the maximum level of skill vectored, well, it has its own limits. First of all, oh God, I'm not quite sure I can even describe how. Let's just put it this way. The thanatoscope and the dead person have less of a common frame of reference than a living teacher and a dead student. Exempli gratiae, a thanatoscope might have intellect and he's educated in the modern sense, but he wants to vector a Cherokee hunter who had, and still has, shall we say, less of an education level in the modern sense than the thanatoscope. So the thanatoscope might be less he might have less native intellect than the hunter. So he can only vector so much. The Indian, the Native American tracker might simply know too much to be vectored. So this gives the thanatoscope less than he might hope. So the difficulty of vectoring skill, it's like the same as for vectoring to learn. It's what it is. Channeling is the other form of thanatoscopic self-possession. When a thanatoscope channels a person's, a dead person's spirit, she lets the dead person take full control of her body. The thanatoscope no longer uses her own skills, but uses the skills and time vectoring, say, for instance, obviously the attributes of the deceased as well as the skills. But say you're a young lady, like we were contending with at the Presidio. You may be rather fragile and dainty, and let's just say she had a tough time vectoring a martial arts specialist because of the differences in strength and agility and all other physical attributes. But when you see a necroscope channel a martial artist, the spirit uses his own agility and martial arts, not the thanatoscopes. And this is because the martial arts expert is using his many years of training and reflex to accent the thanatoscope's instinctive understanding of her own body. At these times, the thanatoscope looks like a caricature of the dead person. In this case, in total drag. I mean, like, not just wearing woman's clothes, but wearing a woman's body. So, when this young lady channeled the dead martial artist, who I promised his family I would not name him, like a very good impersonator at work, well, she began to shout. This was because she really was the other person, the spirit of the deceased, wearing her thanatoscope's body. Obviously, channeling will not always work well. A person in a wheelchair cannot channel a great runner like Pheidippides and expect to run a marathon. His legs won't function no matter which spirit tries to move them. But normal people can do extraordinary things when channeling. By the way, our man Jameson says he's back, and I'll acknowledge that before going back to work myself. Understand that, how do I say this? Let me try and wrap this up. Understand that although dead speaking, vectoring, and channeling are used to describe various aspects of the thanatoscope skill, these are not three separate skills. Any thanatoscope can do all three of these with equal facility. Of course, since the skill takes on such different aspects, a thanatoscope could choose to specialize in one of these three applications, and others could make up for the balance. But since thanatoscopes are so extremely rare, well, it's what it is. Again, if we start a breeding program for psychics, we can overcome so many of these limits that are based on so many factors that suppress the psychics among us. By the way, Ashley Ice says, very interesting information. Love you, Douglas. Thanks, honey. Mwah. I'll assume you female. Kisses be unto thee. Love you dearly. Thank you so much. Well, trying to earn my keep for tonight. I mean, certainly the audience has helped me make rent, but, I could use as many contributions from those listeners who can afford it. Go ahead. I've got rent covered. We're well, but just for future reference. And I'm not speaking to Ashley Ice directly, mind you. As far as I'm concerned, she's paid me already by the grace of her presence in our chat room. Thank you, honey. So, in terms of what else we can cover in the time remaining, we've got like 45 minutes left. And there's so many of these kinds of talents to cover. I'm not quite sure where to go next. And of course, as I said, I was even rather frustrated to go down the path that I did based on a bunch of emails where people were just basically saying, well, that's what they wanted. And, who am I other than to deliver what I can? Now, obviously, when we speak of talents, certainly one that comes to mind is well, God, there's so many that come to mind. There was, of course, prescience, seers. These are categories that were used by the Department of Defense. Sensitives. And when it comes to oh God, well, of course there's telekinesis. Shamans, as we called them. I think maybe I'll try and explain what I can about that. This is like something that is probably puzzling to most people because they think of shamans as a kind of, a kind of native, aborigine, or indigenous person. And they don't understand how the Department of Defense interprets them or has their own, shall we say, way of dealing with them. So, let me explain it this way. Traditionally, the evil eye has been a power reputed to be able to inflict curses or bad luck on people with but a glance. If you consider immediate horror and pain unknowable to most mortals to be bad luck, as most people do, then that description is basically right. Except that commonly the evil eye is no ordinary glance, but a horrid and appalling spectacle. I mean, I saw it myself, so let me put it to you this way without overstressing myself too much with the memories. Understand that someone who possesses the power of the evil eye is known in the Department of Defense of the United States of America as a shaman. In fact, this label is what I've always understood as a deliberate misapplication by the former head of the Soviet Agency for the Development of Paranormal Espionage as the first esper of this sort, which they found was a Central Asian herdsman, but not at all a spiritualist. That was the original source as we understood it, and the label has stuck and is now in common usage across the globe. So understand that this is not shamanism as you understand it in any way positive or indigenous. This is simply pure raw evil, harnessed for the sake of destruction. So, a so-called shaman, as the KGB, now the FSB, or the Department of Defense perceives them, is simply one of the few espers, or extrasensory perceptives, whose unusual talent causes a direct physical effect. Yet it does this through a spiritual medium. No pun intended. The evil eye is the channel through which a shaman inflicts a direct spiritual attack upon another person. This sort of direct spiritual interaction still baffles paranormal researchers around the globe because it's the only instance known wherein direct spiritual contact has extended past pure communication. Telepathy is communication. Even the kind of so-called mind control that we vampires can exert is communication, albeit of a biochemical nature, through our saliva, where we insert a euphoric, a kind of, antidepressant, basically, into the person so that they respond positively while we take our meal. The person feels good through all the MDMA we're pumping in. And, by the way, did I get that chemical acronym right? I believe I did, but hey, it's been a long time since I even thought about that. Yeah. So, There you have it. Fuck. You know, it's organic ecstasy. I mean, hell, wish we could do the same with sex that we do with our saliva, and hey, we'd be set. I mean, you know, I like to think I'm pretty good with the sex effect, but you get what I'm saying. People don't start hallucinating, okay? Now, I used to make a joke. Of course, I kept... I guess I shouldn't go there. At any rate, trying to get myself back on thread here. It is getting late, and it is the final hour, and we're near the end run, so to speak. Let's put it this way. Okay, some argue that a shaman is even more forceful about their communication than the vampire are through biochemicals. Being able to order the target's brainstem to stop pumping the heart, for instance, is something no vampire can do. Oh, by the way, the curious girl says, you do if you're tantric. Yes, thank you, honey. Yeah, I'll see if I can cause any hallucinations with you. All right, we'll find out. At any rate, understand this. I keep getting off thread here, and it gets more and more distracting the more girls participate. So let me see if I can take my mind off my evil eye, my one eye, and try and keep it monofocal on what I'm trying to recall from that head between my shoulders. Oh, God, it's hard. I mean, I'm tempted to bring the curious girl on with me again, but I really should finish talking about this now that I've started. Hate being half-assed about anything. So, understand this, that there are others who were studying this phenomenon that maintain that so-called shamanism, as the KGB first perverted the term and the Department of Defense merely imitated. That means, how would I say it? That there were those specialists in researching this, not talents themselves, mind you, but the academics the Department of Defense contracted and swore to secrecy as part of the National Security Act and paid off well. And besides, even if they talked about it, no one would believe them. They maintained that it is a direct spirit-to-spirit assault, the psychic equivalent of a brutal roundhouse punch to the face. But shamans themselves, the few that there are themselves divided on the issue. I know this for a fact. But the exhausting effect that the evil eye has on shamans gives credence to the concept that the evil eye is more than just psychic shouting. Furthermore, the so-called evil eye does not necessarily have to be a glance, although most shamans do indeed have a killing look. There have been some shamans who used hand gestures, like the infamous quivering palm. And there is one well-documented case, well documented until I was ordered to destroy the documents, about a rather ineffective shaman who made an ungodly sound, which rose from a hiss to a growl and suddenly burst into a shrieking bark. All of these had a similar effect on the target. They were all simply different media for the spiritual assault to use, the spiritual assailant. So using the evil eye, or the horrid hand, or the bilious bark, or whatever, is a draining experience for the shaman themselves. Rare indeed is the shaman who can cast it more than twice in the span of a few minutes. It is a great drain, and although it causes the victim's heart to lurch and inflicts great pain, it generally is not powerful enough a talent to actually kill those who are not already weakened by heart disease, or weak hearts in general, advanced age, or other medical conditions. Domestic and prey animals, having less willpower than most humans, are also liable to, shall I say, be killed outright, no other way to call it, or by the casting of an evil eye. As Jameson Reese says, you gotta... I'm sorry, did he say... I think he said you gotta curse them. You gotta curse them, is what he said. I don't think he means swearing at them either. To try to push the evil eye harder, to kill a normal, healthy person outright, involves more effort than a shaman can typically produce without killing himself in the process. There is also a greater hazard affiliated with the evil eye, and that is that it is, it must be thrown against a living target. It cannot be thrown against a non-living target because the spirit of the shaman must attack another living spirit. And bad things can happen if the shaman screws up in this matter. This can happen if the shaman accidentally targets a mirror, a mannequin, or, as is possible, a dead person come back to mobility. Now, that requires a whole nother explanation. This is why I'm afraid to go down these memory lanes, because then I've got to articulate how Aquino got the dead to walk, but maybe next transmission. It's obvious why mirrors and mannequins are non-living targets, but the literally walking dead, and don't ever let anyone tell you the dead don't walk, they pose an interesting problem being debated by experts in the Department of Defense to this day, I would imagine. Since the spirits of the dead remain with their cadavers, as I've articulated, as well as moving on and reincarnating simultaneously, why can't a shaman target these spirits? Well, the best guess that we had in Aquino's day was that experts can make, the best guess his experts could make was that the spirits of the dead are no longer connected with their cadavers as intimately as the spirits of the living are, and that when a shaman attacks a living person's spirit, they have to be able to reach to the target's body. And there you go, our man says, damn, that sucks, no peace after death. Yeah, I'm not sure what Jameson thinks is awaiting him on the other side before I even started talking about this. I'm sure he wasn't expecting to go to the pearly gates of heaven. He says oblivion. Come on, you got to know better than that. That would be too good for us. By that, I mean everyone, not just Jameson and I. At any rate, understand this much. With what we experimented with in making cadavers move, and why the shamans couldn't take them down. The thought was that when a shaman attacks a living person's spirit, they have to be able to reach the target's body, and that the dead are no longer as intimately connected with such. So such an avenue is no longer available with the walking dead, who only manipulate their bodies in the grossest sense of the term, more like meaty marionettes than real breathing bodies. Whatever the actual case, when a shaman casts the evil eye on a target which is not really there, the psychic strike turns back on itself, rebounding from the non-entity target and returning to the source, the shaman himself. The shaman's spirit strikes him with full force, with all the malevolence expended in the strike. And because the shaman is concentrating entirely on attack and not on any defense, he suffers the attack without the natural resilience of anyone else's spirit. However, just as a man cannot lift himself by the hair, a spirit cannot crush itself, although there is one inconclusive instance where it might have happened. We still never really understood what went down with that. Instead, however, if we go by the majority demographic, what was the statistical norm per our experience, the energy of the attack has to expend itself somewhere else, which usually means it takes full effect in whatever part of the body is the medium for the assault. Thus, a shaman with a quivering palm might shatter every bone in his hand, whereas a shaman who uses an evil eye might have his very eyes explode as from within by the force of his own will. And I've seen that happen with the blood running down the face of the shaman, who was, of course, screaming and begging us to kill him to put him out of his misery. Reflected attacks are always debilitating, and usually permanently crippling to the shaman careless enough to suffer them. So due to the grotesqueness and malevolence of their unusual talent, shamans are often unpopular people. This is in part due to the obscenity of their talent, and due partly to the psychological effect the knowledge of their powers has on themselves. After all, if you know you can deck someone with a glance, are you particularly inclined to treat them with any respect? You know what they say about power and corruption. Well, I've seen too much of both all of my life. And that's really why I'm the only person who can help all of you right now in times like these. Now, in terms of using this skill, if you feel you have it, first of all, a shaman must define several aspects of the evil eye to themselves. Really, how are you going to know you have this? Oh, I know. You'll go around, you'll stare at people, and you know what's going to happen? Oh, God, you're going to get slapped in the face. The real crazies will shoot you. I can go on. Don't mess with it. For one thing, the shaman is the only type of esper in the game as I know it that has really the ability to produce an unreal effect from their paranormal talent. That is to say, a shaman can either assault someone or give them the overwhelming waking nightmare that they are being assaulted. Either can be severely damaging, even fatal to those of diminished constitution. Second, how do you realize you communicate your talent to your victim? Is it through a glance, a gesture, a touch, or something else? The whole idea of what we were doing at Letterman with manipulating the cadavers so that they were walking was to use them as meat punching bags for these people. And that's really how we really began to find out about how they couldn't be put down by people with the evil eye, though they were trying every part of their body, including pointing their toes. So a shaman with the evil eye is helpless if he's unable to see his intended victim, or the room is dark, or he's blindfolded. But a shaman with a quivering palm, well, they're hampered by handcuffs. Then, of course, there's the victim's awareness. And in a negative sense, it could easily be that if the intended victim is not looking at the shaman, perhaps even deliberately avoiding making eye contact, as most people do with creepy people, then the shaman's paranormal talent has no effect. On the other extreme, a shaman can so completely command a victim's attention that the victim can undertake no other action than to submit to the psychic assault. And, well, another factor that comes to my mind from my memories is, associated skill uses that can easily be applied to the shaman's innate talent. The psychic bolt, though intangible, can be affected by manual skills. So, thrown weapons were tested as a possibility of extension of the talent, as well as firearms combat, especially if the shaman has to point his finger like a gun. Well, then just use a fucking gun. I mean, really. However, this way you leave no tracks, no evidence. You could point in fucking public at the president and make him die. And could they really convict you? So, other factors that will possibly impact the situation, well, think of an area of effect. In this sense, the shaman's spiritual attack is more like a psychic grenade or bomb, as it kind of manifested with some people. So, I knew some individual who made a habit of turning his face away. And then a psychic bolt was tossed. At any rate, the exercise of this talent is physically draining as well as psychologically wearying. So the shaman, I almost said salmon like salmon shake. He's got both the salmon and the shake, right? So think shaman. And he's kind of a shaman in the positive sense. Shout out to he. But the shaman also suffers from the assault. That's the point I'm making. So he's got to have confidence. I mean, all the shock is applied after the shaman casts the evil eye. So it's possible for a shaman to curse someone and then pass out from the effort. A shaman can also cast several evil eyes, so long as he's able to maintain consciousness. However, it's a dangerous undertaking. When a shaman pushes, then you're liable to develop toxic shock syndrome. If the accumulated shock exceeds the amount of shock the shaman can withstand, not excluding any shock the shaman may have already taken due to damage or exhaustion, well, there you go. It doesn't take a lot of pushing for a shaman to begin to risk rupture of the aorta, especially if the shaman is already tired. As our man Jameson says, this has got to be the worst of the talents available out there. How exactly did he express it? He says, that has got to be the worst Esper class. I like that. He put it in gaming terms. Anyhow, physical wounds caused by a shaman's attack are not tangible, but they can be detected by a thorough physical. That is, long bloody gashes and the like don't suddenly appear on the victim, but bruising of the heart can occur, as can numerous small ruptures. Pneumothorax are collapsed lungs, embolisms, and a variety of other damaging ailments. Even purely illusory damage will manifest itself as minor palpitations and other psychosomatic signs. The psychological damage is due to similar effects on the victim's very soul. Again, it manifests itself in various signs of stress, such as increased blood pressure, altered brain patterns, and higher pulse rate. And when attacked, victims of a shaman are very aware of where the damage came from, even if they don't understand the mechanism by which it came about. The only possible exception is if the target were attacked in a crowd while unaware. In other words, treat a shamanic assault just as you would a physical assault for reaction, enmity, and future precautions taken by the target to prevent reoccurrences. Then you may have cultivated yourself a literally deadly skill. All right, that's enough for tonight. My memories are, I wouldn't say giving me a headache, but that's 3 out of 8 of the kinds of talents that I was exposed to that I've shared with in detail. Curious girl, you want to come on for a few minutes to help say goodnight to our audience? You might want to...
do me a favor, Jameson. Send her a message. Ask her if she wants to come on to help us close the show. In the meantime, I want to thank everybody who's joined us in the chat room and otherwise. And you're all beautiful people who support us. Oh, by the way, Jameson, there was some clown who Peter Moon complimented you on getting rid of. What was this guy saying earlier? Do you remember Peter Moon was saying Jameson does a great job of getting rid of the trolls? And do you remember who was this clown? Who was...
I can't remember what the guy said. It wasn't even something that I did as a result of Peter Moon.
Okay.
It was just whatever they said seemed just to be like really kind of stupid.
Well, he really appreciated it. He was saying that, thanks for all the supporters and listeners except the trolls. He was pissed off by whatever that guy said. So you did him a solid. Peter, that is. So that's
maybe I should have left it.
Don't say things like that. Come on.
Okay.
Dude.
I'm just kidding.
He hears you. He wakes up, at this time. He wakes up this time and tunes in quite often. But yeah, at any rate, so did you send a message out to Curious Girl? And of course, our man George Knight, he dropped in to say hi earlier, and I missed him in terms of response. But if he's out there, hugs. I mean, fuck, he's muscle man. I didn't mean that kiss, but then again, I'm kind of used to that. What is that sound in the background? Is that the NSA?
Hey.
Can you guys hear me?
Oh, there she is, honey. God, you scared me to death. I thought it was Jim Forsyth. Oh, honey. So, hey, say good morning to everybody. And did you manage to catch some sleep, or were you working all through the night?
No, I slept. I'm actually pretty sleepy still, but I woke up from a very bizarre dream.
Oh, are you willing to share that with us?
I mean, it was really weird. I suddenly up and traveled to the East Coast for some reason. It was really bizarre. It was a really strange dream.
Have you ever been to the East Coast in real life?
Oh, yeah. There was a point in time where I lived in Portland, Maine, actually. And
what was that like? I mean, but go back to the dream before you share any of that. Anything you remember other than what you've already shared?
Yeah, I mean, it was really it seemed inconsequential, really. Like, it was just a random, I don't know why, but it was just like an up and going to the East Coast. It was really bizarre. And yeah, I don't know. It was a weird dream, but
cool.
Yeah, I'm awake now.
Yeah, that's fine, and it doesn't sound that weird to me. I mean, honestly, it sounds just like an interesting kind of journey. You astral traveled, kind of projecting yourself, and so aside from that, darling, you were magnificent, and Chris Collins will probably hear the closure of this, and he was very good to both of us, and yeah, I really look forward. Obviously, that'll be private between the two of you if the two of you make contact and you consult for him, do a tarot reading or whatever. But definitely, I'm glad that he's considering that, and let's hope that works out. He's definitely a good man. Yeah. By the way, he was open in public about this, so I can share the fact that God, he had a girlfriend for a long time who basically was addicted to a substance, and she ultimately left him for a dealer of that substance. And that was basically, he's a musician, so he's sensitive, and I'm glad he's kind of rebounding from that. It's I know what that's like, and it's just hard. Did you ever have a loved one kind of just abandon you or everything for the substance they were addicted to?
Yeah, I mean, I've experienced people addicted to multiple substances, like I've been, acquainted or, friends with, or close with people, with bad alcoholism or various, substance abuse. And I mean, this is another reason why I'm so discerning about, the substances that I do partake in. Like, for instance, I don't drink alcohol whatsoever. I value my my GABA, because it's GABA quite a bit, which makes managing trauma very difficult. Anybody with PTSD should definitely avoid, alcohol if they can. But a lot of people.
Oh, hell.
I'm laughing because, Jameson's going, you tell me that now? Yeah. But by the way, honey, yeah, I want to say you're absolutely right. And believe me, I will tell you something, and tell me what you think about this. I think alcoholics are probably the most pathetic to deal with in terms of the people with substance abuse or addictive problems. The alcoholics are got to be the hardest. I mean, they're so pathetic and self-pitying and everything. It's just awful.
Apparently, you arrest quite a few receptors, and they become physically dependent on it, and they actually need to be given. I would recommend valerian root in high doses, but typically in clinical settings for people that have, really, really have it bad to where they have the physical dependency where they get the shakes and things like that. Yeah. They could die if they try to quit drinking on their own, and they need to be clinically surveyed. And usually what is given to them is some sort of Valium derivative. But it's unfortunate to see these synthetic, Valium, things like midazolam and the like being used mostly, the benzos, the synthetic benzo class being used on these people quite a bit. And this is becoming more and more normal. And it's actually quite terrifying, really.
Wow. I mean, thank you. I mean, have you ever thought of going into substance abuse counseling as a professional career?
Well, no. Well, I mean, yes and no, but I mean, what I do for a living is pretty multifaceted. And so, like I said earlier on the show, it's like typically people come to me
as last resort. And when all that's failed, I got it. So yeah, I want everybody to understand that. And look, take advantage of this young lady's talent and, try and consult with her for a fee and help her and that can help you too. It's one of these things that people should check into. I believe you have so much to offer this world. And when we talk about that, the alcohol and everything that we were just covering, what was it that was on my own addled mind? Because I'm starting to fade, which, but when we've got a few minutes left, like about really realistically 8 minutes, because it's we've been on for 11 hours and 51 minutes, so we've got a few minutes left, and then I literally have to shut it down. We'll stay on the call and say good night to each other, but other than that, the stream will be off within a matter of minutes. But to use this time productively as possible, tell people again where they can find the Curious Girl channel and where they can find your music.
Oh, well, I mean, The Curious Girl is, on YouTube. And, you can just look up The Curious Girl Tarot. And my website is thecuriousgirl.org.
Thank you.
And my music is available all over on all the major platforms internationally. But all my unreleased stuff as well can be found on SoundCloud, looking up The Curious Girl, or Reverb Nation, looking up The Curious Girl. But...
your albums. Yeah. Where can people find your albums?
Oh, there's a few, like I said, released albums floating around. They're all over the place on Spotify, all the major platforms, basically. All the major platforms. You could find them on iTunes, like Spotify. I've got 3 official albums released, basically, and so found on all the international, like, major platforms. So that's that. It's really weird plugging myself. I actually, I'm not good at it, but I appreciate you.
You'll get better. And what I'm going to what I'll do is after this uploads, give or take a few hours at the most, I'll timestamp it, and then I will give you the link so that you can listen to it at your leisure, because I do bring up one of the reasons why they suppressed you. So I did bring that up in the course of my monologue. And and also after you left, I don't know if you heard it. I think you were there. Were you in the chat room when I was speaking of superimposing the celestial map over the polar projection of the planet? Because you were bringing up. I saw you were kind of chuckling at some. Yeah.
Brought them up. I did tune in at that part.
Okay.
I was actually in and out like of sleep and stuff, and occasionally I would tune back in, and I did catch some of that. Yeah.
Right. And I thought you were chuckling. I'm sure this was the case when I was telling people I thought I had a stroke. You were chuckling at that, right? That was what you kind of put it. Or did you hear that? Did you hear that part?
I don't know. I don't know if I heard that part, but yeah. So I mean, the context is a little. I'm gonna have to be caught up for sure.
Okay. Yeah. I'll try and timestamp that too. It was a short period of time I was talking about that. And then there was the period of time that I was going into more of the monologue, and I brought up, of course, the astrology and why you would be considered dangerous. So understand that by kind of just confronting, facing these facts openly, it helps to really diminish the threat against you of suppression quite a bit, and it really does help to disempower the enemy, the people who do the suppression. And I think that's important. And obviously, as time progresses, we will speak a bit more, and this is not something that we will pursue intensively, like